Chapter 135. Looking from the outside, young Janhua's body was covered in a layer of ice. From time to time, there would be the crisp sound of something hitting the ice. Only young Janhua knew what caused these sounds. It was the wind cones that shot towards him from the thick wind wall. Other people's wind blades were invisible, they could only sense and identify them by listening to the sound of them breaking through the air. And this girl zombie's wind cones were condensed from the wind wall. But he could see them with his eyes. They were small spikes that spun horizontally with small tornadoes. Being hit by this wind cone would not be as simple as a cut. Its rotational force could instantly create a hole in the opponent's body. Young Janhua had never seen any wind element psychic that could use wind to attack from this direction. Even Hidden Cloud City's level 7 wind element leader Lu Zhuofeng did not have such a strong concentration of spirit. Controlling the large tornado wall, but also splitting some energy to control a large number of small wind cones. No one else could do this. While he was shocked by this girl zombie's strength, young Janhua did not stay idle. He waved his hands inside the ice wall, and ice blades formed outside the ice wall and shot towards the white shadow. However, the girl zombie's body was hidden inside the wind wall, moving erratically. Young Janhua's ice blades could not hit the target at all. They were all shooting randomly, and many of them were blocked by the opponent's wind cones. After Lin Xiao jumped up, he stood on the other side and watched Qiu Lili and young Janhua's battle. He found that young Janhua was completely suppressed by Qiu Lili. Unless he gathered energy and released a big move, it would be difficult to break the situation in front of him. After sending everyone up, Yuan Tianxing turned his head to look at Lin Xiao again. Then he shifted his gaze to young Janhua's battle. Sure enough, young Janhua quickly began to release his big move. A white light suddenly rose from his ice wall. A very strong energy gathered inside the ice wall. There was a faint premonition that it was going to explode. Qiu Lili, who was originally floating inside the wind wall, suddenly flashed out of the wind wall. She directly appeared outside and stood on top of a tree that was not very tall. Qiu Lili lightly stood on top of the tree, like an ancient martial arts master. He didn't know how she did it. Her eyes were fixed on young Janhua, and her red eyes with dark circles were filled with a desire to win. His hands stretched out in young Janhua's direction, and his fingers opened up to grab at the air. Following Qiu Lili's movements, the tornado surrounding young Janhua began to shrink slowly. Puff, catcher, as the tornado shrank, the edge of the car under young Janhua's feet was slowly peeled off by the wind. While Qiu Lili's wind was shrinking, young Janhua's ice barrier was slowly expanding outwards. Soon, a layer of ice armor formed on the entire vehicle, blocking the abrasion of the whirlwind. Suddenly, young Janhua's ice shield, which was so white that his body couldn't be seen, suddenly expanded. Poof, it suddenly exploded. It directly blew up Qiu Lili's tornado. Pitter-patter, a large number of ice shards flew out and scattered on the ground. This sound attracted everyone's attention. Hey, that's a zombie. He could actually fight young Janhua to a draw. Could it be the Zombie King? At this time, Mother Lin suddenly stared at Qiu Lili and said with a shocked expression. Mother Lin might be the oldest here, but she was an ordinary person without any abilities. However, her knowledge and eyesight were very sharp. Her words had voiced out the doubts in everyone's hearts. Moreover, he gave a confirmation message. Lin Hao, Lin Wenwen, and the others were also looking at Qiu Lili in surprise. The people here had only ever heard of a level 6 Zombie King, but no one had ever seen one. However, Madame Lin was certain that Qiu Lili was at the 6th level, and everyone could see it. Qiu Lili was very powerful. Mom, are you sure it's the Zombie King? Lin Hao squatted down and supported the unconscious Lin Feng. He looked at his mother and asked with uncertainty. Your sister once said that the eyes of a king have color. That's because the energy is leaking from the eyes, and it can't be concealed, which is why it changes color. Mother Lin continued to stare at Qiu Lili and nodded in reply. Really? So that's what a Zombie King looks like? Other than the eyes, it looks like a normal person. Cheng Wangxue also said at this time. It seemed that the pain in her foot had subsided. To be able to suppress young Janhua's level 6 ice ability from the start, It seems that this is indeed a zombie king. At this time, Yuan Tianxing also spoke. He had been observing the situation over there, and now that he saw Qiu Lily's face, he also agreed with Mother Lin's words. When they heard that Qiu Lily was a zombie king, Du Yuanxing and Long Qingying at the side were also very shocked at this time. They looked at each other with a dumbfounded expression. Du Yuanxing couldn't hold back and couldn't help but say, She's a zombie king? They thought about how they had been sitting in the same car with a level 6 zombie for the past 2 days. The two of them didn't know why, but their bodies suddenly felt cold. When Qiu Lily saw that young Jianhua broke her wind wall, she suddenly felt a surge of anger in her heart. She pouted and stared at young Jianhua with a very unhappy face. Unhappy. This person was clearly weaker than her. It was actually able to destroy her great tornado. The very unhappy Qiu Lily stood at a high place and suddenly extended her hands towards young Jianhua. Then she waved her hands. A large number of small wind cones appeared in front of her and then quickly shot towards young Jianhua's direction. Young Jianhua had originally condensed the ice shield, but at this time, he saw that Qiu Lily at this time had already exploded. At this time, he immediately raised his hands. Once again condensed into an ice mirror, the entire surface of the mirror blocked the direction of Qiu Lily. PFF. The small wind cones rapidly spun and pierced into young Jianhua's ice mirror. At this time, Mother Lin suddenly said strangely, "Hey, this zombie king's eyes are red. Then her ability should be of the fire attribute, right? It seems that only fire energy is red. But now she is using wind ability to attack. Could it be?" She suddenly thought of something and frowned in thought. At this time, Lin Qiao suddenly quietly hid her figure. While everyone was paying attention to Qiu Lily, the level 6 zombie king, she silently moved to Lin Feng's side. Without anyone noticing, he placed his hand on Lin Feng's body. She knew that Lin Feng's current situation was very dangerous. She couldn't delay any longer, she needed to quickly repair the wound in his chest. However, if her mother and siblings were to hand the heavily injured Lin Feng over to her in her current state, it would be too late. That was definitely impossible. But to dispel their wariness and doubts, it would take time. Lin Qiao didn't want to wait that long. The longer it took, the more dangerous Lin Feng's situation would be. Chapter 136. Therefore, Lin Qiao, who had always adhered to the principle of taking action first and then reporting in times of danger, was now in danger. She immediately decided to steal Lin Feng away while no one was paying attention to her. "If you have anything to say, come out and explain after saving the person." Thus, she immediately went into stealth mode. At this time, Qiu Lily was also starting to get angry, because a large number of her small wind cones struck young Jianhua's ice mirror. Although they could drill many holes, young Jianhua quickly condensed them again. That was why he couldn't break his ice mirror no matter what. But it couldn't be helped. If one were to compare the various types of abilities, the formless wind element was no match for the ice element, which could condense solid objects. So now Qiu Lily was gradually unable to suppress young Jianhua. As for young Jianhua, from this short exchange of blows that lasted less than a minute, he had already figured out Qiu Lily's current strength. At the very least, her wind element attacks were not much of a threat to him. Moreover, he could also see that Qiu Lily did not have any strategy in her battle. She used her ultimate move the moment she attacked. Moreover, he only attacked and did not defend. His combat techniques were very crude and immature. At this moment, young Jianhua was holding the ice mirror with one hand and waving the other strangely. A large number of icicles, and ice blades appeared in front of the ice mirror. Then, he continued to shoot at Qiu Lily. Therefore, the people standing on the ground saw young Jianhua, who was standing on the roof of the car, and the zombie king on the top of the tree, and they began to compete with each other. Qiu Lily saw young Jianhua using the ice mirror as a shield to block her attack. At the same time, he condensed a large number of sharp ice weapons and threw them in his direction. Even though his wind all had blocked most of the icicles, there were still some that he couldn't block and shot towards him. She quickly retracted one of her hands and twisted it. At the same time, a tornado rose from the ground. She was surrounded in the inner circle from bottom to top. It happened to block many of the ice blades that she failed to block and continued to fly towards her. Yang Jianhua's eyes dimmed slightly when he saw her use a defensive technique. His hand suddenly moved. Then, above Qiu Lily's head, where there was no wind, he stealthily formed many ice blades and pointed them at Qiu Lily's head. Look, Yang Jianhua is about to launch another sneak attack. Cheng Wangxue and the others watched the battle with wide eyes. Perhaps it was because of the strange mentality of the enemy of our enemy is our friend. Their hearts couldn't help but lean towards Qiu Lily. At least, although Qiu Lily was a zombie, she did not hurt them. However, Yang Jianhua was a human, yet he lied to them, hunted them down, and killed their loved ones. Therefore, they had unwittingly placed themselves on the same side as Qiu Lily. At this time, Lin Qiao had already reached Lin Feng's side. She stretched out her hand and pressed on Lin Feng's shoulder. Then, she looked up at the few people beside her. Then, it suddenly appeared from the space, but in the next second, it disappeared along with Lin Feng. Heh! Big brother! Where's Big brother? Lin Hao, who was supporting him, was the first to react when Lin Feng disappeared. But he didn't know what was going on. He only felt the hand that was supporting Lin Feng become lighter. Then he disappeared. He disappeared. Lin Hao was immediately startled, and suddenly shouted out. Once he shouted, the others immediately turned around. They saw that the place where Lin Feng was leaning on Lin Hao was now empty. There was nothing there. Only Lin Hao's arm was still supporting him, and he had a dumbfounded expression. Brother! Where did brother go? Lin Wenwen's expression changed, and he shouted in shock. Mother Lin, Cheng Wangxue, and Lin Xiaolu looked around in panic, but they didn't see anything. Lin Feng! Lin Feng! Dad! Boo-hoo tilde boo-hoo, where's Dad? Where's the man with the sunglasses just now? Why did he disappear? At this time, among the 5 remaining soldiers, the squad leader, who was a man in his 20s, suddenly pointed at the place where Lin Qiao was standing and said. Everyone immediately looked, but in the end, they saw nothing. Yuan Tianxing's expression turned cold, and his eyes turned cold. He originally thought that this person was an ally, and wouldn't harm the people on their side. He didn't expect that this person had hidden so deeply. He immediately looked at Du Yuanxing and asked coldly, Do you know something? Was it you who said that he wanted to save Lin Feng? What's going on? Du Yuanxing and Long Qingying were much calmer than them. Du Yuanxing waved his hand. Under the stern gaze of their deputy leader, he quickly replied, That, he really isn't disgusting. Don't worry. He knew about Lin Qiao's space, and now that the zombie and Lin Feng were gone, the zombie must have secretly brought them into the space while everyone wasn't paying attention. Although he didn't know what method he was going to use to heal the leader's injury. Because Du Yuanxing also didn't know that Lin Qiao's lake water had such a strange ability. At this time, Long Qingying suddenly saw the piece of paper that Lin Qiao had thrown at them by Lin Wenwen's feet, so she walked over and bent down to pick it up. Don't be anxious. Wenwen, look. She opened the paper and said to everyone. Then, she handed the paper to Lin Wenwen. She continued, It might have a way to save the leader, while the leader's condition isn't too bad. The sooner we deal with it, the sooner we can be at ease. Let's be clear, where did he take Lin Feng? Yuan Tianxing said. Taking him away without saying a word would, of course, scare everyone. Long Qingying glanced at Du Yuanxing, indicating for him to speak. Du Yuanxing looked at everyone, and saw that everyone was staring at him nervously and fiercely. That expression, it was as if they would pounce on him and tear him apart if he didn't give a reasonable reason. En. Du Yuanxing said with some pressure, he has a space, and now he's probably taken the leader into it. According to our interactions these few days, we all feel that he won't harm the leader. Let's wait first, as long as his companion is still here. We don't have to worry about him leaving with the leader. When talking about companions, Du Yuanxing pointed to Qiu Lily who was fighting Yang Jianhua. But when he said that, everyone's expression changed. They immediately turned to look at Qiu Lily in disbelief, then immediately turned back to look at Du Yuanxing. What did you say? You're saying that this zombie king was brought by the sunglasses guy? Isn't he human? How could he be with this zombie? Lin Hao said with his eyes wide open. He's not human. At this time, Long Qingying said faintly. Her words immediately made everyone's pupils shrink, and they all stopped talking. For a moment, they began to doubt their own ears. Chapter 137. He's not human, then his. Mother Lin's voice trembled as she looked at Qiu Lili and then at Du Yuanxing and Long Qingying. But she didn't want to say it out loud. It was as if it wasn't true. If what Long Qingying and Du Yuanxing said was true, then the sunglasses guy wasn't human. If he was the same as this level 6 zombie girl, then, wouldn't he be a zombie too? Long Qingying looked at Mama Lin, then nodded without hesitation. That's right, he's a zombie. He's just a strange zombie. It's over. Did he capture Lin Feng and eat him? If he's a zombie, then how could he save humans? Mother Lin's eyes dimmed as she muttered to herself in despair. Cheng Wangshue's legs went soft. Her already injured legs couldn't support her anymore. She almost fell to the ground. Luckily, Lin Wenwen caught her in time. Sister-in-law. Lin Wenwen, who was shocked by Cheng Wangxue, immediately woke up. He turned around and stared at Du Yuanxing and Long Qingying. He suddenly scolded, Long Qingying, did you bring them here to harm us? He's a zombie, how could he save my brother? Long Qingying's expression didn't change at all. She just calmly shook her head. Wenwen, I'm not wrong. Trust me, just wait a little longer, he'll bring the captain out. Seeing Lin Wenwen and the others' scary expressions, Du Yuanxing took 2 steps to the side and said carefully, that's right, that's right. Since he's taken them, we can only wait. Otherwise, we won't be able to do anything now. You. Lin Hao stood up abruptly. He raised his hand to attack Du Yuanxing, but was quickly blocked by Mother Lin who was next to him. All right, Lil Hao. Don't attack. Let's believe their words for the time being. If Lin Feng doesn't come out, we'll have to kill him. If we don't wait for Lin Feng to come out, then we'll attack them. At this moment, Yuan Tianxing was also staring at the two of them, his sharp eyes almost poking holes in them. Du Yuanxing whispered, he really isn't a bad zombie. He's good. He had saved us several times before. And look, he can write. He's different from the other zombies. As he spoke, he pointed at the crumpled piece of paper in Lin Wenwen's hand. Du Yuanxing cursed in his heart, fuck you dead zombie, he actually dared to have an affair in front of everyone. How are we supposed to explain this? Up until now, Lin Wenwen had not even seen what Lin Qiao had written on the paper. Hearing Du Yuanxing's words, she pushed Cheng Wangxue in front of Lin Hao and motioned for him to support her. He opened Lin Qiao's paper and saw 5 words written on it. I can cure him. On the other side, Qiu Lili had been competing with Yang Jianhua in terms of moves. After Yang Jianhua created a dozen or so ice blades above her head, Yang Jianhua's eyes lit up. He abruptly increased the number of ice spikes and other weapons in front of him, and their shapes were 2 to 3 times larger than the previous ones. Then, he swung them towards Qiu Lili in a densely packed manner. The increased size of the icicles, and ice blades naturally increased in weight as well. Then, Yang Jianhua swung them towards Qiu Lili even faster. The combination of speed and weight immediately destroyed Qiu Lili's wind-all forest into pieces. Qiu Lili hurriedly controlled the rotation speed of the wind wall to block Yang Jianhua's attack. Then, she did not notice the dozens of finger-thick, but extremely hard and sharp ice blades above her head. Suddenly, they fell down from above, fiercely stabbing towards Qiu Lili's head. Qiu Lili's hands suddenly stopped, then she immediately looked up. More than a dozen ice blades flashing with cold light were stabbing toward his head at an extremely fast speed. She didn't expect that Yang Jianhua had already formed an ice blade above her head without her noticing. He actually wanted to plot against her when she didn't know. Seeing the ice blades about to shoot down, it was too late for Qiu Lili to raise her hand to block them. She suddenly opened her mouth wide and let out a fierce scream. Arth, catcher, catcher, catcher. After Qiu Lili screamed, the others only felt their heads shake, and for a moment, they all lost consciousness. They fell into a momentary blankness. and the ice blades below Cho Lily's head suddenly broke into pieces, falling all over her head and face. After closing her mouth, Cho Lily's expression changed. It became somewhat ferocious, and her eyes overflowed with intense red light. Her mouth also began to crack, revealing her white teeth. This time, she was really angry. Cho Lily was angry, the king zombie was angry. It was very terrifying. Roar roar roar, roar roar roar, roar roar roar, woo woo woo. Suddenly, there was a wave of horrible and unpleasant sounds of zombies. Then, a large number of ordinary zombies, from the corner of the road, the corner of the street, the corner of the wall, the corner of the house, and so on, emerged. They began to swarm towards those few cars, scratching and scratching. They were like ants, squeezing to the side of the car. They did not care about being stabbed to death by the extension frame outside the car, and directly stepped on the corpses in front of them to climb up. The chariots immediately began to sway from side to side. At this time, Cho Lily's eyes emitted a red light, and her hands opened her claws. Her whole body suddenly overflowed with a burst of halo, and soon, the ice on her head, hair, and face suddenly evaporated. It was as if it was evaporated by the high temperature. She stretched out her hands towards young Jianhua, and was ready to move her body to directly pounce on him. Suddenly, she stopped, turned her head towards Lin Hao and the others, and screamed again. The zombies who were originally surrounding them and preparing to pounce on them, all stopped their movements at the same time. Then, as if reluctant to leave, she stared at them a few more times, then slowly and reluctantly turned around, moving towards those cars. At this time, young Jianhua quickly woke up from the impact of Cho Lily's scream. He looked at the large number of zombies that suddenly appeared around them. He suddenly raised his hand high, and made a gesture towards the sky. Then, he saw those few armed cars that had not moved, finally moved. All the weapons in the cars began to aim at those zombies, and then a series of machine gun sounds rang out. Two, bang 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 bang. On the other side, Lin Xiao suddenly brought Lin Feng into the space. She also did not have the mind to care about what was happening outside. She saw that the shadow in Lin Feng's chest was getting bigger and bigger, and quickly put him on a sofa. After helping him to lie down, she turned around and took a cup of water from the table, and immediately ran to the lake. Then, she fetched a cup of water from the lake, and returned to the bed. Then, she slowly fed Lin Feng to drink. Lin Feng was already unconscious, but his teeth were tightly clenched. Lin Xiao could only use one hand to forcefully open his teeth, and slowly poured the water into his mouth. Fortunately, he was lying flat, and Lin Xiao slightly lifted his face up. The water quickly flowed down his throat. Chapter 138. On the other side, Junjun walked out of the small space with the little boy. She sensed Lin Xiao's presence and came out to see what she was up to. She watched curiously as Lin Xiao tormented Lin Feng, even though she knew that this was the person Lin Xiao was looking for. She knew that Lin Feng was the person Lin Xiao was looking for, but she didn't know the relationship between Lin Feng and Lin Xiao. Fortunately, she came back halfway. No wonder she came all the way from City B to the south. Although she didn't arrive at the southern base, she came back halfway. If she had been late, this man might have been in big trouble. Lin Xiao poured a glass of water into Lin Feng's mouth. She had already taken off her sunglasses. She looked at the shadow in Lin Feng's chest with her naked eyes and saw that it was slowly spreading. It wasn't until Lin Xiao poured him a cup of lake water that he found that the spreading of the shadows had stopped. Junjun stood beside Lin Xiao with the little boy in her arms. After smelling Lin Feng's scent, she took a deep breath. However, she didn't have a big appetite for human flesh anymore. She turned her head to look at the lake in Lin Xiao's space, although it looked like a lake. It looked like a lake, but she didn't know where the water came from or where it was going. After staying in Lin Xiao's space for so long, she felt that the lake wasn't as simple as it looked. The most obvious thing was that every time she wanted to eat her son, she would run to drink from the lake when she couldn't control her willpower. Every time she finished drinking, she would feel much more clear-headed. She also ate Lin Xiao's snake meat. She was really hungry. Although she didn't have to eat her son. But every time she passed by the buckets of snake meat, she would smell that smell. Therefore, It was boring to stay in the space. When she was cooking snake soup for the little boy, she would force herself to eat some raw snake meat. She had also tasted the cooked snake meat. It tasted worse than raw. After she had tasted how unpalatable the cooked snake meat was, she didn't have much aversion to raw snake meat. Therefore, when she was free, she would go to get some snake meat to eat. She was also amazed by the freshness of the lake water in the space. She didn't know if it was because she had been soaked in the lake for a long time, but she gradually felt that the raw snake meat wasn't that bad anymore. Lin Qiao heaved a sigh of relief after the shadow in Lin Feng's chest stopped spreading. But after waiting for a few minutes, he did not see the shadows shrink or disperse. She thought for a moment, then poured a glass of water into Lin Feng's mouth. Junjun also knew that the lake water had a healing effect on people, because the little boy's body had improved a lot with the lake water these days. He had already put on some weight. She could feel that her son's vitality and spirit were slowly increasing. Now that he saw Lin Qiao using the lake water to heal Lin Feng, he didn't know what was going on with Lin Feng. Only Lin Qiao's eyes could see it clearly after she poured the second cup of water. Only then did the shadow on Lin Feng's chest change. It started to disappear bit by bit. It turned out that there wasn't enough water. When Lin Qiao saw the shadow disappear, he immediately discovered the problem. If there wasn't enough water, then the energy in the water wouldn't be enough. Thinking of this, she immediately turned around to get a third glass of water. She poured it into Lin Feng's mouth again. After giving him 3 full cups of water, Lin Qiao saw the speed at which the shadows were disappearing. Then she also saw that the light green energy had been coiled up in Lin Feng's chest. Outside, the people who were dizzy from Qiu Lily's scream slowly woke up after a while. But Yuan Tianxing's face turned pale, and a trace of blood suddenly flowed out of the corner of his mouth. He suddenly covered his chest, feeling that his internal organs had been shaken to the point that his blood was boiling. But soon he didn't have time to worry about his own situation. Seeing that a large number of zombies had suddenly appeared around them, Yuan Tianxing covered his chest. He stretched out a hand, pressed it forward, and then raised it up. Along with his movement, he saw that the ground around Lin Hao and the others suddenly rose slowly from the ground. They were all surrounded in the middle to protect them. Yuan Tianxing supported himself with one hand on the rising wall, and leaned against it with his back, gasping for breath. But soon he found something strange, because the surrounding zombies seemed to turn a blind eye to them, completely ignoring them. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged towards the cars that Yang Jianhua brought. Huh! Yuan Tianxing looked at those zombies with a confused face. What the hell? Are they going to ignore a fragrant living person like me? Then he saw Qiu Lily pounce towards Yang Jianhua with a ferocious face, and her 10 claws were burning with purplish red flames. On the other side, Qiu Lily was ambushed by Yang Jianhua. Although she didn't get hit, this kind of sneak attack made her very angry. She almost had her hair cut off by this good-looking man. Of course she was angry, seeing Qiu Lily pounce towards him at an extremely fast speed. In just a flash, she appeared in front of him in an instant. Yang Jianhua quickly raised the ice mirror to block her. Qiu Lily didn't care about the ice mirror in front of her, and the red light in her eyes intensified. When she flashed in front of the ice mirror, she suddenly raised her claws and waved her arm. She directly grabbed towards Yang Jianhua's ice mirror. Catcher, bang, her flaming claws scratched the ice mirror. The ice mirror that was previously hard and indestructible, instantly cracked at the position where she grabbed it. Then, the crack quickly made a loud noise and exploded into pieces. Yang Jianhua was shocked by the explosion of the ice mirror, and felt the exploded ice shards spraying towards his face. He subconsciously turned his face to avoid it, and raised his arm to cover his face. At the same time, he leaped backwards, intending to dodge Qiu Lily's follow-up attack. But at this time, Qiu Lily was already in front of him. How could he dodge it so easily? The other claw swung towards Yang Jianhua's face, leaving a trail of flames behind it. Poochie, fortunately, Yang Jianhua condensed an ice shield in time to block Qiu Lily's claw when he retreated. But it was quickly crushed by Qiu Lily. Yang Jianhua took this opportunity to quickly turn around and dodge. He leaped backwards and escaped. Quickly retreat. When he left, He even shouted loudly. Then he stepped on many zombie heads, and fled to the side where there was cover. Want to escape? Humph. After Qiu Lily's attack missed, she saw that young Jianhua was ready to escape so quickly. She immediately snorted in her heart, and her figure flashed. She also followed his direction and chased out. After receiving young Jianhua's order to retreat, the people in the cars were all ready to drive away. As soon as the car moved, the zombies that were crawling all over the car were pushed out, and then they fell one after another. Chapter 139. Their car was very sturdy, so no matter how these ordinary zombies climbed up and scratched, it was useless. They couldn't do any damage to the car at all. Therefore, the soldiers in the car drove away very calmly. Only a large number of zombies were left behind, all chasing after their car. After a few minutes, young Jianhua, Qiu Lily, the zombies, and the soldiers that young Jianhua brought but didn't show up for some reason, all gradually left. Yuan Tianxing leaned against the mud wall, watching the situation unfold, and he didn't understand. That was it. Young Jianhua, that treacherous villain, came aggressively and said that he would do anything, but in the end, he was beaten away by a strange king-level zombie. Young Jianhua probably didn't expect this situation, right? Yuan Tianxing was originally prepared to endure the injury and fight with young Jianhua. But in the end, these two zombies came out of nowhere, and one of them took Lin Feng away. The other one beat young Jianhua away, and seemed to be chasing after him. They wouldn't stop until young Jianhua was injured. What's with this wall? Tianxing. Is brother Tianxing outside? Before Yuan Tianxing could come back to his senses, Lin Wenwen's voice came from the wall behind him. Yuan Tianxing came back to his senses, and looked at the large number of scary and disgusting ordinary zombies around him, but now they had retreated in young Jianhua's direction, and there was a safe zone without zombies on his side. But the stench of those zombies still lingered in the air. What happened just now? Mother Lin's voice also came. Yuan Tianxing supported himself against the wall at this time, and raised his hand to wipe off the blood at the corner of his mouth. Then he reached out to lower the mud wall, and let everyone out. What happened? Why are we surrounded? Right, why did my mind go blank just now? Lin Hao asked blankly. But when he looked up, he suddenly saw a lot of zombie corpses on the ground. There were dark red bloodstains on the bodies of the zombies everywhere. Looking further, he could see the backs of many zombies dozens of meters away. What's going on? Why are there so many zombies, and why are they all heading that way? Lin Wenwen saw that there was clearly a group of living people here, but they didn't seem to care at all as they chased in that direction. Look, young Jianhua's men and car have left, Long Qingying suddenly said. Young Jianhua and the zombie are gone. Long Qingying, are you sure the bespectacled zombie is still here? Lin Hao quickly looked around. He suddenly looked at Long Qingying and asked sternly. When they realized that young Jianhua and Qiu Lily were gone, they immediately forgot that their minds had been blank for more than 10 seconds. He didn't care why Yuan Tianxing wanted to surround them. Long Qingying and Du Yuanxing looked at each other, not sure either. This was because the zombie had already disappeared with Lin Feng for a while, but it still hadn't appeared. The zombie girl also left. Lin Feng. Don't tell me Lin Feng was eaten, Mrs. Lin said with a frightened expression. As soon as she said that, everyone stared at Du Yuanxing and Long Qingying. Long Qingying said, actually, when they appeared the day before yesterday, they were looking for news about you guys in the south. They just happened to meet us and saved us a few times. We didn't tell them about you guys, but she still knew. In the end, when we were surrounded by Huowu, she still saved us. Hearing Long Qingying say this, Du Yuanxing nodded repeatedly and said, yes, he said he wanted to help you guys at first. We didn't believe him at the time, so we didn't say much. But then we saw that they were coming here to find you guys. We weren't killed by Huowu, so he would continue to attack us. So we left that place and followed him to find you guys. Lin Hao snorted coldly. You guys are really brave, daring to travel with two zombies that could kill you in a minute. But it's been so long, my brother and that zombie still haven't appeared. What do you say? Du Yuanxing said weakly, we didn't know that the little girl was the zombie king. If they knew, they wouldn't have dared to follow them so easily. Du Yuanxing thought they were level 4 or 5 mutated zombies at the time. After all, being able to write and communicate with people meant that they weren't ordinary zombies. But along the way, the only one they talked with was the zombie that took his glasses. The female zombie in the white dress basically didn't even look at them. Other than in the car, she also stayed far away from them. You guys don't even know who he is. Lin Wenwen stared at them. Lin Wenwen and the others weren't familiar with Du Yuanxing, but they were level 5 psychics in the base. They all knew about him, but they didn't talk much. On the other hand, Lin Feng and Du Yuanxing had exchanged a few words. And Long Qingying only met Lin Wenwen after the base was built. The reason they knew each other was very simple. Lin Wenwen had helped Long Qingying once when they were hunting zombies, so the two of them got closer. So there was a reason why Lin Qiao didn't know Long Qingying. Long Qingying said lightly, "That's not important, what's important is that he didn't do anything bad to us. And he even saved us." Actually, speaking of this, she felt that it was very strange in her heart. In the post-apocalyptic world, humans might not necessarily save other humans. Everyone was having a hard time protecting themselves, why would they care about others? But she had been saved by a zombie a few times. Although she suspected that the zombie had ulterior motives at first, he had already saved her, so she could only accept it for now. At least on the surface. But along the way, she still kept her guard up against these two zombies. Even if she didn't accept it, what else could she do? And their original goal was to find Lin Feng. She also wanted to find Lin Feng. Then let's just travel together. Even if he saved you a few times, he must have ulterior motives. And they are zombies, why would he save you? There must be a motive. Lin Hao said at this time. They looked at Long Qingying and Lin Feng very sternly, although they really wanted to believe the two of them. But that was a zombie that only knew how to eat people and gnaw on people's brains. How could he save people? What's more, he was a zombie. What could he use to treat Lin Feng's internal injuries? Yuan Tianxing looked at them quietly. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but he couldn't hold on any longer. Qiu Lily's scream just now had made his internal injuries that hadn't gotten better worse. He was also on the verge of a mental breakdown. But he knew that he couldn't let himself collapse, so he could only force himself to hold on. Chapter 140. Du Yuanxing said anxiously, "It's true. That male zombie is a space type. He has a lot of space, we've been in there before." Long Qingying nodded in agreement. "I've been in there too. It's huge." Mother Lin said, "If he wants to save Lin Feng, why would he take him away secretly? Do you know if he really wants to save Lin Feng or not? If he wants to save someone, he should at least do it in front of us, not hide it from us. Who knows what he wants to do?" This. Du Yuanxing was speechless. Mother Lin was right. He didn't know what to say and looked at Long Qingying for help. Long Qingying thought about it and said, "Maybe he's afraid that you won't believe him and delay the rescue. I see that Lin Feng's condition isn't good. The earlier we deal with it, the higher the chance of him being cured." At this point, there was no point in panicking. They could only wait with a glimmer of hope. Although they couldn't believe Long Qingying and Du Yuanxing's words, they still hoped that they were telling the truth. They hoped that the zombie was really here to help them and cure Lin Feng. Then it would bring Lin Feng back to them. But their rationality reminded them. That was impossible. Why would an unfamiliar zombie come to save them? What was its intention? Maybe eating them was just a small thing. It was to get Lin Feng's level 6 energy core. Just as everyone was waiting with despair mixed with hope, two figures flashed behind Lin Wenwen, Lin Hao and the others. He appeared at the spot where Lin Feng had been lying. When they were talking to Du Yuanxing and Lin Hao, they took a few steps forward. Therefore, when Lin Qiao and Lin Feng came out from their original position, they ran behind them. Lin Qiao supported Lin Feng, who was still unconscious. In the blink of an eye, they saw a group of people's backs and butts. When she saw Lin Hao's back, she wanted to kick his butt out of habit. But because she had to support Lin Feng, she could only squat on the ground. She couldn't kick him anymore. Lin Qiao's feet were itching, and he stared at his younger brothers but unwillingly before shifting his gaze. However, when she turned around, she saw that Yuan Tianxing was staring at her intently. But he didn't say anything to warn the others. Lin Qiao glanced at him and found that his face was also very pale. The condition of his chest was similar to Lin Feng's, but there were still some shadows in other parts of his body. Dark shadows gathered on his shoulders, waist, abdomen, legs, and so on. This guy was already injured to this extent, but he was still forcefully standing. Sure enough, his personality hadn't changed. He loved to show off and was used to enduring. He wouldn't allow himself to give up until the very last moment. Lin Qiao was not wearing her glasses. Her dark eyes shone with a cold light. She casually sized up Yuan Tianxing before shifting her gaze away. He looked at Lin Xiaolu, who was leaning against Mama Lin and revealing a little of her body. Lin Qiao moved his body and stretched out his hand to poke Lin Xiaolu's back. Lin Xiaolu looked back blankly, and then her eyes widened. He shouted, "Daddy!" She stared at Lin Qiao and Lin Feng as she yelled at them. At the same time, she tugged at Mama Lin's arm. "Yes, Dad is behind us." When the others heard her shout, they immediately looked at her and then immediately turned around to look. When they turned around, they saw the man just now supporting Lin Feng, who was lying on the ground. He had a pair of dark eyes that only zombies would have, and he was quietly looking at them. Everyone was shocked and subconsciously took 2 steps back. In the post-apocalyptic world, anyone would be shocked if a zombie suddenly appeared behind them. Lin Feng. But after seeing Lin Feng, Cheng Wangxue immediately didn't care about her leg injury or zombies. With a slight twist of his body, he pounced toward Lin Feng. Lin Qiao saw her pounce over anxiously and didn't move. He just squatted there and let her pounce in front of Lin Feng. The others hesitated for a few seconds. After seeing that Lin Qiao really didn't have any hostility, they immediately surrounded them. "Big brother, big brother, big brother, how is he?" Lin Hao immediately turned around and came over. Lin Qiao saw him coming over, so she pushed Lin Feng to them and stood up to take a step back. Seeing that Lin Qiao really brought Lin Feng out and that he was fine without any other injuries, everyone stared at him in disbelief while checking if there was anything wrong with Lin Feng's body. Lin Hao squatted on the ground and supported Lin Feng. He used his hand to gently press on Lin Feng's chest. After carefully sensing it, he slightly widened his eyes. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Then, he raised his head and looked at Lin Qiao, who retreated to the side. "Big brother, he wasn't sure, but he had to speak." But before he could finish his sentence, the 3 women had already rushed to ask him questions. "How is Lin Feng? How is Big Brother's body? Is he all right? How's Lin Feng's injury?" Lin Hao retracted his hand from Lin Feng's chest, then opened Lin Feng's eyelids and squeezed his wrist. Then, he continued, He's fine. His condition is much better than before. It's just that his energy is depleted and his body is too weak. But his vitality and spirit are very strong, so he will probably wake up soon." "Big brother, big brother." At the end of his sentence, he tentatively called out to Lin Feng. After Lin Qiao stood up, she didn't see Qiu Lily and Yang Jianhua. When she was treating Lin Feng's injury in the space, she didn't notice what was going on outside. When she was almost done, she closed her eyes to sense what was going on outside. She found that Mother Lin and the others were very anxious, and they were about to bite Long Qingying and Du Yuanxing. Then, she hurriedly brought them out. There was a large amount of zombie smell in the air. She didn't need to smell to know that a large number of ordinary zombies had just appeared. It was probably Qiu Lily who summoned them. But where did she run off to? Did she go after Yang Jianhua? She raised her nose and sniffed, then took out her sunglasses and put them on. She found that Qiu Lily's smell was indeed following Yang Jianhua's smell. Thinking of Yang Jianhua's face, Lin Qiao's head began to ache again. She closed her eyes and raised her hand to rub her temple. She wanted to rub away the throbbing pain in her head, but it didn't work. Lin Qiao sighed and could only open her eyes to look at Yuan Tianxing. Right now, she could only divert attention from Yang Jianhua. Yuan Tianxing's condition seemed to be more serious than Lin Feng's, but because the energy in his body hadn't been depleted too much. That was why he was holding on. Maybe she should give him a glass of water to drink. Of course, it must be lake water. Chapter 141. Lin Xiao felt that Qiu Lily wouldn't appear so soon, so she turned to look at the others. Lin Wenwen, Lin Hao, Mother Lin, Cheng Wangxue, Xiao Lu, and a few of her relatives were surrounding Lin Feng. Just now, she only paid attention to Lin Feng's condition and didn't have time to look at her other relatives. Now that she looked at them carefully, she realized that they had all changed a lot. Especially Xiao Lu. In her impression, she was still a child who had just learned how to walk and talk. The little doll, which was only as tall as her knees, was now almost as tall as her waist. Her originally short and chubby little arms and legs had grown long and thin. She was wearing a pink and purple dress with a white jacket. Her originally chubby little face had grown delicate and cute, and her eyes were shining with a sly light. Although she was squatting beside Lin Feng's legs, next to her grandmother. But her face was secretly turned towards Lin Xiao. She looked at Lin Xiao curiously and suspiciously. And Lin Wenwen had also matured a lot. Her originally delicate and beautiful face now had a determined look. But it could be seen that her personality was still gentle. As long as her bottom line was not crossed, she would usually maintain a ladylike demeanor. And Lin Hao had also changed from an impatient young man to a good-looking young man. That handsome face now had a different kind of manliness. He looked a lot more mature, and his temperament was similar to Lin Wenwen's. Her brother and sister's personality were all like this. They were gentle, but they would fly into a rage instantly. The way they did things was extreme. Even Lin Xiao didn't dare to make them angry. And the four of them had inherited her father and mother's excellent genes. Each of them had a good-looking face. Even Lin Feng, who was now 35, was a tough and handsome uncle. Actually, the one who changed the least was her mother. Although her mother was almost 60 this year, her mental appearance had not changed at all. The only thing that changed was her temperament. In the past, she would quietly stand behind the siblings and support them. Now, even if Lin Feng and the others were 5 years older, she still had that kind of doting look on her face. It was just that her temperament had become a lot tougher. It seemed like the post-apocalyptic environment had changed everyone quite a bit. After all, even Lin Wenwen and Lin Hao, two people who originally looked harmless, now looked a little aggressive. Her sister-in-law, Cheng Wangxue, was even worse. She had a fiery temper. It was still the same, and it was still the same. It was easy to lose out. He observed them carefully. Lin Feng was injured. Everyone else was fine, except for their ragged clothes. Nothing happened. It seemed like her brother was still protecting them well. Fortunately, he had turned back halfway. Otherwise, he would have been a few days late. He didn't know how serious the consequences would be. Thinking that Lin Feng might suffer from internal injuries this time, even if he recovered, his energy core would still be damaged. Lin Xiao felt a strong desire to kill young Jianhua. Perhaps Lin Xiao's killing intent was too obvious, but Lin Hao, Lin Wenwen, Yuan Tianxing, and even the 5 soldiers all turned to look at Lin Xiao. In their eyes, Lin Xiao was of average height and was somewhat thin. A man with a face full of scars and a pair of sunglasses, he simply looked like a gang leader. If he had looked like this before the apocalypse, who knew how many children would be scared to death walking on the streets? Even adults would be afraid of him and take a detour. But now, in the eyes of Lin Hao and the others, wearing sunglasses was better than revealing a pair of zombies' unique black eyes. At this moment, Lin Feng's chest suddenly trembled, and then he coughed. Ahem, humph. Ahem, his cough immediately caused the others to turn their heads back. They had temporarily ignored Lin Xiao. Big brother, you're awake. Lin Wenwen looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Seeing Lin Feng slowly open his eyes, Lin Hao reached out to feel his pulse. Then he nodded, and said with a big sigh of relief, "You're awake, your condition is much better now that you're awake. If you take care of yourself, you'll be better soon. But Big Brother's condition makes it inconvenient for us to continue our journey." After Lin Feng opened his eyes, he looked at everyone with a clear mind. He asked in a daze, What happened to me? Did I pass out?" The others nodded. When you blocked young Jianhua's attack just now, you vomited blood. Don't you remember? Cheng Wangxue said. Yes, I remember now. That young Jianhua? Why are you all fine? Lin Feng frowned and thought for a while, then remembered the scene just now. He suddenly realized something else, and his expression changed as he hurriedly asked. His eyes also nervously looked at the others. When he realized that they were all fine and standing beside him, he heaved a sigh of relief. And he quickly noticed the others who appeared later. Hey, Tianxing, why are you here too? And Qingqing and Du Yuanxing, why are you guys? Lin Feng was a little surprised to see a few people appear behind him, and he asked with a hint of pleasant surprise. Dad, how do you feel? Does it hurt anywhere? At this time, Lin Xiaolu was no longer looking at Lin Qiao curiously, and she looked at her dad worriedly. Once she spoke, everyone remembered to ask Lin Feng how he was feeling. Yes, Lin Feng. How do you feel now? Mother Lin also asked nervously. Lin Feng, does your chest hurt? Weren't you hit in the chest before? How do you feel now? Cheng Wangxue also asked. Lin Hao also looked at Lin Feng expectantly. Lin Feng was reminded by them, and then came back to his senses to pay attention to his body. He took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled. Then, he looked down at his chest with a blank expression, and raised his hand to press on his injured chest. Then, he looked at the others with a puzzled expression. Why do it seems like my chest doesn't hurt anymore, whether it's the dull pain from my lungs being ruptured, or the dull pain from blood clots, it's all gone. I can breathe very well now. I couldn't breathe too heavily before. After saying that, he looked at Lin Hao and the others strangely, and asked, did you guys give me some miracle medicine? Otherwise, how could my injury suddenly heal so quickly? Lin Hao, Lin Wenwen, and the others shook their heads at the same time, indicating that they had nothing to do with it. It was he who saved you, leader. At this time, Du Yuanxing suddenly squeezed over. He poked his head in from Lin Hao's head, and said happily. Seeing Lin Feng's current situation, he had a proud look on his face. As for the fact that everyone didn't believe their words just now, the grievance in his heart was finally dispelled. At this moment, he felt a little proud. Chapter 142. After Lin Feng saw him, he asked curiously, I was just about to ask, why are you here? Du Yuanxing? Aren't you still in the original base? But who is he you're talking about? Du Yuanxing immediately turned around and pointed at Lin Qiao. There. Him. Do you know him? He said he knows you. Lin Feng slowly sat up. Lin Hao hurriedly supported him. Lin Feng raised his hand to block his brother's help, then he tried to stand up from the ground. He found that after a series of movements, there was no feeling in his chest at all. What was going on? Did he just faint for a while and his internal injuries were all healed? What exactly happened, he didn't know. Following the direction Du Yuanxing pointed, Lin Feng looked over. He only saw a middle-sized man with a face full of scars. He was also wearing a pair of sunglasses. He had never seen someone like this before. Who was this? Lin Feng looked at Lin Qiao strangely, then turned to look at the people beside him. Lin Hao and the others saw his questioning gaze, then shook their heads and said, we don't know either. If you don't know him, then we definitely don't know him. Lin Feng looked at Du Yuanxing, then at Lin Qiao. Then he turned back to ask his people, what happened before? What's wrong with my body? Also, where's young Jianhua? He looked around. Young Jianhua was indeed nowhere to be seen. Even his cars were gone. Mother Lin answered for everyone, after your fire barrier was broken by young Jianhua, at the critical moment. It was Tianxing who used his ability to make the ground under our feet sink, so we weren't hurt by young Jianhua's ice weapons. Then the others appeared at the same time. Mother Lin pointed at Du Yuanxing, Long Qingying, Lin Qiao, and the others. Then she continued, young Jianhua was beaten away by a girl. Originally she wanted to say female zombie, but she also realized that Lin Qiao was standing at the side. So she changed her words. After all, they were really here to help them, no matter what their purpose was. At least for the current situation, the other party had been showing a friendly attitude. And in such a short period of time, they miraculously healed most of Lin Feng's injuries. At this time, Du Yuanxing added, He said he knew you guys, so he came looking for you. Long Qingying and I chased you from the south. Vice Leader Yuan also appeared when you were in danger. We were a step behind. Lin Feng looked at Lin Qiao strangely, then he asked Du Yuanxing, He knows me? But I don't seem to know him. Du Yuanxing whispered, But that's what he said. Lin Feng thought about it. He really didn't know this man with a face full of scars. Lin Feng asked, Feng said. Lin to the Lin they saying that my injuries were healed by you. I said, You healed did you? You. However, if you need any help in the future, you can look for me, Lin Feng. Lin said. Lin to Lin to Lin to Lin Feng, Chihe Chiu Feng, Lin. Lin Feng was a little puzzled by Lin Qiao's silence. He whispered to Du Yuanxing, I really don't know this person. Who is he? You guys don't know? Which base did he come from? His. Du Yuanxing looked at Lin Qiao, not sure if he should say that he wasn't human, but a zombie. Bro, he's not human. He's a zombie. Lin Wenwen suddenly said. Lin Feng's eyes widened. He looked at Lin Wenwen with a baffled expression and asked curiously, Wenwen, what did you just say? Maybe the wind was too strong, I didn't hear you clearly. Lin Wenwen had the urge to roll his eyes. Everyone else laughed in their hearts. Lin Hao nodded, yes, big bro. He's a strange zombie. Lin Feng looked at him like he was crazy. Lin Hao, damn, he was telling the truth, okay? Do you need to look at him like that? He's not sick. Lin Feng's mother held Xiao Lu and said, If you don't believe me, ask him yourself. As she spoke, she glanced at Lin Qiao. Lin Feng, who was confused by his family, still didn't believe them. He could only turn to Linda and ask, I don't know how to address you. I don't know which base you're from. Why did you help us this time? Lin Qiao took out her notebook, and under Lin Feng's strange gaze, she thought about it and wrote, My name is Lu Tianyu. I'm indeed a zombie, they didn't lie to you. After writing, she tore off the paper, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it at Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng hadn't reacted yet, he still caught the ball of paper subconsciously. He opened it and looked at it, then his expression became strange. He looked up just in time to see Lin Qiao raise her hand to take off her sunglasses, revealing a pair of eyes that had no sclera. Her eyes were completely pitch black. Lin Feng, compared to Lin Feng, who looked like he had seen a ghost, the others were much calmer. At this moment, Yuan Tianxing's body suddenly slanted. Then, he fell backward. Deputy Leader Yuan, Long Qingying was the first to notice his situation, and she exclaimed subconsciously. As soon as she shouted, the others immediately turned their heads to look. They saw that Yuan Tianxing had already fallen to the ground. Lin Qiao's figure flashed when no one was paying attention, and she immediately disappeared from the spot. When the others ran to help Yuan Tianxing up, they found that the energy in Yuan Tianxing's body was running around. His breathing was also very weak, and his face was as pale as paper without a trace of blood. His eyes were tightly closed. What's wrong with Deputy Leader? Du Yuanxing stood behind everyone. Du Yuanxing stood behind everyone and asked. Lin Hao felt his pulse and pressed his hand on his chest to feel it. Then, he began to press various parts of Yuan Tianxing's body a few times. Then, he spoke with a solemn expression. Brother Tianxing's injury is actually more serious than Big Brother's. Big Brother's injury worsened because of the exhaustion of energy. But Brother Tianxing's injury has been going on for a month. He's been holding on, and it seems like he hasn't rested. Mother Lin asked, He's been missing for a month, I didn't expect him to come here to find us. From the looks of it, he must have encountered something bad. I guess he's been in trouble for this period of time. When Lin Feng finally came back to his senses from the fact that the person who saved him was a zombie, he looked at Yuan Tianxing's situation and suddenly said, that person just now. That person, didn't he heal my injury? He should be able to heal Yuan Tianxing too. Where is he? As he spoke, he turned to look at the others, and then at Lin Qiao. He didn't see anyone, so he looked left and right. He didn't see anyone, so he made a strange sound. Chapter 143. The others also reacted at this time and looked left and right. They really didn't see Lin Qiao's figure. Du Yuanxing opened his mouth and said, "Did he enter the space? Speaking of which, leader, did you not feel anything at all when he did it to you before?" Lin Feng shook his head blankly and asked, "Didn't you see how he saved me? I fainted at the time, how would I know?" Lin Hao said at this time, "He took you into his space, we don't know what he did to you. And when he took you away, he didn't even ask for our permission. Then, he stealthily stole you away." Lin Feng, who inexplicably felt like he had become an object, looked at them with a strange expression. "You said he stole. Ian quietly took me away. Didn't you guys notice? You just let him take me into the space." He suddenly thought that it was fortunate that this zombie didn't want to eat him or dig out his brain, otherwise would he still be alive? Thinking of this, he inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine, a chill running through his entire body. Just as the others were about to answer him, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. Lin Qiao held a cup of water in her hand and walked over. She handed it to Du Yuanxing, who was furthest away, and pointed at Yuan Tianxing on the ground. Is it for him to drink?" "What water?" Du Yuanxing subconsciously took the cup in confusion, but didn't immediately give it to Lin Hao. Instead, he looked at the others and asked curiously. He obviously didn't dare to give their vice leader anything to drink, in case something happened to him. What to do? Lin Qiao stood beside Du Yuanxing and took out a notebook to write. Seeing her approach, everyone except Long Qingying subconsciously took 2 steps back. Lin Qiao didn't care, she was a zombie right now. It was already very good that they let her stand this close, it was normal for them to keep a distance. It was already very good that they let her stand this close, it was normal for them to keep a distance. But if it wasn't for her saving Lin Feng, these people probably wouldn't get along with her so peacefully. Even if she treated them as family, but from their point of view, she was just a strange and dangerous zombie. She wrote, but didn't tear the paper off. Instead, she stood it up for Du Yuanxing to see clearly. "I didn't do anything to Lin Feng, I only gave him a few cups of this water." Both Du Yuanxing and Mama Lin saw what she wrote. "Is this the water from your space lake?" Du Yuanxing knew that there was only water in her space lake, there was no other place with water. So he asked curiously. She thought of her lake and Yang Cheng's death. It had been soaked in the water of the dead and zombies. Du Yuanxing looked at the others and felt that it was better not to mention this matter. In any case, he had already drunk the lake water, so everyone should drink it together. If we're going to be disgusted, we're going to be disgusted together. But can this water really heal internal injuries? Lin Qiao said that Lin Feng could already stand up and move after drinking a few cups of this water. Du Yuanxing secretly expressed his suspicions. He didn't know if the zombie added something to the cup. Lin Qiao nodded at him and put away the book. In any case, she had already said that the water could heal them. It was up to them whether they believed her or not. If she really couldn't do it, she could only sneak Yuan Tianxing into the space to deal with him. At this moment, Mother Lin had a puzzled expression on her face. Why did she think that the words were written by a zombie? Why did it look so familiar? This was especially so for the 2 words Lin Feng. After thinking it through, Du Yuanxing handed the water to Lin Hao and said, "Take a look. Anyway, I don't think there's any problem with his water. If it's the water from that lake." Lin Hao took the water and dipped his finger into the water. He curiously asked Du Yuanxing, "There's a lake in his space? How much space does he have?" Du Yuanxing thought for a moment, then said, "From what I can see, it should be within 3,000 meters. But it's still as big as a football field." After Lin Hao dipped it into the water in the cup, he rubbed it with his thumb and forefinger. Suddenly, a puzzled expression appeared on his face as he exclaimed, "Huh? I can sense something different in this lake. Although I can't say for sure." His words immediately attracted the attention of the others. Everyone turned to look at him. "What is it?" Lin Feng asked. Lin Hao put the cup in front of his nose, closed his eyes and smelled it, then opened his eyes. He said, "There's a surge of energy inside, a very gentle energy. I don't know what it is either. The others looked at him curiously and asked, You don't know what kind of energy it is either? Is it harmful? Du Yuanxing said in surprise, There's energy. Then why didn't I feel anything when I drank some before? Lin Hao thought for a moment, then drank a bit of the water in the cup. He held it in his mouth and used his tongue to taste it. He discovered that a surge of gentle energy was swimming in his mouth. Although his mouth wasn't injured, it felt very comfortable. He swallowed all of the energy, and felt as if his esophagus and stomach had been smoothed by someone. It was very comfortable. He reckoned that he should find a place to go to the toilet later. Lin Hao nodded and said, It's all right, this is good stuff. Then, he slowly poured the water in the cup into Yuan Tianxing's mouth. Seeing him feed Yuan Tianxing water, Lin Xiao walked over and directly took the cup from Lin Hao's hand. Then, he took a step back, then disappeared in a flash. Everyone waited to see Yuan Tianxing's reaction while looking curiously at the place where Lin Xiao disappeared. Did he enter the space again? Lin Wenwen said at this time. His lake is so big, wouldn't it be even bigger in the space? What else is there? Cheng Wangxue also opened her mouth to ask. At this time, Lin Feng was supporting her, because Lin Feng had already noticed that his wife's foot was injured. She couldn't stand properly. Yeah, it's the first time I've met such a human-like zombie. That's right, why did he come help us? Lin Feng asked curiously. He said that you and he are friends and subordinates, don't you remember him? Du Yuanxing opened his mouth to ask. Lin Feng looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked, Are we friends or subordinates? How come I don't know that I've known such a zombie before? Du Yuanxing also looked at him with a strange expression and said, he might be referring to the past. Or before you became a zombie. You've killed so many soldiers, maybe you don't remember him. Lin Feng looked at him and tried hard to recall the zombie's appearance in his mind. Even if he restored his appearance in his mind, and his eyes returned to normal, it seemed like he had never seen him before. Thinking this way, Lin Feng suddenly realized that what appeared in his mind was a woman's face. Before he could get rid of the image in his mind, he saw a flash in front of him, and the zombie's figure appeared again. And the cup in his hand was filled with water again. Chapter 144. After Lin Xiao came out, she looked at the people squatting next to Yuan Tianxing. As soon as he turned his head, he saw his eldest brother staring at him with an inquisitive gaze that he didn't know what strange thoughts he was imagining. Lin Xiao was too familiar with his eyes. In any case, he was her big brother and they grew up together. She could understand his gaze, especially when it was so obvious. She looked at Lin Feng and knew that he must be imagining all sorts of things about her. She didn't care and turned around to pass the cup to Du Yuanxing. You still want to give it to him? Du Yuanxing took the cup and asked casually. Lin Xiao pointed at Lin Feng and then at the cup in Du Yuanxing's hand, pointing out 3 clean fingers. Lin Feng looked at her actions and subconsciously said, You're saying that it took 3 cups of this water for it to work? Lin Xiao nodded at him. Du Yuanxing stared at Lin Xiao's hand and said, Your hands are really clean. Aren't zombies' hands all dirty? Bloodstains, filth, whatever. At this time, Lin Hao, who was waiting for him to pass the water over, couldn't help but say, Okay, give me the water first. Du Yuanxing responded with an "oh" and reacted. He quickly passed the water to him. Lin Hao took the water and continued to let Yuan Tianxing drink it while saying, I feel that this water has a great healing effect on Big Brother Tianxing's internal injuries. The effects on external injuries won't be so fast. But it's still effective. When the others heard Lin Hao talk about the effects of the water, their eyes all lit up and looked at him. They all looked at Lin Xiao in amazement. Lin Xiao also looked at Lin Hao in surprise. He didn't think that this guy could feel the energy in the lake. Speaking of which, did his little brother have some sort of sensing ability? Lin Hao poured another cup of water into Yuan Tianxing's mouth. This time, Lin Xiao didn't need to come over to take it. He already passed the cup to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao understood and took 2 steps forward. Then, he took a step back and went back into the space. This time, no one would avoid her. Lin Xiaolu looked up at Mother Lin and asked, Grandma, Can his face recover? Mother Lin knew that Lin Xiaolu was referring to the zombie's face, so she was confused. Suddenly, he thought of a problem. Since the water could heal wounds on a person's body, why not heal the scars on his face as well? Or could it be that the water was only effective on humans and not zombies? After some thought, she could only coax her granddaughter, yes, because his body is different from ours. Maybe he will get better in the future. The conversation between the two of them made the others immediately think of this problem. But they didn't understand why this zombie's injury wasn't healed. Was it because he was a zombie? Lin Hao looked at everyone's eyes and understood what they were thinking. He suddenly said, maybe it's because he doesn't have any life force in his body, so the energy in the water is useless to him. He then turned to point at Yuan Tianqing and said, because of the water that Brother Tianqing drank, the energy is increasing his body's repair system at an extremely fast speed, and it is also stimulating the awakening of the original life force in his body. However, this cup of water was not enough, so he needed to drink another cup. Perhaps after drinking the third cup of water, the energy in his body would reach a saturation point. The effect won't be as great. Mother Lin looked at him and asked, are you saying that the energy in the water can only allow Tianqing to drink 3 cups? It's useless to drink more. Then why is your brother's condition improving so quickly, but there's still no sign of Tianqing? Lin Hao said, no, think about how long he disappeared with Big Brother before he appeared again. When he came out, Big Brother wasn't even awake. Lin Feng then said, the most important thing now is to find a clean house. It's getting dark. Before it gets dark, we need to find a place to hide from zombies and shelter from the wind and rain. Let Tianqing have a good rest. We'll plan tomorrow. The others all nodded. Lin Wenwen looked at Lin Feng and her sister-in-law and said, not only Brother Tianqing needs to rest, you and sister-in-law need to rest too. I don't know if his water will be useful for sister-in-law's foot injury. She then stared at Cheng Wangshue's calf. Cheng Wangshue shook her head and smiled softly, I'm fine. Du Yuanqing also agreed, yes, it's already afternoon now. We can find a place to stay first. But we don't have to worry about zombies. He and that female zombie are here. Other zombies won't dare to come close. This was his experience over the past 2 days. Not to mention worrying about those zombies would take a detour when they saw them. Then when he comes out, let Tianqing drink this cup of water. Let's quickly find a place to spend the night. Cough cough. Lin Feng said and suddenly coughed a few times. All right, Lin Feng, you can stop talking. Let's find a place to spend the night according to what you said. Looking at her son, she might have said too much and put a strain on his body. Mother Lin immediately said. At this time, Lin Qiao also came out. As soon as he came out, he handed the cup of water to Lin Hao again. Seeing Lin Hao pour the water down Yuan Tianqing's throat, he took the empty cup. His hand shook and the cup disappeared from his hand. At this time, Du Yuanqing first said to Lin Qiao, that, you seem to be called Lu Tianyu. Everyone is going to find a place to stay, do you have any good recommendations? Lin Qiao took 2 steps back and looked at everyone when she heard this. Then she turned her head and sniffed around, but found that she couldn't smell anything useful. So she turned around and walked to the tree next to her. When she was about 4 or 5 meters away from the tree, she suddenly ran and jumped onto the tree trunk. Then she kicked the tree trunk and jumped to the building next to her. They watched as she jumped from the tree to the top of the tall building in a few steps like a nimble monkey. The people below felt it was a novelty. It was really convenient for this guy to go up to the top of the building. And among the people below, probably only Lin Feng and Yuan Tianqing could do it so easily. Because they were rank 6 metahumans, they were able to skillfully apply energy to their legs and feet, allowing them to move quickly and nimbly. But the others couldn't do it as easily as Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao quickly jumped to the top of the building and stood at the highest position to look at the surrounding buildings. This was the edge of the city and it wasn't very prosperous. But there were still some big shopping malls or supermarkets. Or something like a big hotel. Lin Qiao looked around and found that there was a very tall building about 2 kilometers away. Although the signboard on the building had been blown away by the wind, a lot of it was still there. But he could still see the signs of the hotel's signboard. She took a look at the hotel and immediately turned around and jumped down from the top of the building. He landed on the ground as nimbly as a leopard. Chapter 145. After coming down, Lin Xiao took out a notebook and wrote a few words. Then she pointed in the direction of the hotel. The others looked at the words she wrote on the paper. There's a hotel building over there. Hotel building? That's fine. How far? Mother Lin asked. Lin Xiao stuck out 2 fingers at her. Everyone looked in that direction, but they couldn't see it within a few hundred meters. Could it be 2 kilometers? 2 kilometers? Lin Hao asked. Lin Xiao nodded and gave him a thumbs up out of habit. Lin Hao looked at her thumbs with a strange expression, then turned to look at Lin Feng and Mother Lin. He asked, "It's only 2 kilometers, we can walk there. Let's go. Jing Chen, carry brother Tianxing." As he spoke, he suddenly shouted at one of the soldiers who had been quietly guarding at the side. The tall and strong Wei Jing Chen immediately hung his rifle in front of his chest. Then he rolled up his sleeves and walked over, squatting down beside Yuan Tianxing. The others immediately helped Yuan Tianxing up and put him on Wei Jingchen's back. Lin Xiao took the lead to walk in the direction of the hotel. Actually, she wanted to bring them all into the space. But now wasn't the time because they weren't very familiar with each other. Under these circumstances, they definitely wouldn't be willing to enter her space. Lin Wenwen walked to Cheng Wangshua's side and said to Lin Feng, "Big brother, let me support sister-in-law. You don't look well, are you feeling unwell?" Lin Feng didn't refuse her and happily pushed his wife to the girl. Then he slowly walked to the side. "I'm fine, don't worry about me. Is it okay to follow him?" At this moment, the squad leader who had been protecting them moved to Lin Hao's side with a gun in his hand. Lin Hao looked at Lin Xiao's back and said, "I'm not sure either." At this moment, Du Yuanxing came over and said, "It's okay, he won't harm us." Lin Hao looked at him and asked, "Why are you so sure?" Du Yuanxing laughed and squinted his eyes. "Do you know what his food is?" When Lin Hao heard him mention this, his eyes immediately looked at him strangely. "He is a zombie, doesn't he eat people?" Du Yuanxing shook his head. "No, he only eats raw animal meat. They don't eat humans." The others around him all looked at him with puzzled expressions. "Isn't he a zombie? Zombies only eat humans. Could it be that high-level zombies can eat animal meat?" Lin Hao asked curiously. In the past few years, they only knew that zombies would evolve by eating humans, but they had never seen any zombies that would attack living animals and eat them. The scientists in their base had also done experiments, capturing ordinary zombies and locking them up with some living animals. But after being locked up for a few days, those animals were still alive and well. The zombies turned a blind eye to the lively animals around them, but as long as someone approached, the zombies would immediately crazily approach the person. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, wanting to attack. Now, all the major bases have been researching for the past few years, but they still haven't been able to find a solution to the zombie virus. Even the factors that led to their evolution and the activation of their abilities had not been studied clearly. I'm not sure either. In any case, I only saw him catch animals to eat. Lin Wenwen leaned over and said, "How do you know he doesn't eat humans? Maybe he didn't let you see him when he ate humans?" Du Yuanxing froze and then replied somewhat blankly, "That's right, we can't be sure. But I still believe that he won't harm people, at least he saved me. He's a good zombie." The others, "Just because you say he's a good zombie, he's a good zombie. Who knows why he approached you?" Du Yuanxing, who didn't know that others were looking down on his intelligence, glanced at Yuan Tianxing on Wei Jingchen's back. He asked, "Right, why is Vice Leader Yuan here? He's already disappeared for a month, right? He disappeared when the base was in trouble." Lin Hao glanced at Yuan Tianxing in the middle of the group and thought of his situation. He said, "Brother Tianxing has been injured for almost a month, and there are still new injuries later on. It looks like something happened to him when he was missing, for him to be able to come back alive. He should be lucky. He's injured to this extent, but he still didn't forget to look for us. I wonder what he encountered." Long Qingying said, "No wonder we couldn't find him when the base was attacked. I think he was plotted against." After all, he's always been by the leader's side, and his observation skills are too sharp. He might have interfered with the other party's plans. She had only thought of this possibility, but Long Qingying hadn't. What she said was the truth. Lin Qiao, who was walking in front, silently listened to their conversation. He didn't think that Yuan Tianxing would still be by Lin Qiao's side even in the apocalypse. And his ability was already at level 6, he wasn't an ordinary person to begin with. But this earth ability, if it was used to reconstruct a house, it should be very convenient. Du Yuanxing's ability was also a very rare type. This ability was extremely helpful to the base, and he actually hadn't been invited to work in the past. It was also very strange. As they walked, they suddenly realized that since the beginning, when the zombie in front walked past, the surrounding zombies would automatically retreat within 10 meters of it. This was a human-shaped corpse repellent, so useful. Lin Qiao walked and walked, then suddenly stopped. He raised his head and looked in the other direction. What's wrong with him? Seeing that Lin Qiao stopped, the people behind also stopped. They kept a distance of 2 meters from him, and looked at Lin Qiao's expression and actions in confusion. At this time, Lin Qiao suddenly turned around and pointed to the direction of the hotel they were going to. Then he skillfully made a few hand gestures, then turned around. Suddenly, he jumped to the top of the second-floor building, and then jumped in the direction she was looking at, and quickly disappeared. He seems to have been in the special forces. Lin Feng said with a strange expression. Brother, what did he mean? Lin Wenwen and a few people who hadn't been in the army before couldn't understand Lin Qiao's hand gestures. They all looked at Lin Feng strangely. Only Lin Feng and a few soldiers without abilities understood Lin Qiao's words. Lin Feng looked in the direction Lin Qiao left, then looked in the direction of the hotel. Then he said, what he meant was for us to go to the hotel first. The hotel is safe, we can go there without worry. He's temporarily leaving, and will meet us at the hotel soon. Lin Wenwen and the others nodded in understanding. Oh. Wow, brother, you actually know what he's talking about. Lin Feng glanced at her and said unhappily, did you forget what your sister and I used to be? Then he continued to walk in the direction of the hotel. Chapter 146. Lin Wenwen nodded and said, oh, you guys used to be soldiers. Hey, you're saying that the hand signals he used just now was a secret code used by the military? Lin Feng nodded while walking and said, didn't I just say that he was a special forces soldier? Du Yuanxing also said at this time, but why did he only hand signals to you? How do you know you can understand it? But this way he won't have to go through the trouble of writing in the future, he can just hand signals to you if he wants to say something. Lin Feng also said strangely, I also find it strange how he knew I could understand it. Du Yuanxing thought for a moment and suddenly said, no wonder he said that you and he are subordinates, it seems like he also understands you. That's why he only hand signals to you. Lin Feng also had a puzzled expression, he thought for a moment and then nodded. According to what Du Yuanxing said, it could be considered reasonable. But Du Yuanxing quickly asked in a gossipy manner, but he suddenly left, what is he going to do? Looking at his appearance just now, it seems like he discovered something incredible. Lin Feng nodded, he should have discovered something. He is a zombie, his 5 senses are dozens of times more sensitive than ours. I reckon that the thing he discovered just now is not here. That's why he temporarily left. Du Yuanxing turned his head to look at the direction Lin Qiao left and said, leaving in such a hurry, what did he discover? After Lin Qiao reached the top of the building, she rushed in another direction. She also quickly used invisibility mode to hide her entire body's aura. Once she became invisible, other psychics and zombies would not be able to discover her. Although invisibility limited some of her body's abilities, it only limited her attack power. It didn't hinder her movements at all. She sped up and quickly jumped on top of the building. The buildings here weren't very tall. Most of them were 6 or 7-story buildings. There were also some small factories that only had 3 to 5 stories. Only the residential buildings were a bit taller. Occasionally there were some apartment buildings that were more than 10 stories. But this didn't hinder Lin Qiao's speed, She quickly jumped over all the buildings and arrived in front of a large park after 20 minutes. This park was more than 10 kilometers away from the Hotel Linfeng and the others were going to. She had just sensed that there was a very strange thing in this park. It was very attractive to her. It was edible. When Lin Xiao arrived outside the park, the trees and vines in the park were abnormally lush. The trees were very tall. Most of them were 30 to 40 meters tall. Some of them were even 50 to 60 meters tall. Lin Xiao walked around the periphery and found the entrance to the park. He saw that the building with the park's name had been completely entangled by the red fire vines. He could no longer see the words clearly. Lin Xiao only took a glance, because in her eyes, these red vines were all dark gray, while the others were all white gray. The words on the building had been covered by vines. She lifted her head and looked inside, then sniffed again. Then he walked in. The small square at the entrance was surrounded by all kinds of mutated vines. Lin Xiao walked straight in. Then she went into a fork in the road, and she had to stoop and drill. This was because they were either blocked by branches flying diagonally above them, or they were hung down by vines from the trees. Lin Xiao kept moving forward, and when he couldn't get through, he would use his claws to slash. He walked for more than 10 minutes while cutting and chopping. She walked out of the woods and suddenly appeared on a lawn. The grass on the lawn was overgrown, and there were many insects in the grass. Lin Xiao could feel that there were insects in the woods she had just drilled through. But she didn't know why. These insects wouldn't fall on her body. Even when the spider accidentally fell on her shoulder, it quickly jumped away from her shoulder. It didn't crawl on her body. Could it be that these insects were afraid of zombies? She didn't pay much attention to it and walked directly to the lawn. She stood at the edge of the woods and looked at the other side of the lawn. There was a lake there, but the lake water was dark green. But Lin Xiao saw the color of a large amount of virus energy in the lake. The lake was full of viruses. And there were still living things in the lake, although she didn't know what they had become. But it should be the original underwater creatures that had been infected by the virus and changed. Lin Xiao sniffed and only smelled a very pungent smell in the lake. But there was another smell in the lake that she felt could be eaten, and it could move. Could it be fish? Mutated fish. Lin Xiao walked over, but when she was halfway there, she suddenly stopped. Because she saw that there were a lot of fish skeleton-like corpses in the surrounding lawn. The flesh on their bodies had been eaten by something, leaving only a fish bone and a rotten fish head. The rotten smell from the fish head spread around. There were also a lot of these fish corpses that had been dried by the sun, and the half-rotten fish head had also become dry. The surrounding lawn was very messy, as if there was often something crawling on it, and the grass was flattened. Just when she didn't have time to understand the situation, her expression suddenly froze, and she immediately turned her head to the direction of the lake. Because there was something in the water coming ashore. Looking at the thing that came out of the water, Lin Xiao was immediately speechless. Except for the 4 deformed mutated legs on the abdomen, the other parts were just a fish. It wasn't that it was a bit bigger. The carp that was usually 1 or 2 palms wide was now not only 1 or 2 palms wide, but 7 or 8 palms wide. There were 4 short and thick fish legs under the abdomen, and she didn't know how they grew. Lin Xiao looked at it and wanted to dissect this mutated fish to see how the legs grew. But before she could understand, 7 or 8 four-legged carps climbed up from the water. All of a sudden, it leaped towards her. Its speed was as if a small motor had been activated. He ran as fast as he could. They were less than 10 meters away from Lin Xiao, but it only took them a few seconds. In an instant, they jumped past Lin Xiao's feet. Lin Xiao was so scared that she subconsciously jumped to the side, afraid that these strange things would hit her feet. In the end, they didn't even touch her feet, and she didn't know if it was because their senses were too sharp. They even bypassed her 2 feet. A fishy smell was brought by these fish, and Lin Xiao couldn't help but raise her hand to pinch her nose. It was too fishy, and it assaulted her nose. It smelled bad. At this moment, there was movement on the surface of the lake again. There was a sound of water splashing. Lin Xiao turned her head and saw a group of turtles with turtle shells on their backs rushing over. Yes, they were rushing over. With what looked like thick and heavy turtle shells, They directly chased in the direction where the carps escaped. That speed was much faster than the 7 or 8 strange fish just now. Chapter 147. Lin Xiao immediately raised her hand and took off her glasses. She looked at the group of about 30 to 40 turtles that were running faster than rabbits, as if she had seen a ghost. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, it leaped past her feet. Moreover, each of them was as big as a wash basin. When they ran, their shells even pushed out a path on the 30 to 40 centimeters tall grass. And the smell that Lin Xiao smelled that attracted her and was edible. It was coming from the bodies of these running turtles. These turtles ran very fast and there were many of them. Before the fish could reach the forest, the turtles had already caught up with them. Moreover, all of them rushed forward, and a few turtles rushed towards a fish. It opened its 2 rows of strange sharp teeth and bit down on the fish with scales. Lin Xiao could see that the scales on the fish were very thick. Perhaps it was because they often ran in the water and on the land, the scales became very hard. But in the mouths of the turtles, the scales seemed to be useless. They were directly bitten to pieces. Fresh blood splattered, and then the tortoises tore off the flesh. Seeing these 4-legged fish struggling violently under the teeth of the turtles, Lin Xiao felt the pain. The fish were big, but they were no match for the attacks of several turtles. Moreover, other than the feet, there were no other changes to these fish. But the teeth of these turtles shone with a cold light. It was frightening to see. If one was bitten, it would be very painful. Moreover, the way these turtles tore the fish apart, Lin Xiao felt that they were a group of hungry wild dogs that were eager to eat. Their faces were fierce, and they were fighting with each other. If you turn your head and bite me, I will turn my head and bite you. Soon, the fish were eaten clean. Even the feet were taken to the side by the turtles and slowly chewed on by themselves. All that was left was a fish head and a bloody skeleton. Lin Xiao watched this scene happen and then end. It all took less than 5 minutes. Great, now there was no need to figure out what was going on with these fish bones. Didn't it happen in front of her very quickly? Lin Xiao looked at the big water turtles that were still lingering on the fish bones after they finished eating. 8 big fish, estimated that each of them was no less than 40 catties. Just like that, a group of ferocious-looking water turtles chased after him and devoured him. The scent of such a terrifying water turtle was actually the scent that attracted her. Was he asking her to kill these turtles and eat them? When Lin Xiao saw that the water turtles had started to retreat towards the lakeside, he immediately appeared. Suddenly, she stepped on the shell of a water turtle that happened to pass by her. The water turtle didn't have time to react to her sudden appearance. Suddenly, his back was stepped on, so he immediately struggled with all his might. The water turtle was very strong. Lin Xiao felt as if he was stepping on a large dog. However, the turtle's shell was very convenient for Lin Xiao to step on, so she pressed down hard on it. The water turtle immediately fell to the ground. It tried to stand up with its 4 legs, but it couldn't stand up no matter how hard it tried. Lin Xiao's strength was originally greater than that of a bull, let alone a water turtle. Seeing the water turtle moving its limbs, it didn't forget to turn its head to bite the foot that stepped on its shell. However, its neck wasn't that long, so no matter how it stretched its body, its teeth couldn't reach Lin Xiao's foot. Lin Xiao bent down and grabbed the edge of its shell from behind. Then, she suddenly let go of her foot. Then, with a flip of his hand, he flipped the water turtle over and flipped it upside down. Looking at the 4 legs moving wildly, but the turtle couldn't turn over because of its shell, Lin Xiao looked at the other water turtles. Only then did Lin Xiao look at the other water turtles, only to find that they were all retreating into the lake. Maybe the one she caught had sent out some kind of danger signal. The other water turtles ran into the lake at the same speed. Just as fast as he came up, he ran down with a whizzing sound. Then, he jumped into the lake and dove headfirst into the water. Lin Xiao immediately chased after the ones behind, just like she caught the first one. She stepped on its shell and quickly turned it over with her hand. Then, she went to catch the third one. But although these turtles weren't as fast as her, most of them still ran away. Lin Xiao dodged left and right, and only flipped over 7 water turtles. Seeing the 7 water turtles lying on the ground upside down, she turned left and right but couldn't turn them over. Only then did Lin Qiao walk towards a slightly bigger one. She squatted down beside the water turtle that was as big as a water basin and watched it struggle with its 4 legs. Seeing Lin Qiao approaching, the water turtle glared at her fiercely. It kept its teeth open and stretched its head in her direction. It looked like it wanted to attack her. "You're already like this, and you still want to attack me? Watch how I kill you." Lin Qiao stared at the fierce water turtle and suddenly grinned. She reached out and flicked her claws. Then, she released 5 sharp nails. It slashed its claws at its head. Clatter tilde then, this water monster with its sharp teeth was completely cut off by her. She smelled the blood flowing from the wound and the fresh flesh. Lin Qiao sniffed hard and then began to kill the turtle. Her claws could even cut stone walls, so of course, it was easy for her to cut a turtle. She stretched out her index finger, put the nail to the side, and then forcefully cut from the head to the tail. Squeak, the sound of the nail scraping against the turtle shell. After drawing a line, Lin Qiao knew that the shell under the line had already been cut open. At this moment, as long as she forcefully broke the sides of the turtle's back and abdomen, the meat would come out. Just as Lin Qiao was breaking the turtle shell, a white figure suddenly flashed beside her. She appeared on the lawn. Lin Qiao casually glanced at Qiu Lily, who suddenly appeared, and then looked down at the body of the water turtle that had been broken into 2. Then, she began to dig out the internal organs and gnaw on the meat. At this moment, Qiu Lily's big red eyes were wide open, and she originally had an angry expression on her face. But when she saw that there were a few big turtles with their 4 legs facing the sky, they couldn't turn over no matter how hard they tried. Immediately, she curiously came over. She was originally going to chase after young Jianhua, but halfway through, she couldn't catch up with him. She didn't know what method he used to hide, although she was a little unwilling. But she soon gave up and returned to find Lin Qiao. In the end, she found that Lin Qiao ran to the lake in the park alone, and then came to find her. Then, she saw a ground full of big turtles with their 4 legs facing the sky. And Lin Qiao was there killing a big turtle to eat. So in the end, Qiu Lily squatted next to the smallest turtle. She used her hands to turn the turtle's shell, making it spin like a top. She watched as Lin Qiao took out a delicate and sharp dagger to cut the meat to eat. Chapter 148. Lin Qiao used the dagger to cut the turtle meat into small pieces and put them into her mouth while thinking about what to do with the other big turtles. She definitely didn't want to put them back. Should she eat them all at once? She felt that it was a waste. She didn't know if she could raise them in her lake. Would the vines at the bottom of the lake catch them and eat them if she put them in? And the energy in the lake shouldn't be harmful to these turtles. The only thing she was worried about was that strange big vine. But the big vine seemed to only want energy. Although these turtles grew a little big after the mutation, they didn't have any energy fluctuations. It seemed that there was no such thing as an energy core. She didn't know if the big vine would be interested in them. As she was eating, she saw the smaller water turtle in front of Qiu Lily. She couldn't stop playing with it, and an idea flashed through her mind. Why don't I put one in first to try? Thinking of this, she shifted her gaze to the other turtles and continued to eat her own meat. At this time, Qiu Lily looked at her curiously, watching her eat with relish. She also stood up and moved closer. Qiu Lily also ate animal meat, but she didn't like to eat it. So she would only eat it once in a while to replenish her body's energy. Or she would kill a few level 4 or 5 zombies and dig out their cores to absorb. She didn't want to eat humans, although human meat smelled delicious. Seeing Qiu Lily move closer, Lin Qiao used the dagger to dig out a piece of meat, then used the tip of the knife to pick it up and handed it to her. Qiu Lily squatted down next to her, hands in her arms, and stretched her nose over to sniff. Then, he slightly furrowed his eyebrows, but still opened his mouth and bit towards that piece of meat. After biting down, her eyebrows furrowed even more. Then she chewed and paused, and her eyebrows directly furrowed. Lin Qiao looked at her confused expression and couldn't help but smile. Qiu Lily frowned and looked at her. She couldn't help but chew the meat that she wanted to spit out. Then she swallowed it. Lin Xiao looked at her funny, her eyes saying, "Is it that bad? Look at your expression." After Qiu Lily swallowed a mouthful, she ignored the other mouthful left on the tip of Lin Xiao's knife. He turned his head, stood up, and ran to the little turtle that had just stopped and was already dizzy. He continued to play with the turtle. Lin Xiao watched her finish running and then looked at the small piece of meat left in his hand. So he put the meat into his mouth. He couldn't waste food. Although Qiu Lily's saliva was disgusting, it didn't matter. In the past, when they were out on missions, they often ate like this with their comrades, and no one would dislike each other. Anyway, she was now a zombie, so she didn't need to be afraid of the virus in Qiu Lily's saliva. She continued to quickly peel off the meat of the turtle and eat it. Then, she threw the turtle shell away. Then he wiped his mouth with his sleeve, stood up, and put away his dagger. She walked up to another turtle and grabbed its tail with her hand. Then, he disappeared with the giant turtle. Qiu Lily looked at the place where she disappeared and continued to turn the tortoise in her hand. After Lin Xiao brought the turtle into the space, he directly threw the turtle into the lake. Plop tilde the giant water turtle fell into the water and immediately swam towards the deeper part of the lake. Lin Xiao could feel its existence and movement, but she couldn't feel the existence of the vines. It seemed that she could only see it when it appeared. Then she realized that after the turtle went into the water, not long after, he became very happy and started swimming. Lin Xiao waited and waited, but she didn't see any movement at the bottom of the lake. She began to think hesitantly, could it be that the vines were really not interested in this turtle without energy? Or would they not come out now, or would they come out later? Just when she was thinking whether the vines at the bottom of the lake didn't want to touch the turtle, suddenly, there was a wave at the bottom of the lake. Well, just a second ago, she was still thinking whether or not it was not interested. But the next second, it directly appeared. Then, she felt that the water turtle was not swimming smoothly. Soon, it seemed to be entangled by something. Lin Xiao knew that the vines were moving. But before she could think about whether the water turtle would be absorbed, she saw a sudden splash on the surface of the water, and something was thrown out. She looked at the big turtle that was thrown out from the center of the lake and flew towards her in an upward curve. Lin Xiao was speechless. She really didn't know what to say. Lin Xiao glanced at the green vine that had appeared when the water turtle had been thrown out. But the vine quickly retreated back into the lake. It must have been despised. Was he despised by her? It must have been despised. Lin Xiao looked at the big turtle that fell to the ground beside her with a bang tilde. At this time, the turtle was a little dizzy from the fall and couldn't react for a moment. In order to confirm whether her idea was right, Lin Xiao suddenly lifted her leg. Then, he kicked the turtle into the lake like a ball. Then, the water turtle flew back into the lake in an arc plop tilde, it fell into the lake again. Sure enough, in less than a minute, Lin Xiao saw the big water turtle being thrown out of the water again with a two sound. Lin Xiao was speechless. Did this vine become sentient? Looking at the big turtle that flew back to her side, Lin Xiao thought for a moment. Once again, he kicked the pitiful water turtle into the water. Then 10 seconds later, she saw the big turtle flying back. Lin Xiao turned to look at the vine that was still in the center of the lake, amused. At this time, they didn't retreat back into the water again. Instead, they kept hitting the water in the center of the lake. Plop plop plop, plop plop plop, plop plop plop, it was angry. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the vine that was finally angered by her behavior, Lin Xiao grinned unkindly. She sensed the strong dissatisfaction and rejection from the vines. Looking at the big turtle that had been tossed around by her, Lin Xiao turned to look around. In the end, she saw Junjun standing at the entrance of the small space, looking at her strangely. Lin Xiao turned to look at the big turtle that was rejected by the vine and thought about what to do with it next. Since the vine in the lake wouldn't let it go down, then the other vines wouldn't let it go down either. Was she going to put it on the grass and look at the strawberries and vegetables she had planted? Now that Junjun had taken good care of them, letting these turtles that ran as fast as rabbits in, they would definitely destroy the things she had planted. What to do? They weren't like the little mice from before and the rabbit hiding in the grass. They weren't destructive. These turtles weighed dozens of kilograms. It would be a disaster if they stepped on the vegetables. Not to mention that they had sharp teeth. Chapter 149. Seeing that Lin Xiao didn't kick the water turtle back into the lake, the vine slowly calmed down. Then, it retracted back into the water and sank. Lin Xiao looked at the water turtle and thought about how to keep it alive in the space. She couldn't kill it and put it in a bucket to keep it fresh like she did with the snake meat, right? Just when Lin Xiao didn't know how to deal with the water turtle, she suddenly felt a wave of energy outside the space. Then, she heard Cho Lily's scream. Lin Xiao didn't care about the fainting water turtle and directly went out of the space. As soon as she came out, she saw such a scene. From the forest, there were many vine tentacles as thick as an adult's arm. She couldn't see what color they were. But judging from the dark gray color, the color of these vines was very long. Moreover, the thick and sturdy vines had many small thorns and many leaves growing on them. There were at least 20 to 30 of these vine tentacles that stretched all the way to the edge of the lake. Moreover, they were waving crazily. Their target was the big water turtle that Lin Xiao had flipped on the ground. At this time, Cho Lily was angrily staring at the vines that wanted to steal the water turtle. She used her wind to cut off one vine. 2 vines came, and she cut off 2. A viscous liquid flowed out from the cut vines, and then it quickly retracted. More and more vines rushed out of the forest. They continued to move towards the water turtle. What the hell is this? Was it another vine that had gained sentience? Lin Xiao looked at the vine in front of her and thought about the one in her space lake. Suddenly, she felt that the one in her space was much better looking than the one in front of her. It's here to steal the turtle. Seeing Lin Xiao appear, Cho Lily immediately shouted at her. Lin Xiao looked at the crazily twisting vines and suddenly felt a burst of energy. It was a very strange energy. It didn't seem like the energy of a mutant zombie or a human. It was a unique energy. Is this the energy of a mutant plant? It seems that this vine is already nodding. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao shouted at Cho Lily. You wait here. I'll go check it out. Then, his figure flashed, and he became invisible. Then, he bypassed the tentacles of the vines and walked along them towards the forest. Her invisibility caused the vines to ignore her and rush towards Cho Lily. Cho Lily's speed was abnormally fast, so she was able to deal with the vines that wanted to grab the water turtle. It was like a game. Hearing Lin Xiao's roar, they knew that Lin Xiao was going to deal with their main force. So he waited here while playing with Man Teng, who was pestering him endlessly. Lin Xiao followed the vines and quickly found the main trunk of the vines. The location was actually not very far away. It was only about 10 meters away from the lawn by the lake. But the surroundings were empty. Only the tentacles of this vine covered the area with a diameter of about 10 meters. There was a big fruit in the middle of the vine, a black thing, surrounded by some strange plants. These things did not seem to have grown out of the vines. They seemed to be living on them. It was another kind of plant, somewhat similar to a pitcher plant. There was a big pocket under the leaves, and the opening of the pocket was covered by the leaves. There were hard and thick thorns on the edges of the leaves. At this time, the pitcher plant was opening the opening of the pocket, revealing the inside of the pocket. There were only 3 pockets, but they were guarding the 3 directions of the fruit. The pockets were facing outwards, as if they were protecting the fruit. Lin Xiao felt the energy coming from the fruit. It seemed that there was a nucleus inside. In addition, Lin Xiao also smelled a very tempting fragrance coming from the pockets of the pitcher plant. But this fragrance, Lin Xiao did not like it. Because there was a sense of unreality and illusion. Before the apocalypse, this kind of plant would use its own smell to attract insects or small animals into the pocket. Then, it would cover the lid and trap the prey that fell into the trap. Then, it would secrete a kind of digestive fluid to digest the prey. Lin Xiao lightly stepped on the thick vines and jumped towards the center. The vines that she stepped on froze for a few seconds. She did not know if they felt Lin Xiao step on them, but they could not feel her breath. Lin Xiao looked at the vines. They were already as thick as her thighs. The thorns on them were also very sharp and big, but Lin Xiao stepped on the gaps beside the thorns and walked up. While walking, both of her claws flashed at the same time. She did not have much firepower now. It was more convenient to use her claws to cut them. When Lin Xiao sneakily walked to the center of the vines, she was very close to the pitcher plant. Then, he smelled that fragrance becoming even stronger. She looked into the pocket and saw that it was filled with a lot of rat corpses, as well as some birds and insects. The pitcher plant's pocket was actually not very big, and it swayed back and forth. She did not know why these two plants would stay together, or how they could help each other. But looking at the hole that was only the size of a laptop screen, it was impossible to store those water turtles. Not to mention, they could not digest the turtle shell. Why did the vine want to steal her tortoise? She looked around and looked at the roots of the vines. She actually found some animal corpses, and some cat and dog corpses. These corpses were all pressed under the branches of the vines, so she did not pay attention to them earlier. Now that she looked at them, there were actually quite a lot of them. She looked into the other two pitcher plants' pockets again. Sure enough, she found some half-grown or young cat corpses inside. But the strange thing was, whether it was the cat and rat corpses in the pitcher plant or the cat and dog corpses at the roots of the vines, they were all sucked dry. And there was not even the stench of the corpses. The corpses in the pitcher plant's pockets were more thoroughly digested. Except for the bones, everything else was dissolved. And the corpses at the roots of the vines seemed to have been sucked dry of blood and water. They were all twisted and dry. Lin Xiao walked gently to the side of the pitcher plants and stared at the fruit in the middle. The fruit was not big, only the size of a man's fist. The opening was a bit like a persimmon, and there was a knot on its butt. On the other side, there was only a short stem propping it up. She flashed her nails, although she did not know how aggressive these pitcher plants were. But looking at the animal corpses in the pocket, she knew that it was not a good one. Lin Xiao stretched out her two claws. Her figure flickered slightly, and she appeared directly from the space. Then, he reacted quickly and sliced off the pockets of the cage grass along with the fruit. Chapter 150. Swish, swish, with a few sounds, the three big bags were cut off. The fruit was also cut off by her. Seeing that the fruit was about to fall to the ground, Lin Xiao hurriedly bent down and reached out to catch the fruit. Then, she quickly entered the space. After the bag fell to the ground, the lid reflexively closed. The vines suddenly stopped when the fruit was cut off. Then, they began to twist violently. The surrounding grass and trees rustled. Soon, the vines that were extending outwards retracted, and the vines danced wildly in the open space. A large number of vines waved, whipping the surrounding flowers and trees over and over again. The grass and dust on the ground were also tossed around by the vines, and the ground shook. The large movements of the vines caused the birds in the surrounding trees to flutter their wings and fly into the sky in fear. Then, they quickly flew away from the area. But soon, the movements of the vines gradually slowed down. As if it had lost its strength, it began to droop to the ground. After a few minutes, it was completely motionless. Lin Xiao didn't care whether it moved or not. She took the strange fruit and entered the space. She sat on a chair by the lake. Next to the chair was the stove that she had piled up with stones. It was used to cook for the little boy. She sat on the chair. This chair should have been moved over by Junjun. She didn't know if it was to let the little boy sit on it, but she cooked by the side. Until now, she still couldn't remember the little boy's name. If Junjun didn't know, then Lin Xiao definitely didn't know. Later, to make it convenient to call the little boy, Junjun gave him a name. He was called Tong Tong. Lin Xiao held the fruit in front of her eyes and found that there was a small amount of thick liquid flowing out from the place where she cut off the rhizome. It was the same as the thick liquid on the vines. She held the fruit and looked left and right. Then, she squeezed it. It felt very hard. No matter how she looked at it, it didn't seem edible. However, there was indeed a large amount of energy inside. She didn't know if there was also a crystal-like core inside. Was it round or flat? She pointed out a fingernail and scratched it from the head to the tail, and then back to the head. She drew a circle. Then, she pulled the two sides apart with both hands. The fruit cracked open and a rich energy rushed out. It directly rushed to Lin Qiao's face. She subconsciously tilted her head to the side, avoiding the energy impact. At the center, there was indeed a thumb-sized white nucleus. But what wrapped around the nucleus was not the flesh of the fruit, but a thick layer of shell. It's very hard. Even a hammer wouldn't be able to break it open. Attached to the nucleus was a layer of smooth, hard skin. Lin Qiao used the tip of his fingernail to pick out the white nucleus. She did not notice that in the lake beside her, there was a long shadow swimming over. Then, along the shore, a small section of green vine branches appeared. The branch extended towards Lin Qiao's feet. Just as Lin Qiao had dug out the white kernel, the branch began to crawl towards his feet. He poked Lin Qiao's leg with the end of the vine. Just as Lin Qiao was about to study how to absorb the energy from the kernel, he felt his feet being poked twice by something. She looked down and saw a familiar-looking vine had climbed from the lake to her feet. Ayo, this guy is really smart. Seeing that Lin Qiao had noticed it, the vine immediately stood up. It stretched out its branch and poked the kernel in Lin Qiao's hand. Lin Qiao playfully moved her hand to the side. Sure enough, the vine's movement paused for a moment, then it followed her hand and moved to the side. Lin Qiao moved her hand back and saw that the vine had moved back as well. She moved left and right, but the vine followed her relentlessly. It seemed that it would not stop until it touched the kernel. Does it want it that much? Suddenly, she felt that the vine was like a child asking for candy. Lin Qiao looked at it with amusement. As if sensing Lin Qiao's thoughts, the vine stopped moving. After standing straight in front of her for a while, it suddenly reached towards her arm. Then, it slowly wrapped around her wrist. Want energy. Upgrade. Lin Qiao sensed this message from the vine's contact. This can help you upgrade. Lin Qiao thought to herself as she looked at the vine. She was not in a hurry to absorb the energy. But if she gave it to the vine, it might be happy. What if she gave it to her again? Thinking of this, Lin Qiao handed the white kernel to it. Looking at the kernel that Lin Qiao handed over, the vine immediately stretched out happily and rolled it into a bag. Then, it dragged it away and quickly shrank into the water. Lin Qiao saw that the vine shrank back after taking her kernel. She stood up and walked to the lake to sense it. Sure enough, after a while, she sensed a wave of energy at the bottom of the lake. After waiting for a while, Lin Qiao suddenly remembered the big water turtle that she had brought in before. She turned her head to look at where the water turtle was, but found that it had disappeared. Where did it go? On the other side, Cho Lily was originally having fun with those thick vines. Suddenly, she saw that all the vines froze at the same time, and then they all shrank back. They did not care about the big water turtle and Cho Lily. Looking at this, Cho Lily immediately guessed that Lin Qiao must have done something. That was why all the vines shrank back quickly. However, not long after the vines shrank back, there was a violent sound. Cho Lily heard it, although she could not see what was going on. But the sound she heard was also very loud. The vines whipped the ground and the flowers and trees next to them. There were also the frightened birds and the small animals that ran away. The sound of the vibration lasted for a while, and then it slowly subsided. Then it quickly returned to normal. Cho Lily waited for a while. When she saw that the vines did not extend out again, she squatted down and played with the turtle again. Because Lin Qiao had not come out yet. She looked up at the sky. The sun was about to set. She did not know how long it would take for Lin Qiao to come back, so she could only continue to watch these turtles. Cho Lily, who was bored, turned this turtle and saw that it did not stop. Suddenly, she ran to turn another turtle, and then the third one. Then she went to turn the fourth one. At this time, she saw that the first one was about to stop, so she ran back to turn the first one. Then she went to turn the other one. So, she played with the turtles alone. And it was not just one turtle, but all of them. There were 7 big water turtles that Lin Qiao had turned over, but now there were only 5 left. One was eaten by Lin Xiao, and the other was brought into the space by her. Chapter 151. On the other side, Lin Xiao was looking for the big water turtle in her space. It was definitely not in the water, so it could only be on the shore. Looking left and right, it could only be hidden in the haystacks. Lin Xiao closed his eyes and listened carefully for any movement. He sniffed with his nose and then walked over. She hadn't taken care of the strawberries and vegetables for a long time. Junjun was the one who did it. She didn't care because she saw Junjun doing it. Now that she walked over, she suddenly thought of how those little mice were doing. They must have come to nibble on her strawberries. And that grey rabbit, it was also guarding her strawberries. Lin Xiao knew that Junjun would come here from time to chase those little things away. Originally, Lin Xiao used them to store food, but now she let them live here freely. She didn't know how that rabbit got along with Tiny, but Lin Xiao didn't plan to eat it anymore. But those mice, she would eat them after they grew up. Smelling the smell of the big water turtle, Lin Xiao quietly walked over. Her footsteps were very light as she walked in the direction of the big water turtle. She found that the big water turtle had actually run to the edge of the lawn and the white mist barrier. Was this big water turtle trying to break out of her space? Lin Xiao silently walked over and looked at the big water turtle that had been circling around the white mist as if it was looking for an exit. The big water turtle immediately sensed her approaching. It turned around and saw Lin Xiao standing behind it. It immediately shrank its 4 limbs, head and tail into the turtle's shell, leaving only the shell lying there. Lin Xiao looked at the big water turtle that was scared of her and the vines in the lake. She immediately squatted down and flipped its shell over. Just as she squatted down and thought about how to deal with this water turtle and the others outside, she suddenly felt a call from the center of the lake. This feeling was the same as the first time she was summoned into the water and met the vines. But this time, her consciousness didn't enter a muddled state. She was awake. Lin Xiao stood up and walked back to the lake. But she didn't notice that when she turned to leave. The white mist behind her was slowly spreading outwards, gradually revealing a tall shadow. These shadows were like the shadows of trees in the distance when the light was not good at night. As the white fog dissipated, some trees were slowly revealed. These trees were all dark, tall and huge. The branches and leaves were very lush, and they were about 10 meters tall. The white mist continued to disperse. On the other side of the lake, the white fog was also dissipating. However, the small space that Junjun was in didn't disperse. Instead, it moved backwards. Junjun was playing with Tong Tong in the small space. Suddenly, he felt a light above his head. When he looked up, he realized that he had run out of the space. But then he realized that something was wrong. Even if he was outside, why was the bed and other things outside? When she looked again, she realized that it wasn't her who had run out. Instead, this space had run away on its own. Seeing that his position had not changed, he suddenly felt that the space had become much larger. Junjun carefully looked at the current location of the small space and found something. The small space was still moving. She looked at the white fog walls around her in surprise and found that the white fog walls were also expanding. And she also saw the inexplicable trees on the other side of the lawn. What was going on? Did Lin Xiao do something to her space? When Junjun looked at Lin Xiao by the lake, she saw that Lin Xiao was taking off her clothes. She hurriedly covered the little boy's eyes. Not suitable for children. Don't look. At this time, when Lin Xiao walked to the lake, she was taking off her clothes and looked back at Junjun. She found that she had covered Tong Tong's eyes. Only then did she feel relieved and take off all her clothes. After taking off her clothes, Lin Xiao walked into the lake naked. As soon as she got into the water, something quickly wrapped around her feet and gently pulled her into the lake. She looked down and found that it was a vine. Lin Xiao was pulled down by the vine until the lake water reached her chest. Then she plunged into the water and dived into the bottom of the lake. As soon as she got into the lake, she found that the energy under the lake was many times stronger than before. The original bright green energy had turned dark green. Lin Xiao was a little surprised. Looking at the dark green energy in front of her, she wondered if it was caused by the energy of the fruit core. Before she could swim to the center of the lake, a few more vines waved towards her. Then, he wrapped it around her arms, waist, legs, and so on. Then they quickly pulled her into the bottom of the lake. On the other side, there were more vines reaching out and wrapping around her body. When Lin Xiao reached the bottom of the lake, her body had been wrapped up in a green cocoon again. That numb and itchy feeling came from all over her skin. She didn't know if the scar on her face could be healed first. She hoped it could be healed this time. Her face first. Lin Xiao silently endured the pain of the splitting headache while muttering in his heart. She didn't know if the vines could sense her thoughts. She casually felt the dull pain in her mind and took a deep breath. She was ready. Sure enough, the dull pain didn't disappoint her. Very quickly, it exploded in her mind. Yes. Lin Xiao clenched her teeth and closed her eyes. She clenched her fists tightly. Her whole body tensed up. However, the tenacity of the vines was still as terrifying as before, and they tightly wrapped around her. It tightly wrapped around her, but it didn't make her move at all. The exploding pain in her mind became more and more intense. Lin Xiao clenched her teeth tightly. Her teeth were about to fall out. But she didn't open her mouth to cry out. Deep breath. Deep breath. At this moment, a message suddenly came into her mind. Lin Xiao subconsciously took a deep breath. Suddenly, she felt a large amount of energy rush into her nose and into her mind. But this energy didn't reduce the pain in her mind. Instead, it seemed to lead something to explode. Lin Xiao only felt that the original burning pain suddenly rose a few levels, turning into a kind of swelling, painful, hot and fierce feeling in his head. Lin Xiao felt that her head wasn't about to explode, but it was as if it was being stretched by something. She felt that her head was several times bigger. The painful feeling kept tormenting in her mind. Lin Xiao could barely stay awake. But she would rather pass out now. When she woke up, everything would be over. But just as her consciousness blurred, she was woken up by the great pain. Chapter 152. She repeated this process over and over again. She didn't know how much time had passed. Until she started to gradually become numb again. Suddenly, her body trembled and a scorching hot feeling rushed out from her brain. As a zombie, she had never been able to feel heat. But this time, the heat in her mind made her have a very, very hot feeling spread out. It was as if her brain had become an oven that was roasting her entire brain. Lin Xiao, who was about to become numb, was caught off guard. Her face suddenly twisted. She couldn't help but open her mouth and scream. Roar tilde 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 tilde. Her roar caused waves of ripples at the bottom of the water. After she screamed, her entire brain seemed to have exploded. The explosive pain caused Lin Xiao to immediately lose consciousness. She finally fainted. Although Lin Xiao's scream didn't reach the surface of the water, Junjun, who was standing on the shore and watching the space slowly expand, could strongly feel it. She turned her head to look at the water and found that there was a silent ripple on the surface of the lake. Junjun didn't know what Lin Xiao was doing in the water, but she felt that the lake was very dangerous. Only Lin Xiao dared to go down, but she didn't dare to. At this time, Lin Xiao, who had already fainted, was doing as she hoped. Slowly, the dark green energy in the lake quickly entered her body. Moreover, it was specifically entering her wounds. The wounds on her legs and arms had already healed. Other than the abnormal color of her skin and the stiffness of her muscles, she was no different from a normal person. A large amount of energy surged into her abdomen, then traveled through her entire body and finally gathered in her brain. The energy that flowed throughout her body quickly activated the dead cells in her body, and then injected energy into the new cells. However, the cell growth process was very slow, especially in the cavity under her abdomen. The external energy activated Lin Xiao's dead cells and quickly healed the scars on her face. Of course, there were also the 2 lumps of organs on her chest. At the bottom of the lake, under the roots of the vine. At the same time, a black light flashed. Every time it flashed, a wave of dark green energy surged out. However, most of the energy was transmitted from the vines into Lin Xiao's body, and finally gathered in her brain. No one knew what was going on. Of course, Lin Xiao, who was already unconscious, was even more clueless. The scar on her face was deteriorating bit by bit, and a new layer of flesh was growing under the scar, pushing out the old scar that was gradually hardening. A strange membrane also appeared in her abdomen, covering the entire wound on her abdomen. While Lin Xiao's body was being transformed by the energy, Qiu Lily stood by the lake and waited in boredom. But after waiting for a long time, Lin Xiao did not come out. She did not intend to leave first, so she continued to squat here and turn the tortoise. The 5 big turtles were already dizzy from her spinning, and they all shrank back into their shells. On the other side, Lin Feng and the others didn't take long to reach the hotel that had 40 to 50 floors. Without Lin Xiao's existence, the zombies in the restaurant all rushed out when they smelled the scent of humans. Howling, it pounced towards them. Since the 2 level 6 paranormals in the team couldn't make a move, then only the others could. 4 women, big and small, were protected in the middle. Among the 4 women, Cheng Wangshue's attack power was originally the strongest. But just now, her leg bone was broken by Yang Jianhua's ice blade, so now she was injured and unable to move. And Lin Wenwen's ability had no attack power, because she was the same as the current Lin Xiao, a space type. Before the apocalypse, she was just a university student, so she had no combat ability. After the apocalypse, she learned how to hold a gun, shoot, aim, and shoot under the pressure of the dangerous environment. In addition, her reaction speed had greatly improved, but she still had no combat ability. Needless to say, the other 2, one old and one young. They were all ordinary people. Lin Hao's ability's attack power was not strong, but his senses were very sharp. So in the end, except for Du Yuanxing and Long Qingying, the others all raised their guns. When they saw a zombie, they would explode its head. They also practiced very accurate shooting skills, fast, ruthless, and accurate. It couldn't be helped, in this post-apocalyptic world, these skills were all forced to learn by themselves. But the soldiers who had been protecting Lin Feng and the others along the way were real soldiers. Otherwise, they wouldn't have protected them all the way to Zhe province, and many of their brothers died along the way. But they didn't die in the mouths of zombies, but in the hands of Yang Jianhua's people. This hotel was in the bustling central area, so there were a lot of zombies around. There were zombies both inside and outside the building. With the appearance of living people, the zombies that usually only knew how to wander around were now like chickens that had been beaten, and excitedly gathered towards them. They all brandished their claws, wanting to pounce on Lin Feng and the others and eat a few mouthfuls of fresh meat. However, before they could even get within 10 meters of them, their heads had already been blown off by the spear. Du Yuanxing's hands flung out electricity, and a large area of those zombies was whipped. Then these zombies would tremble, and then they would stiffly stand on the spot and not move. It wasn't that they were dead, but that they had temporarily lost their reaction. Very soon, the electricity would disappear, and they would continue to move. Long Qingying still used the simple and crude method of gathering metal, turning it into a large number of small weapons such as steel awls and steel nails. Then with a flick, they all fiercely pierced the zombies' foreheads. Then she would retract them to control the next round of attacks. With Long Qingying and Du Yuanxing's large area attacks, the other movements into the hotel building became much more convenient. And they even had time to chat. Where did that zombie go? So long. Who knows, the hotel looks very big. Looking at the appearance of the hall, it seems like it hasn't been swept. Later, let's look for the freezer and other warehouses. See if there's any food that hasn't expired yet. Understood. Even if 5 years had passed, some places could still find food that had been preserved before the end of the world. Many canned food, dried food, etc. that had undergone special treatment and vacuum-sealed packaging, could be preserved for more than 5 years. Therefore, places like those big restaurants or star hotels, as well as those high-class clubs and so on, may also store sealed packaging of food. As for whether it had deteriorated or not, it depended on luck. If they encountered some freezer, under the situation of a power outage, it would still maintain a low temperature for a long time, plus the weather after the end of the world. Although it was hot during the day, It would also be very cold at night. As long as the sun didn't shine, the ice would not melt. Some sealed freezers would still retain a large amount of ice. Chapter 153. When everyone entered the restaurant, they discovered that the zombies in the building had not been cleared out. Apart from the messy facilities, there were still many things left behind. Only a large amount of dust had accumulated. This hotel is so big, yet no one came to collect supplies. Haicheng Base isn't too far from here. Did those people not discover this place? Or did they not find this place? Du Yuanxing asked strangely. Their current location was in a county town on the edge of the original Zhe province's Hangzhou city. In this county town, there was probably only one such high-rise hotel. The others probably wouldn't be built this high. Looking at the hotel's facilities, it could be seen that this place was decorated very luxuriously. Just the few crystal lights in the lobby would cost tens of thousands. The sofas, tables, and chairs in the lobby that were scratched by the zombies were all very high-quality goods. On this side, everyone was looking for a safe place to temporarily stay, clearing out the zombies in the corridor. Lin Xiao on the other side was currently undergoing a strange change. At this time, a black gas was emitting from her head, like a black fog that appeared when something was being burned. The black gas didn't spread in the water, but instead condensed along her head and slowly covered her entire face. The dark green energy seemed to be afraid of the black mist-like gas. After the black fog appeared, the dark green energy immediately retreated. At the same time, the vines that wrapped around Lin Xiao also quickly released her when the black gas came over. Very quickly, the black gas emitted from Lin Xiao's head completely wrapped around her head. But the black gas didn't stop and continued to pour out from her head. It slowly spread to her neck, chest, arms, abdomen, and other parts below. Not long after, it completely wrapped her into a black humanoid object. After the black gas completely wrapped around Lin Xiao, the vines all let go of Lin Xiao, and then all retracted downwards. But the black gas didn't stay on Lin Xiao's skin for long. In less than 3 minutes, it began to retreat towards her head, gradually exposing Lin Xiao's body from her feet up. After her feet and calves were exposed, they became different from before. The originally pale green skin with a faint black color, as well as the skin that grew out from behind the wounds, had all changed. It was a uniform white, just like a piece of white jade. Her skin was completely different from before, but Lin Xiao didn't know about this. The black mist continued to shrink above her head, revealing her thighs and body. Except for the large wound on his abdomen that was covered by a strange membrane, the rest of his body had recovered. However, his entire body had turned white, as if Lin Xiao was a huge piece of jade. Soaking in the water, his skin was still imprinted with waves of water ripples, which were imprinted from above. After sensing that the black fog had retreated, the vines that had shrunk back to the bottom wriggled up again. Then, it wrapped around Lin Xiao's body. When the black fog completely receded, Lu Tianyu's beautiful face was revealed. Her beautiful appearance had returned to normal. The original scars had all disappeared. Along with it, her hair disappeared. He wondered how Lin Xiao would react when he woke up and touched his bald head. This time, the vines did not wrap her up completely. Only a few of them reached out and wrapped around her delicate and flexible waist. Then, he used the tip of the vine's tail to poke her skin here and there, and then happily slid around her bare head. Lin Xiao didn't wake up, and when she woke up again, it was already the second day. When she opened her eyes, there was a pair of emerald green pupils in her black eyes. The black whites of her eyes made the green in her eyes even more dazzling. However, the green in her eyes quickly dimmed and then disappeared. Lin Xiao blinked and turned to look at her body. Only then did she realize that her body had changed. She could see her white skin, completely unharmed in front of her eyes. Other than the strange membrane on her stomach that she didn't know what was going on, everything else had become normal. It wasn't a normal zombie, but a normal human. There were a few vines wrapped around her waist, so that she wouldn't sink to the bottom or float up. Lin Xiao moved her hand, then touched the layer of membrane on her stomach with her hand. She found that she had touched it, but she didn't feel anything on her stomach. She pressed it in, and it directly sank in. It seemed that it would take a long time to repair this place, and it was already like this time. There was only a layer of membrane here, so when would her internal organs and intestines grow out? Suddenly, she thought of her face, and quickly raised her hands to touch her face. Her face was rough, as if the dead skin of a wound was still stuck on her skin. She rubbed her face, and sure enough, she touched the edge of the hard skin. Then, her hands immediately itched to tear off the skin. However, she didn't expect that the dead skin of the scars on her face was so easy to tear off, and a big piece came off with it. It was like peeling skin, tearing here and there. Lin Xiao, who was having fun tearing off, suddenly realized that it was all done. She touched her face, and it was a smooth piece. There was no more dead skin. However, as she touched, she felt that something was a little strange. Suddenly, she rubbed her palm on top of her head, and it turned out to be smooth and smooth. Lin Xiao was immediately dumbfounded. With a blank face, she touched her head for a long time, wondering if she had touched it wrong. Hey! Damn! Where's my hair? Although she didn't mind having short hair, it was fine to look like a man. But what was with this sudden cold feeling on her head? What's going on when he touched a big stewed egg? How the hell was she going to go out and meet people without hair? Even if her face was healed, bald head, after silently complaining a few times in her heart, Lin Xiao touched her head twice, and finally reluctantly accepted the fact that she had no hair on her head. Forget it, bald head it is. That's also very stylish. Heh. She sighed and looked down at the vine wrapped around her stomach. Speak. Where did my hair go? As if sensing Lin Xiao's resentment, the vine stretched out a branch and rubbed it on the softness of her chest. Her breasts grew out. Only then did Lin Xiao see that the two breasts on her chest were also bulging. And the height was not low, and the shape was not small either. There was a thick layer of dead skin on the surface. Lin Xiao, who was itching to touch it, immediately ignored the vine. She raised her hand to scratch the two white peaks on her chest. At this time, the vine quietly loosened the branch on her waist, and then silently retreated. By the time Lin Xiao reacted, she could no longer see the vine. There was still a large amount of dark green energy in the water, and it was many times denser than before. She looked around and touched the top of her head unwillingly. Then, she swam up to the surface of the lake, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 154. Junjun, who was guarding by the lake, held Tong Tong in her arms for a long time. Finally, she saw the movement under the lake calm down. Then she saw a figure come out of the water and swim towards the shore. When she saw a bald head come out of the water, Junjun thought she was wrong. As Lin Xiao swam closer and closer to the shore, Junjun was sure. That was a head. Looking at the beautiful and elegant face under the bald head, she slowly swam from the center of the lake to the shore with a gloomy expression. Junjun stared at the top of her head. Phut, what a smooth bald head. After seeing Lin Xiao's extremely gloomy expression, Junjun couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Lin Xiao glanced at her and found that Tong Tong in her arms had fallen asleep. Then she walked out of the water and revealed her smooth body. She walked to the shore, picked up the clothes she had taken off before, and quickly put them on. After laughing, Junjun turned around and continued to look at Lin Xiao. Even though she had changed her appearance, Lin Xiao's aura hadn't changed. No, the aura was still the same, but it had become much stronger. The sense of oppression she felt had risen to another level. Looking at Lin Xiao, she found that she had restored her appearance. Her facial features were very delicate and beautiful, and it happened to be an oval face. Coupled with the bald head, she looked like an egg no matter how she looked at it. Phut tilde as she looked at her, Junjun laughed again. Lin Xiao rolled her eyes at her. Didn't she know that she was very depressed now? How could she laugh? Perhaps Junjun's mood had affected Tong Tong in her arms. Tong Tong, who had been sleeping soundly just now, woke up. Rubbing her eyes with her hands, she looked around blankly. However, when she saw Lin Xiao, who had just put on her clothes, her bald head, she froze. Who was this? Why did this person have no hair? Where was his hair? Looking at Lin Xiao's current appearance, Tong Tong looked at her with a puzzled expression. After Lin Xiao put on her clothes, she touched her bald head uncomfortably. Then she paused and looked down at her chest. Well, okay. When she had no breasts, she wore a tank top directly. Just now, she put it on out of habit. But now, her breasts had grown, and they weren't small at all. This was especially true for the skin at the front and the 2 spots where the dead skin had just been peeled off to reveal the new skin. It was also the most sensitive time. Now that she had put on the vest, the front part of the shirt was propped up. And it was sticking to his skin. The moment she moved, the itchy feeling in her chest made her feel uncomfortable. Should she go find a bra to wear now? When Junjun saw Lin Xiao's dumbfounded expression as she lowered her head to stare at her chest, she immediately knew what was going on. Then he thought to himself in amusement, could it be that Lin Xiao still has feelings now? That's right, Lin Xiao now had all 5 senses. Although her eyes were still black, she could no longer see the monochromatic colors of black and white. Instead, it was a variety of colors that normal people could see. The feeling on his skin had also returned. Otherwise, how could the sensitive spot on his chest have made his whole body? His whole zombie body feel bad. But Lin Xiao hadn't noticed this yet. She still didn't know that all her senses had been revived. She only knew that she had to go to Qiu Lily's wardrobe to see if there were any bras that fit her chest size. But when she thought about Qiu Lily's undeveloped body, Lin Xiao felt that the hope of finding a bra in her wardrobe was a bit slim. And she had to find a hat to wear. Thinking about her image, Lin Xiao's mood darkened again. Would her hair grow back? It should be the president. Would she always be like this in the future? With a bald head? No way. Thinking of this possibility, Lin Xiao was dumbfounded again. Damn it. Her face was cured, but what was with this bald head? Why did she always feel that fate was always playing with her? Was this the rhythm of wanting to play her to the point of breaking? After being super depressed for a while, Lin Xiao quickly adjusted her state of mind and began to think angrily. At the same time, he wondered if he had offended some great deity in the heavens. That was why he was messing around. She turned around and walked to Qiu Lily's pile of property. She looked at the perky breasts and estimated them with her eyes. They were probably a D. She couldn't get used to them being so big all of a sudden. Junjun walked behind her with Tong Tong in her arms. Tong Tong's eyes were glued to the back of Lin Xiao's head. He wasn't afraid of Lin Xiao now, but he just felt that it was strange and novel. He really wanted to touch that head. As Lin Xiao walked, she suddenly turned around again. She stared at Junjun's chest and then turned her head back expressionlessly. She continued to walk to Qiu Lily's wardrobe. She estimated that Junjun's should only be a B size. Junjun, sure enough, Lin Xiao only found underwear in Qiu Lily's wardrobe. She had no underwear of her size at all. She looked at Junjun's and realized that she couldn't wear her size either. It seemed that she could only go out and look. She didn't know if there were any stocks left. Too big a chest was also a problem because she couldn't find suitable underwear to wear. Although she couldn't find any underwear to wear, she found a suitable hat. Lin Xiao found a thin scarf and wrapped it around his bald head. Then, he took a black baseball cap and put it on his head. She also put on her sunglasses. Okay. Now her image was that of a strange and suspicious character again. Enduring the strange feeling in her chest, Lin Xiao brought Junjun and Tong Tong out of the space. Qiu Lily immediately sensed them as soon as they came out. She waited for the whole night. In the end, she flipped the biggest turtle over and made it lie on the ground. She then sat on the back of the turtle. Of course, she asked her subordinates to bring a piece of cloth to pad the turtle's shell before sitting on it. When she saw Lin Xiao and the other 2 come out, she immediately stood up from the turtle. But just as she raised her leg to lean toward Lin Xiao, she suddenly paused. Then she looked at Lin Liang up and down, left and right in confusion. Lin Xiao had changed a lot, except for her aura. Her appearance had changed too, and her aura had become much stronger. This time, she sensed Lin Xiao's level, but she still couldn't sense Lin Xiao's strength. But why was she still at level 4? And she had just broken through to level 4. But she clearly sensed that Lin Qiao was giving her a stronger sense of danger this time, almost at the same level as her. Could it be that she had just activated her special ability? Then where did her space come from? Qiu Lily's big red eyes stared at Lin Qiao's head, which was suddenly wearing a scarf and hat. She slowly leaned over. Then she curiously circled around Lin Qiao a few times before looking at Junjun in confusion. What was going on? What happened to her? How did she become like this in just one night? Chapter 155. Lin Qiao also saw Qiu Lily's eyes. She had only seen the red energy in her eyes before. This time, she could see the original color. She realized that Qiu Lily's eyes were very beautiful. The whites of her eyes were red, but the eyes were black. Lin Qiao looked around. The familiar green grass and the familiar color of the soil. She looked at the lake and found that it was very dark. The lake water was dark green. She looked up at the sky, the blue sky that she hadn't seen for a long time. The morning sun was also colorful. Ah! Did you activate your supernatural ability? Qiu Lily suddenly asked. Hearing Qiu Lily's voice, Lin Qiao came back to her senses and looked at her. Junjun also looked at Lin Qiao strangely. Wasn't that space her supernatural ability? Lin Qiao opened her mouth and wanted to answer her with a roar. But as soon as she opened her mouth, she felt that her throat and tongue were a little strange. She raised her hand to pinch her throat in confusion, and then her eyes became a little uncertain. Qiu Lily and Junjun saw that her sudden movement of touching her neck was a little strange, and then they saw her expression. They looked at her in confusion. Lin Qiao moved her throat and then opened her mouth. Looking at the two of them, she said tentatively, I. She just said a few words, until she said the word I. She paused, and stared. She looked at Qiu Lily and Junjun in disbelief. At this time, Qiu Lily and Junjun also looked at her as if they had seen a ghost. Just now, did they hear it wrong? Lin Qiao's expression gradually turned from disbelief to surprise. She suddenly raised her hand and took her glasses down. Then she pointed at Qiu Lily with her hand that was holding the glasses and said, You. Then she turned to Junjun and said, She. Finally, she looked at Tong Tong, who was also looking at her curiously. Tong. Although the voice was a little rough, dry, and a little harsh. But it was undeniable that Lin Qiao could say the words you, me, her, Tong Tong correctly. Qiu Lily also opened her eyes wide and turned to look at Junjun with a somewhat dazed expression. She saw that Junjun also happened to turn her head to look at her with a dumbfounded expression. Both of their gazes confirmed to each other that they were not dreaming at this moment. Lin Qiao could actually speak. Even though Lin Qiao now looked like a human, they did not forget that she was still a zombie. But now, the zombies were talking. Lin Qiao slowly asked Qiu Lily, What special power? Qiu Lily opened her mouth, wanting to move her throat and tongue. But the sound that came out of her mouth was, your zombie ability. Then, when she realized that the sound she made didn't change, her little face immediately collapsed. Lin Qiao heard that she was talking about his zombie superpower. If it was a superpower, then it would be a miracle. He should first have energy. Although Lin Qiao didn't know why Qiu Lily suddenly asked her about the situation, she seemed to have sensed something after hearing these words. She closed her eyes, trying to feel if there was any energy in her body. Previously, she had always been able to sense other people's energy, but she had never been able to sense her own. But when she closed her eyes, she could still see everything in front of her even though she thought she couldn't see. Just like the three colors of black, gray and white that she saw before, it also seemed that she could see the outside world when she closed her eyes in the space. At this time, when she closed her eyes, she could still see the things in front of her. But there was no color. She could only see the shape and a few shades of black, gray and white. Of course, she also saw the color of the energy. Not only were Qiu Lily's eyes red, her whole body was filled with red and green energy. Looking at Junjun, apart from the dark virus in Junjun's body, there was no other energy. But in Tong Tong's small body, there was also a faint green color. Lin Qiao knew that it was the energy of the lake. At this time, a strange fluctuation in her mind attracted her attention. Lin Qiao forcibly blocked everything in front of her. Then she felt a wave of heat coming from her mind. It was warm and very comfortable. Lin Qiao wanted to get closer to this inexplicable heat to feel what it was. And as soon as she thought of it, the heat seemed to have been waiting to be summoned, like her consciousness rushing over. Then it slowly spread to the whole body. When Lin Qiao entered deep into her consciousness to feel the unfamiliar heat, her body's appearance had a very obvious change. Qiu Lili and Junjun, who were originally staying by her side, inexplicably felt their hearts jump. The instinct of zombies to sense danger made the two of them subconsciously retreat immediately. Just when the two retreated a few meters away, they saw a black fog suddenly appear on the surface of Lin Qiao's body. The black fog rolled on the surface of her body. But it didn't spread out as expected. Ah! Qiu Lili suddenly called out to Lin Qiao. Hearing Qiu Lili's call, Lin Qiao suddenly opened her eyes. A pair of green eyes flashed in the black fog, and then quickly disappeared. It wasn't that the eyes disappeared, but turned black. Coincidentally, the fog was black, so now only a pair of dark and shiny black eyes could be seen. As soon as Lin Qiao opened her eyes, she saw a black fog in front of her. She inexplicably raised her hands, and curiously waved them in the fog. She found that no matter how she waved, the fog wouldn't disperse. Arth, quickly put away your fog, it's poisonous. At this time, Qiu Lili called out to Lin Qiao again. As she spoke, she pulled Junjun further away from them. Junjun was surprised and curious to see the strange black fog on Lin Qiao's body, when she heard Qiu Lili say that Lin Qiao's black fog was poisonous. She was so scared that she immediately ran a few steps back with Tong Tong in her arms. At this time, Lin Qiao was thinking of gathering all the fog on her body into her hands, and just happened to hear Qiu Lili's words. Poison? She asked in a dry voice. Thinking about whether controlling the black fog was the same as when she first used the space, Lin Sanju thought to the black fog in her mind, collect. Then she raised her palm, hinting for the black fog to be collected into her hand. Then, as expected, the rolling black fog gathered into her palm, and very quickly, all of it drilled into her palm and disappeared. She looked at Qiu Lili and Junjun, and saw that the two were staring at her with vigilance. Feeling strange, she asked, "You are afraid? You are all zombies. Why are you afraid of the poisonous fog?" Junjun didn't say anything, and just nodded. Then she looked at Tong Tong in her arms. Seeing Tong Tong, Lin Qiao immediately understood what she meant. It turned out that she was afraid that Tong Tong would be hurt by her fog. Qiu Lili watched her collect the black fog, and then slowly came over. Tilde, your fog makes me feel very dangerous. Lin Qiao also looked at her in surprise. She was already at such a high level. Why would she be afraid of my poisonous fog? Chapter 156. Thinking of poisonous fog, did it mean that it was poisonous? Lin Qiao thought about it. In order to test the fog that she had just produced, she immediately ran to the other side. And stretched out her hand. Facing a small blade of grass with her palm facing down, she concentrated and silently chanted in her heart. Come out of my hand. Come out of my hand. Then, he felt a wave of heat in his mind, spreading from his stomach to his shoulders, from his shoulders to his arms, and then down. Then she saw a black gas coming out of her palm. Black qi gushed out from her palm, and then slowly stained the grass below. The next scene made everyone's heart cold. They saw that when the black gas touched the grass, it didn't just contaminate it with poison, but it directly melted. Soon, the black gas was like the mouth of a herbivore, as if it ate the grass in one bite. Looking at the small piece of grass that was quickly digested by the black gas, Lin Qiao was also shocked. She didn't think that the black gas's effect was actually to devour. She took back the black gas, and then squatted down to look at the grass that was originally the same height, suddenly dented as if it was bitten by a cow. But the disappearance of the grass didn't stop because Lin Qiao took back the black gas. Instead, these blades of grass kept disappearing downwards, and then the leaves that were not touched by the black mist before also turned into a blackish-green color. Then, these leaves began to rot and melt at an extremely fast speed before disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. And the range of this kind of rot was constantly spreading on this piece of grass. But slowly, the more it spread out, the slower the speed of the spread. It was estimated that after a certain distance, it would stop. She looked at the area that she used the black gas to stain less than a square meter, and now it had spread to a few square meters. Lin Qiao was still squatting in the same place. The poison seemed to have no effect on her. But to the shoes under her feet. Feeling the strangeness of the soles, Lin Qiao quickly stood up and retreated. She didn't expect that her real ability was this kind of black gas. Then what level was she at now? Could it be that space wasn't one of her abilities? Or could it be that she had two types of abilities? But she heard that level 5 zombies could control the actions of ordinary zombies. She couldn't do it before. He didn't know if it would work now. He looked up at the weather. It was already morning. How many days had passed? Was it the second day or the third? She suddenly turned her head and asked Qiu Lily, "I go in Iraha." As she spoke, she felt an itch in her throat. She cleared her throat. Only then did he continue to ask, "How many days have you been gone?" "1 night." Qiu Lily blinked her eyes. He replied. Lin Qiao turned his head and looked at the few big turtles that were no longer moving. He didn't know if they were dizzy from Qiu Lily's play. He was still so scared that he hid in his shell, not daring to come out. Suddenly, he remembered that there was another one left in his space. He didn't know if it had turned over yet. Thinking of this, Lin Qiao suddenly flashed into the space. However, as soon as he entered, he felt that something was amiss. How could it be so big? Looking at the space in front of him that was suddenly 3 times larger than the original space, the lawn was still the original lawn. The strawberries and vegetables she planted were still the same. Qiu Lily's pile of furniture and daily necessities on the other side were still the same. When she first came out of the lake, she was only thinking about her bald head and chest, so she didn't notice the strangeness in the space. Now that she looked, there was suddenly an extra forest behind the lawn. Looking at the position of the small space, it actually moved backwards. How could the small space move backwards? Where did those trees come from? Turning his head to look at the lake, Lin Qiao took a cup to the lakeside and drank a cup of water. After saying a few words just now, her throat was a little unbearably itchy. The cool lake water, with that familiar energy, washed her throat. The dry and itchy feeling immediately lessened a lot. After drinking 3 cups of water in a row, she took the cup to the table and put it down. Then she turned around and walked to where the turtle was. Although she didn't know if it was because of the energy core of the vine that she brought in. If that was really the case, then the vine in the middle of the lake should be something similar to the heart or the soul of this space. Walking over, she saw that the big turtle was still in the same place. The turtle shell was upside down. Its limbs and head were all shrunk in the shell. It seemed that she couldn't turn it over. Seeing that the turtle didn't run around, Lin Qiao was relieved. But smelling the smell of the turtle, she felt very hungry again. Could it be that when she repaired her body last night, she consumed too much energy? So she ate a big one yesterday, and now she was hungry again so quickly today. But Lin Qiao didn't plan to eat now. Looking at the turtle at her feet, she thought for a moment and flashed out of the space again. After coming out, she walked to the side of the few turtles and touched them one by one into the space. Then she went back into the space and turned them upside down. She put them together. Then she changed a pair of shoes and went out again. She said to the 2 turtles, "We go find them." Although she could speak, she could only slowly say 1 word at a time. Because her throat wasn't very used to it. If she spoke faster, she couldn't make a sound. But this was already very good. Compared to yelling before, at least she could speak slowly now and didn't need to write. Or to put it briefly, Qiu Lily, who was standing next to the corroded grass and looking curiously, immediately turned around when she heard Lin Qiao say that she was going to leave. Wearing her glasses, Lin Qiao sniffed in the direction she came from. After confirming the direction of Lin Feng and the others, she slowly walked out of the forest with Junjun. Cho Lily's figure flashed easily and directly flew to the top of the tree. Then she stepped on the leaves and jumped out. Then, he disappeared. Lin Xiao walked back to the path she came from and suddenly waved her claws forward with force. Puff, puff, puff. In the direction she waved, the branches and vines were immediately cut off. It revealed a passageway that people could pass through. With these claws, she didn't even need to use a chopper. After a while, they walked out of the park. Cho Lily was already standing on a tree next to them, waiting bored. Seeing Lin Xiao and Junjun come out, she immediately jumped down and leaned toward them. Without the scar on her face, Lin Xiao, who was wearing sunglasses, looked no different from a normal person. Only Cho Lily and Junjun still had the characteristics of zombies. But there was no one in the town at this time, except for Lin Feng's team. Only young Jianhua, who had escaped. Lin Xiao thought that if she encountered a level 6 superpower, she should be able to fight hard. Chapter 157. Just as the three of them were about to walk towards the hotel, Lin Xiao and Cho Lily suddenly stopped at the same time. Seeing the two of them stop at the same time, Junjun looked at them strangely. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed under her sunglasses. She reached out and grabbed Cho Lily, who was about to rush out. Then she pushed her to Junjun's side. "I go. You, watch her," she said a few words briefly. But Cho Lily also understood what she meant. Lin Xiao wanted her to go and deal with the high-level zombie that suddenly appeared. She wanted her to protect Junjun and Tong Tong from behind. Although it was to protect Junjun, it was mainly to protect Tong Tong. The two of them stopped at the same time because they suddenly felt that there was a level 5 zombie in the distance, heading towards Lin Feng's direction. Cho Lily wanted to move because she wanted to play with the high-level zombie. It would be good if she could kill it and dig out its zombie core. But when Lin Xiao suddenly pulled her, she stopped. Although she was a little unhappy that Lin Xiao wanted her to stay, she had to agree when she heard that Lin Xiao wanted to protect Junjun and Tong Tong. Although Cho Lily was very strong, she was very obedient to Lin Xiao. She would do whatever Lin Xiao told her to do. Anyway, she was not interested in those level 4 or 5 zombie cores. Lin Xiao didn't let them stay here, but pointed to the direction of the hotel and said, "You, go." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure flashed, and she disappeared. On the other side, the people who stayed in the hotel for a night didn't see Lin Xiao and the others come back. When they came in, they temporarily cleaned up a few rooms that were connected together. After cleaning up the zombies on that floor, they went into the room and put Yuan Tianxing on a dusty bed. Lin Wenwen and the other women stayed in the room, while Lin Hao and Du Yuanxing took people to search the various warehouses of the hotel. Lin Feng also stayed in the room to rest. He stood by the window and watched the movement outside. I don't know if Li Zhang and the others have successfully arrived at Haicheng Base, although their skills and abilities are not weak. The road is so far and the road is full of danger. If we don't meet a level 5 zombie, it'll be fine, but if we do, it'll be troublesome. Mother Lin picked up a piece of cloth and shook it. It was a towel. As he spoke, he shook off the dust on the towel. Lin Feng replied expressionlessly, "Their abilities are quite good at avoiding danger, so there shouldn't be any problems. If they encountered danger, they wouldn't be completely annihilated. Someone would definitely be able to reach Sea City Base safely. What I'm worried about is Sea City's attitude. Although our Qiao had made a deal with them before, our Qiao was now in trouble. I don't know if they will still accept us." Without a level 7 powerhouse to hold down the fort, there was no longer the material conditions that had been agreed upon previously. Although they could join Sea City Base, if they asked Sea City Base to provide manpower for the construction of the base, they would not be able to do so. Sea City Base probably wouldn't make a move against the Netherworld King's base and the ordinary people who were controlled by the Earth Dragon base. Since the Netherworld King's base was so far away, they would need to send a large number of ability users and manpower. In this way, the combat power of the original base would be greatly reduced. More importantly, there was no benefit in doing so. Mother Lin sighed and said, "Without our Qiao, even if we want to build a base, it will be too difficult. And even if we build it, it will be even more difficult to defend it. Lin Feng nodded. The strongest person here was Yuan Tianxing, a peak level 6 ability user, while Lin Feng had just reached level 6 not long ago. His strength was still much weaker than Yuan Tianxing. Otherwise, he would not have been seriously injured by Yang Jianhua. Yang Jianhua was also a peak level 6 ability user, about to enter level 7. If Long Yubai found a way to help him, it would not be long before he broke through to level 7. At that time, they would be even less of a match for Yang Jianhua. Right now, they could only think of protecting themselves. As for the old residents of the Netherworld King's base, they could only think of a way to go back and save them in the future. When Long Yubai brought people to attack the Netherworld King's base, there were naturally heavy casualties. Although the number of people the enemy brought was not many, they were all ability users. Therefore, under a strong attack, it was normal for the Netherworld King's base to be breached. Moreover, the overall strength of the Netherworld King's base was originally only slightly stronger than the Earth Dragon base. That was, there were more level 5 ability users than the Earth Dragon base. The leader was only a level 7 ability user and 2 level 6 ability users as his deputy leader. However, as the leader of the Netherworld King's base, Netherflame did not know the strength of the enemy because of Yang Jianhua's plot and the fake news he sent. Therefore, the Netherworld King's base that had lost 2 level 6 ability users at the start of the battle was easily breached by the Earth Dragon base. The leader was forced to the cliff and self-destructed, and more than half of the level 4 and 5 ability users in the base were killed or injured. The rest were either captured or escaped from the base. As for the ordinary people, they were all controlled. If you want to surrender, of course, you can. As long as you produce proof, or help to deal with the escaped subordinates of Netherflame. Of course, all the resources in the base fell into Long Yubai's hands. As for Yang Jianhua saying that he would take over the Netherworld King's base, he might not be the owner. Mother Lin's words caused the faces of the others in the room to turn gloomy. Lin Feng said with a sullen face, "If only our Qiao was not dead." They had fewer people now, of course, they did not have enough people to build a base. However, they would not be able to borrow people from Sea City base. As for joining Sea City base, they were not willing. Sea City was a large base, and its population was several times larger than the Netherworld King's base. Moreover, there was not only one leader in Sea City, but 3. There were also as many as 7 deputy leaders, and there were countless level 4 and 5 arcanists below them. If they went in, they might be able to gain some status because of Yuan Tianxing and Lin Feng, the 2 level 6 arcanists. However, that was someone else's base, not their own. Lin Feng was a level 5 ability user not long ago, but he suddenly broke through to level 6 during a battle. That was why he was able to escape so far away from Zhe province with the others. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Yang Jianhua, or captured by Yang Jianhua. Just as everyone in the room was feeling depressed, a soldier suddenly ran in. In fact, this small group of soldiers were soldiers from the Special Forces. Their individual combat ability and reaction speed were very strong. Otherwise, they would not have followed Lin Feng and the others all the way here. This young soldier called Xingla ran up, knocked on the door, and directly pushed it open. With a happy expression, he reported to Lin Feng, reporting, "Captain, we found a solar energy storage device in this hotel." Chapter 158. Solar energy storage equipment was very important in the post-apocalyptic world. In this post-apocalyptic world where there was no power or water supply, solar energy could be found to generate electricity. It was equivalent to being able to start all kinds of electrical appliances. So the solar energy equipment in the major bases was very valuable. If the corpse hunting squad that went out could find such equipment and return it to the base, they would be treated very well. Of course, they could also use it themselves. Hearing that Xingla found solar energy, the eyes of the people in the room lit up. Lin Feng immediately stood up from the chair and asked Xingla in surprise, "Can it be started?" Xingla replied, "The captains are studying it." Lin Feng asked again, "Have you found the freezer and the ice storage?" Xingla shook his head and said, "Not yet. Hearing that, the others were a little disappointed. They were now short of food. Although there was food in Lin Wenwen's space. But for the past month, they had been running away from Yang Jianhua while running towards Shanghai. However, they had already used up most of their food in the past month. Now, they only had a small amount of food left. Now, the remaining food was not enough for them to eat for half a month. So in addition to rushing to High City as soon as possible, they had to find some food to fill their stomachs. But 90% of the plants outside had been infected, so they didn't dare to eat those things. So their goal was to find the preserved or dried products left in the storage, as well as the chilled products in the freezer. Lin Feng said, "Ask Lin Hao and Du Yuanxing to look carefully. Such a big hotel has installed solar energy storage equipment. It's impossible that there is no freezer." "Yes." Xingla quickly replied. Lin Feng said, "Go." Xingla closed the door and left. After searching for a long time, Lin Hao finally found the freezer where the hotel stored frozen, preserved, and dried products. But the problem was that they couldn't open the door of the freezer. Because the electrical equipment in the freezer was still working, and the power hadn't been cut off because of the arrival of the apocalypse. But in order to prevent a sudden power outage or malfunction, the person in charge of the hotel directly connected the power in the freezer to the solar equipment. And they also installed a power storage device to store more electricity. Even if there was a power outage on a rainy day, it could be turned on in case of an emergency. But in the case of electricity, the locks in the freezer were all encrypted. The people here didn't know how to pick the lock, so they could only wait anxiously outside the warehouse. In the end, Du Yuanxing suddenly thought of Long Qingying. That guy was a metal type. Moreover, the door of the freezer was also made of synthetic metal. There must be a way to get her here. As expected, he found Long Qingying. He just put his hand on the door, and the alloy door, which was originally 5 centimeters thick, suddenly opened. He immediately went limp. Looking at the door that was easily opened, the men were silent. As soon as the door opened, a gust of extremely cold air and white mist rushed out. Immediately, the people outside the door shivered. He walked in and saw that it was very large, at least 100 square meters. There were several freezers and piles of ice cubes neatly arranged inside. As soon as they saw the pile of boxes used for chilled fish and the half of pork hanging on the side, they were stunned. Everyone laughed until they were dumbfounded. It was obvious that no one had come in for a long time. A lot of the stock inside hadn't been touched. Other than the cabinets that hadn't been opened to see what was inside, there were 2 horizontal steel pipes at the innermost part of the freezer. There were more than 10 half of pork hanging on the steel pipes. It was equivalent to them finding 7 or 8 pigs here. And they were in a state of constant freezing. In the middle of the room, there were many boxes used to store fish. The fish in the boxes were separated by layers of small ice cubes. There were more than 10 boxes of such fish, and the fish inside were all of different species. Although many hotels would install fish tanks outside, the fish that were fished out in front of the guests might not necessarily be the same as the original one when it was brought back to the kitchen. They opened the freezer and looked at the various types of beef, steak, chicken, duck, etc. Du Yuanxing couldn't help but open his mouth wide, his eyes shining as he looked at the meat. Wow! This meat is enough for us to eat for a long time. Long Qingying just glanced at it indifferently, then turned and said, "Didn't you find the rice?" Lin Hao replied, "I found it. It's in the warehouse over there. The rice from this hotel is very well packed, and the rice hasn't gone bad. It's edible." They didn't think that they would be able to find so much food in this hotel building. And there was a solar power installation here, so they could directly go to the kitchen to cook. Although there was no water, they could move the ice cubes out of the freezer and melt it. Wouldn't there be water then? Should we thank the zombie that let us come here? If it wasn't for him, we probably wouldn't have come here. Maybe he went to another place. Yes. Is it because this place is too remote? The people from the base in Haicheng haven't searched here yet? Maybe. But I didn't think that there would be such a high-class hotel in this not very prosperous county. Did we make a profit? Definitely. The meat in this freezer didn't go bad. The rice is also very well preserved. But after they used the hotel's kitchen utensils to cook a meal, the two zombies didn't come back. Until the next day, when Lin Xiao came out of the space. But as soon as she came out, before she could go back to see how Lin Feng and the others were doing, she found that something was coming here. Although the zombie was a little far away, Lin Xiao didn't want it to get close to the hotel where Lin Feng and the others were. So she stealthily flew in that direction for a kilometer. He saw an extremely fast figure leaping over from the top of a row of low buildings. Every high-level zombie had its own territory, although Lin Feng and the others weren't in this zombie's territory. But because of the close distance, this zombie seemed to have smelled the human scent here. So it rushed over early in the morning. Unexpectedly, the closer it got to the food, the more it was stopped. Lin Xiao guarded the path that the zombie was going to pass through. She measured the zombie's speed and route. Looking at the appearance of this young man in his 20s, but the zombie leader's face had become ferocious and deformed. She didn't feel the feeling of being suppressed from the other party. She found a place on the top of two buildings, one tall and one short, and it just so happened that the zombie was going to jump from the higher building. So Lin Xiao squatted under the lower building, quietly waiting for the other party to come. Just when the zombie leader was about to jump over Lin Xiao's head, Lin Xiao suddenly appeared from the space. Then with a kick of both legs, she jumped up. Both of her claws slashed at the zombie that had already jumped in the air. Chapter 159. The level 5 zombie leader never thought that there would be a sneak attack here. He didn't react for a moment, but his perception of danger was still very sharp. When Lin Xiao suddenly jumped up, it immediately noticed it. However, Lin Xiao's speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he had leaped to its side. It also waved its claws at it. At this time, the zombie leader tried to twist its body in mid-air to avoid Lin Xiao's sudden attack. But it was too late. Moreover, Lin Xiao's claws were no longer just 2 meters away from him. Ever since she came out this morning, it wasn't just her appearance that had changed. It bent its knees and squatted on the ground with its paws on the ground. He gritted his teeth and glared with his pitch-black eyes. He fiercely stared at Lin Xiao as if he was about to rush up and bite her. Where did this fellow come from? Why didn't it know that there was another one of its kind around the same level as it? After seeing Lin Xiao appear, the level 5 zombie stared at her vigilantly. At the same time, he was also secretly puzzled. However, the intelligence of a level 5 zombie was not high. It could not understand why Lin Xiao would suddenly appear here. According to its previous observation, there were no high-level zombies here. The level 5 zombie just stared at Lin Xiao and didn't even care about the wounds on its legs caused by Lin Xiao's claw. It didn't know pain anyway. Lin Xiao landed on the roof of a nearby building and stared at the zombie from 7 to 8 meters away. Her sunglasses had already been put into the space, and a pair of dark eyes were quietly staring at the level 5 zombie under the brim of the hat. She didn't expect that she wouldn't need to be afraid of level 5 zombies anymore. She thought back to half a month ago in High City. Being chased by the Ice-type zombie leader, she didn't dare to go out of the space at that time. Only half a month had passed, and the situation had reversed. I don't know what ability this one has now, but judging from its reaction just now, I'm pretty sure it's an ability. It didn't seem like much. Otherwise, even if it was a sneak attack, it wouldn't have been so easy to get hit by her claws. The zombie leader on the other side did not immediately attack. It was very strange. Just a moment ago, he felt that the zombie that had suddenly appeared was about the same level as him, but now it was one level lower than him. It had become a normal level 4 ability zombie. However, Lin Xiao's aura gave it a particularly dangerous feeling. His level was clearly not as high as his, so why did he feel danger? The zombie leader stared at Lin Xiao blankly and thought about it. His expression wasn't as ferocious as before. Instead, he looked a little dazed. However, Lin Xiao would not be merciful just because of its blank expression. This zombie was too vicious. His entire body reeked of the stench of blood. Lin Xiao could tell that the smell of blood was mixed with the blood of other low-level zombies and humans. So, this zombie often ate people. Moreover, Judging from the thick blood energy on his body, he had probably eaten human flesh not long ago. The zombie leader thought about it, but couldn't think of a reason. His expression changed, and he fiercely roared at Lin Qiao with his vertical eyes. The roar carried a strong sense of expulsion and threat. It actually wanted to expel her. Lin Qiao looked at this zombie amusedly. It actually thought that it was so simple. Did it think that if it roared at her to expel her, she would really leave? In the next second, Lin Qiao disappeared. She still didn't know this zombie's ability, so she could only test its strength first. Then she would seriously kill it. Lin Qiao, who was invisible, quietly jumped to the back of the zombies, without a sound. Seeing Lin Qiao suddenly disappear in front of him, the zombie leader was dumbfounded again. Roar! It opened its black eyes wide and immediately looked left and right, up and down, but it didn't see Lin Qiao's figure. But it didn't know that a killing intent had quietly appeared behind it. A transparent figure flashed behind it, and a figure with a claw slashed at the back of the zombie leader's head. The zombie leader instinctively felt the back of its head. It was shocked. It wanted to avoid it, but it was too late. It could only use its ability to quickly block it. Clang tilde tilde, a light sound of metal rubbing against each other. Lin Qiao saw the back of the zombie's head, neck, and back. It was all covered with a layer of metal. Her attack didn't cause any damage to the back of the zombie's head. Only a few white marks were left on the layer of metal. Seeing that her attack had no effect, she hurriedly leaped backwards and retreated. Lin Qiao wasn't too disappointed. Instead, she stared at the zombie. It turned out to be a metal-type zombie. Wasn't it the same as Long Qingying? The zombie leader quickly turned back, arched its back, and roared at Lin Qiao with a murderous look in its eyes. Roar tilde tilde. Lin Qiao didn't need to listen to the sound to feel the other party's anger. It was angry. The zombie leader was really angry this time. After it roared at Lin Qiao, it immediately jumped and rushed towards her. Its speed was fast and urgent. When Lin Qiao saw it rushing towards her, she didn't flash into the space. Instead, he quickly raised a claw and waved it at the zombies that had already pounced on him from above. Then she stepped back and turned around. Lin Qiao turned around and skillfully dodged the zombie leader's iron claw. The zombie leader's claws had grown very long, at least 20 centimeters. And the claws didn't bend. Instead, they were 5 straight, as thick as 5 fingers and as sharp as a steel blade. Puff tilde tilde. After Lin Qiao dodged, the zombie leader directly fell to the ground. The steel claws cut a few deep marks on the ground where she was standing just now. The sound was as easy as cutting tofu. Cutting iron like mud. After it missed its attack, it immediately turned around and pointed its 10 long claws at Lin Qiao. It bared its teeth and roared at her like a beast. Roar tilde tilde. Lin Qiao raised her eyebrows because the other party's voice was very angry and dissatisfied with her sneak attack. It had a provocative feeling of, if you have the guts to fight me face to face. It dared to provoke her. Lin Qiao stretched out her claws and moved her fingers. Face to face. Fine, I'll let you have your wish before you die. Lin Qiao sneered at the zombie leader opposite her. Roar tilde tilde. The zombie leader seemed to feel Lin Qiao's intention and roared at her. Its originally arched back was now even more pressed down. Its eyes were fixed on Lin Qiao, as if it was ready to rush out and cut off Lin Qiao's head with its claws. Lin Qiao did the same. She moved her legs slightly, one in front and one behind, a meter apart. Both claws were raised to the side, one inside and one outside, ready to attack. Chapter 160. Seeing that Lin Qiao was about to attack, the zombie leader suddenly kicked with both of its legs. It rushed towards her like a flash of lightning. Ding! Kaye! Lin Qiao stared at the zombie leader's movements and posture. When the zombie leader's claws came flying towards him, Lin Qiao's expression changed. When the zombie leader's claws were about to reach her, she suddenly lowered her body and raised her claws. She quickly and accurately blocked the steel claws that were about to grab her head. Although her claws did not turn into steel claws like the zombie leader's, they were harder than steel claws. After Lin Qiao accurately blocked the zombie leader's claws, She immediately kicked with her legs and twisted her waist. She twisted the zombie leader's body to the side while holding the zombie leader's hands with both hands. When the zombie leader was flipped to the side, Lin Xiao also kicked out at the zombie leader's stomach. Puff, bang, the zombie leader was directly kicked to the wall by Lin Xiao and then fell down. After Lin Xiao kicked it away, he immediately leaped and quickly chased after it. When the zombie leader hit the wall and fell down, Lin Xiao's figure had already rushed over. She raised her claws and vigorously waved them at it. The claw landed solidly on the zombie's body. Puff, the zombie leader, didn't even have time to use the metal to cover its body before it was hit by Lin Xiao's claw wind. When it reacted, there were already a few deep claw marks on its body. Lin Xiao's claw wind cut it like a few sharp swords. When it cut the zombie leader's body, it was a smooth cut. Therefore, when the zombie leader fell to the ground and stood up again, the zombie leader's eyes widened. There were a few more smooth cuts on its body. Thick black blood flowed out of the wound, and a lot of blood also flowed out from the wound that Lin Xiao first cut on its leg. Ah! Roar! The zombie leader staggered from the ground and groaned a few times. It looked at the wound on its body and then saw a layer of metal condense on the wound. It quickly blocked its wound and the black blood that flowed out. It could be seen that Lin Xiao's attack had worked. Because its reaction speed wasn't as fast as Lin Xiao, it was easily hit by Lin Xiao's attack. After the zombie leader got up, it immediately got down on all fours. He raised his head and stared at Lin Xiao, who was descending from above. At this moment, even the leader of the zombies with low IQ was a little confused. How could this zombie of the same species, whose level was obviously lower than itself, be so strong? How could his attacks be so powerful? His attacks were completely useless against his opponent. Instead, his opponent's attacks landed on his body several times. He couldn't even dodge it. After being continuously suppressed by Lin Xiao's attacks, the zombie leader became irritated. He roared fiercely at Lin Xiao. Roar, 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 aoo. Lin Xiao just looked at it quietly. Suddenly, Lin Xiao's expression changed and he turned his face to the other side. He stared in that direction and tried to sense it with hesitation. At this time, seeing that Lin Xiao was distracted, the zombie leader's figure flashed and instantly rushed towards her. As soon as it moved, Lin Xiao reacted. He immediately turned around and quickly took a step back. When the opponent was only 1 meter away from him, he suddenly turned around and lifted his leg to deliver a spinning kick. Once again, he cleanly kicked the side of the waist and saw the opponent fly to the side. On the other side, in the direction that Lin Xiao was distracted just now, there were several figures chasing one after another on the roof of a factory in an industrial area about a few kilometers away. There was only one person in front, but there were 3 behind. From their movements, it seemed that they were all metahumans. Beside these people, there were 2 cars closely following them on the road. The people in the first car were all leisurely looking at the situation on the roof in front of them while talking. How is this kid so agile? Who knows, but his whole body is injured to this extent. He actually has such tenacious vitality and can still keep jumping on the roof. That's amazing. PH, so what if he's amazing? I think he can't hold on for much longer. That's true. But boss and the others are too slow. Is this fun? Ha ha ha. Don't you know our boss? He's just bored along the way. It's really boring. 3 rank 5 metahumans. How can they chase after a rank 4 metahuman for so long? They've been running for so long. It's time to get serious. You guys yell at them and quickly get rid of that kid. We're almost at the center of the county. I heard that there's a rank 5 zombie leader here. Tell them to save some strength to deal with it. I'll do it. Hey, boss. Stop playing around and quickly get rid of that kid. We're almost there. A head popped out of the first car and shouted at the people on the roof. Soon, a response came from above, okay. At this time, the man who was running at the front on the roof had a tough face. He was in his 20s, but he wasn't old. The clothes on his body were already tattered from the attacks and were stained with a large amount of dark red blood. He was in a mess and his movements weren't very agile. But he was still running forward with all his might. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more and we'll be there. Xiedong gritted his teeth and kept reminding himself in his heart. His feet didn't stop at all as he rushed forward. At this time, one of the three people behind shouted at Xiedong, "Don't run. You can't get away." Saying that, he suddenly increased his speed and turned into a shadow. He jumped a few meters above Xiedong's head and somersaulted on top of his head. Then, he quickly landed in front of Xiedong, one step ahead of him. Someone landed in front of him and blocked his way. Xiedong didn't stop immediately. Instead, he charged straight at the man. He swung his hands and flames quickly appeared on his hands. Before he reached the man, he threw the flames in his hands at the man in front of him. However, the man just stood there calmly and casually raised his hand. A hurricane rose from the ground. In an instant, the flame that Xiedong threw was blown to the side. "You want to get rid of me with this small flame? You really dare to make a move?" The man in front of him sneered disdainfully. At this time, Xiedong was about 3 meters in front of the man. But before he could go further, the man suddenly waved his hand again. A gust of wind immediately swept him back. On the other side, Lin Xiao was attacking the zombie leader while looking at Xiedong's direction absent-mindedly. Why was one of these auras so familiar? Could it be that she was wrong? Or did that kid really come here? Moreover, the meta-humans were unfamiliar to him. Their auras were very strong. But that person's aura was very weak and unstable. What's going on? Chapter 161. Lin Xiao, who was attracted by the situation over there, wasn't in the mood to deal with the level 5 zombie in front of her. Maybe it felt that Lin Xiao didn't care. The zombie leader felt like it was being looked down upon. It roared at her with dissatisfaction again. Lin Xiao turned around and looked at the zombie leader who was staring at her with cold eyes and murderous intent. She sneered in her heart. "Since you want to die early, then I'll fulfill your wish." Thinking of this, she roared at the zombie leader with her teeth. After roaring, she immediately rushed towards the zombie leader. Hearing Lin Xiao's roar with contempt, the zombie leader's anger rose again. When it saw Lin Xiao pouncing towards it, it immediately rushed towards Lin Xiao without thinking. Then Lin Xiao rushed in front of the zombie leader and raised its claws to fight it. Suddenly, it made a feint and moved to the side. The zombie leader didn't expect that Lin Xiao, who wanted to fight it head-on, would suddenly move to the side. Its claws missed, and it leaned forward with the inertia of its body. It happened to pass by Lin Xiao. At this time, the zombie leader instinctively felt that it was in mortal danger. But it was too late to retreat. Lin Xiao saw the opportunity and slashed at it with her claws. The zombie leader thought that it had already suffered a few claws from Lin Xiao before. This time, it wouldn't be a big deal, but what was the fear of danger in its heart? Then when Lin Xiao's claws came out, it brought out a thick black fog. The black fog followed the wind from Lin Xiao's claws and cut the zombie leader's body. When the zombie leader was hit, it immediately dodged to the side. It stared at Lin Xiao, revealing its teeth. It made a strange hoo-hoo-hoo sound in its throat. It was like a cat yawning at its enemy when it was angry. But the zombie leader soon felt that something was wrong with its body. It quickly looked down. Then it found that there was an empty space on its waist. That's right, there was an empty space. Before it could react, there was another pa-da sound and its arm fell to the ground. At this moment, it suddenly felt a slight sound of something tearing through the air behind its head. Then, it felt something slash across its neck. Then, its neck loosened, and it lost all feeling in its body. Lin Xiao stood behind the zombie leader and cut off its neck with one slash. Before its head could fall off, another claw sliced open its skull. Crack! He quickly pried open the skull and dug out the yellow corpse core. Lin Xiao immediately turned around and flew towards Xiedong without hesitation. At that moment, Xiedong was sent flying into the wall next to him with a kick. Bang! His body slid down the wall, and the blood on his body left a few large black and red marks on the wall. I've always wanted to ask you, why is the blood on your body black and red? Is different from normal. The other 3 men stood in front of Xiedong. One of them stepped on him and asked curiously with his arms crossed over his chest. Cut the crap. Don't you know he's a mute? Did you hear him make a sound all the way? You, hurry up and hand over the corpse core. You want to take a level 4 corpse core all by yourself? Stop dreaming. Another man frowned and said. Xiedong raised his hand and grabbed the foot of the man who stepped on his chest. His eyes stared fiercely at the eyes of the 3 men above him, and he grinned silently with his bloody teeth. Even if he was being stepped on by these people, he wouldn't show any signs of weakness to them. Moreover, that person was about to arrive. Hold on for a while more. These 3 men still didn't know that there was an enemy rushing towards them. Seeing Xiedong's insolent smile, they couldn't help but laugh. How could he still laugh? How can you still laugh? Looks like you want to die early. Then I'll fulfill your wish. The man who was stepping on Xiedong's chest, but his foot was grabbed tightly by Xiedong, was about to withdraw his foot. But before he could withdraw his foot, Xiedong suddenly raised his head. His hand grabbed the man's foot and pulled him up, then he opened his mouth and bit the man's ankle. Ah fuck. Let me go. He didn't expect that Xiedong would bite him directly, and he immediately felt a great pain. The other 2 people were also stunned. They saw Xiedong's ferocious smile, but his mouth was tightly biting the man's foot. Fuck. Is this a dog? Both of them took a step back at the same time. One of them raised his leg and kicked Xiedong's head. Bang! This kick caused Xiedong's head to tilt to the side. It directly made Xiedong dizzy and see stars. But his mouth didn't loosen at all. Ah, it hurts. Fuck, hurry up and make this bastard loosen his mouth. Instead, it was the man who was bitten by Xiedong who stretched his wound because Xiedong tilted his head. More blood flowed out, and a small part of the man's pants was soaked in it. Aren't you a fucking wind elemental? Can't you just use a wind blade to cut off his chin? The man saw that his kick didn't have any effect. He couldn't help but yell at the man whose leg was bitten. The man who was bitten by Xiedong then remembered. He was a wind elemental, and he could directly use wind blade to cut this brat. Because his leg was in too much pain, all the pain nerves in his body stimulated his brain. He forgot about it for a moment. The man immediately raised his hand and was about to use his ability to attack Xiedong. Suddenly, the 3 of them felt something behind them at the same time, and a fatal sense of danger instantly struck their brain. The 3 of them instinctively retreated to the side. The other 2 quickly disappeared. Only the unlucky man who was being bitten by Xiedong remained because his leg was still bitten by Xiedong. In the end, when he retreated, he didn't succeed. Instead, he fell. At this time, he saw a transparent figure flash, and then a claw wind slashed towards the man. Then, the figure appeared. Puff, the man didn't even see the person who suddenly appeared, and his head was already cut off. He felt his head fly off, and then with a thud, it fell to the ground. Before his consciousness disappeared, he saw his body without a head. Seeing that the man's head was cut off so cleanly and ruthlessly, Xiedong finally loosened his bite. Then, his whole body relaxed, and he lay on the ground. His head looked at the sky for a few seconds, and then he turned his head to look at the figure beside him. He saw a person wearing a loose camouflage uniform standing a meter away from him with his back facing him. However, his messy long hair was gone, and he was wearing a hat on his head. There seemed to be a bandana under the hat, and there was a pair of glasses on the side of his face. Chapter 162. As if sensing Xiedong's gaze, Lin Xiao turned around and looked at him. Then, she continued to stare at the other 2. When Xiedong saw her face, he was stunned. Where's the scar? On the other side, the 2 people were also stunned. He looked at Lin Xiao, who had suddenly appeared and killed a level 5 arcanist, with a dumbfounded expression. Lin Xiao was wearing sunglasses and a hat. The 2 people on the other side could only see a sharp and thin chin, and the bulge in front of his chest that propped up his clothes. A woman. A strange and powerful woman. And she was from the enemy's side. Who are you? What do you want? One of the other 2 men shouted at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao had already killed one of their companions, a level 5 paranormal. To be able to kill him so easily, this woman could not be a level 6 metahuman, right? Lin Xiao just stared at them quietly, not intending to answer them. At this time, Xiedong finally had some strength left. He held onto the wall beside him and slowly stood up. Hearing Xiedong's movement, Lin Qiao turned around again. This time, she raised her hand and pulled down her sunglasses a little, revealing two dark eyes. She looked at the injured Xiedong with a pitiful expression. From her angle, only Xiedong could see her eyes, the other two couldn't. Although Xiedong was injured all over, he didn't feel any pain. It was just that he had used up all his energy and was beaten to this state. His control of his body wasn't as flexible, just a little sluggish. When he saw Lin Qiao's familiar eyes, he inexplicably felt relieved. In fact, he didn't know that Lin Qiao was nearby, but when he was chased here, he suddenly felt something in his heart. This feeling seemed to be pulling him towards Lin Qiao's direction. At first, he didn't know what this feeling was, but as he got closer, he faintly smelled a familiar aura. It was stronger than before, and it wasn't far away. Soon, he recognized who this familiar aura was. It was Lin Qiao. So after a glimmer of hope rose in his heart, he desperately rushed over here. As long as he got closer, Lin Qiao would be able to sense him. Or if he rushed near her, Lin Qiao could save him. Xiedong didn't dare to act alone since the last time the Ice-type level 5 zombie leader separated the two of them. He was just a newborn zombie, his ability was not strong. Not only did they have to avoid humans, but they also had to avoid high-level zombies. If one's strength was weak, they could only hide everywhere. Until 2 days ago, he encountered 2 level 4 zombies fighting for territory. One of them was heavily injured, but it still managed to escape. The other victorious one was also injured, so it did not continue to chase. Later, Xiedong quietly followed the injured zombie and killed it when it wasn't paying attention. However, just as he took out the corpse core, a group of people appeared. When the opponent saw the level 4 zombie nucleus, he immediately wanted to steal it. When they confirmed that Xiedong was alone, they immediately surrounded and killed him. Fortunately, Xiedong's constitution was that of a zombie, so although the attacks of those people would have been fatal to a normal person, they wouldn't be able to harm him. In the end, he found an opportunity to escape. Although he didn't know if he could really escape, he wouldn't let go of even the slightest chance. But he didn't expect to meet Lin Qiao so soon. Lin Qiao looked at Xiedong's pitiful appearance, then silently pushed up her sunglasses to cover her eyes. Then she turned around and looked at the two people. At this time, the people in the 2 cars below didn't know what happened on the roof. Their strength was not as strong as the 3 people on the roof, so when Lin Qiao restrained her aura, they didn't feel her existence. Some people waited for a while and felt that the people above had almost cleaned up Xiedong. Then, they shouted, "Boss! Did you guys get rid of that kid? In another 3 kilometers, we'll reach the downtown area of the county. Let's go see if there's any preserved food there." The people below made a sound, but the people on the roof didn't move. No one responded to their words. Huh! Why is it so quiet up there? Was he done cleaning up? Ready to come down? Boss, why aren't they answering? Boss, are you still there? Hey. Okay, stop shouting. You've attracted the zombies. At this time, someone reminded them. Sure enough, the ordinary zombies around them gradually swarmed over. Why is it me who shouted? They obviously smelled us and just appeared. This person replied with some dissatisfaction, but the gun in his hand was already raised outside the car. He fired a few shots at the zombies that were getting closer and closer. The zombie closest to them was immediately shot in the head and fell down. The others also took out their guns and started shooting zombies. But how did the people above come back? They didn't reply and didn't come down. Where did the boss and the others go? At this moment, the boss that they were talking about really wanted to say loudly, "Clean up my ass." They were going to be cleaned up. But seeing that Lin Qiao could appear behind the 3 level 5 paranormals without a sound, it meant that she was much stronger than them. Because they didn't notice at all, they were almost chased away. Looking at the guy who was delayed for 2 seconds, he was immediately beheaded. Maybe he didn't even know how he died. With the difference in strength between the 2 sides, the remaining 2 level 5 paranormals were terrified. Not to mention the worthless matter of avenging their dead comrade. After the end of the world, people could die at any time when they formed a team and left the base. This was a common occurrence, and everyone was already used to it. There was no need for him to fight against a level 6 expert for someone he was not familiar with. That's nothing. If this kid is your friend, we didn't really cause any fatal damage to him. And you also killed one of our people. We've paid off our debt. You can take him away, this time we won't stop him. A man said to Lin Xiao. His attitude had a big change from before. Lin Xiao looked at the man, then turned back to look at Xiedong. Then he made a special forces gesture to him. What plan? Xiedong looked at the man who was beheaded by Lin Xiao's claw, and gave her a hand gesture, retreat. Anyway, his zombie core was still in his hands, waiting for him to level up. Then he would slowly deal with these people, he remembered. He wouldn't let Lin Xiao kill them for him now. This was his own vengeance, he had to take revenge himself. Lin Xiao looked at his hand gesture and didn't say anything. She directly pressed one hand on his shoulder, and the two flashed into the space. Chapter 163. The two of them suddenly disappeared from where they stood. The two of them looked at each other in confusion. But before they could recover from their shock, Lin Xiao suddenly appeared again and walked to the side of the head. She bent down to pick it up, then turned around and went back into the space without waiting for their reaction. She just forgot to take it and only remembered after entering the space. The one she killed was a level 5 paranormal. She could have just dug out the energy crystal and thrown it into the lake to feed the vines. She couldn't waste it. Yeah. So she took the head back into the space and used her claws to cut open the skull. Then she took out the energy core and threw it into the lake. Throwing the skull aside, Lin Xiao washed her hands with the water in the bucket by the lake. Then she thought of the zombie core she just got and stood up to dig it out. She took it out and threw it into the lake. Ever since Junjun often cooked here, she took a bucket of lake water and put it in the lake. She used it to water vegetables or pour it on the lawn. Lin Xiao didn't go to the lake to bathe anymore. She also found a bucket and brought the water to the shore. Or she just went out of the space and found an empty room to wash. She turned around to look at Xiedong sitting on the chair by the lake, only to see him staring at the head that Lin Xiao cut in half. Lin Xiao could see that he wanted to eat the brain in the head, so she turned around to get a cup. She poured a cup of water and handed it to him. Xiedong took the water from her, tilted his head back and drank it. Lin Xiao watched him drink it, then went to get him another cup. After Xiedong drank the water, he suddenly didn't have a strong urge to eat the head. Lin Xiao gave him the second cup of water and signaled him to drink one more. Her lake water was also very effective against zombies. Just look at Junjun's current state and you can see that. And Lin Xiao had deeply experienced it herself. In short, letting Xiedong drink more was beneficial. Xiedong looked at the second cup Lin Xiao gave him. He had already drunk one. Did he want to drink a second cup? Although he didn't understand, he still drank it. Lin Xiao took the cup and said to him, "Rest. Rest." Xiedong was stunned at first, then he suddenly looked up at her with a dumbfounded expression. But Lin Xiao turned around and left the space under his dumbfounded expression. Seeing Lin Xiao disappear with the head, the two level 5 arcanists came back to their senses. He hurriedly jumped down from the roof. They didn't know that not long after they went down, Lin Xiao came out again. However, he only took a quick glance at their location before he stealthily made his way towards the hotel where Lin Feng and the others were staying. Seeing the two rank 5 arcanists coming down, the people below stopped their cars. He stuck his head out and looked strangely at the person who landed on the roof of the car. He waited for a while, but the third person didn't come down. Only then did someone ask that person, "Hey, where's Zhao Lide? Boss, why didn't he come down?" "That's right, boss. That kid is dead, right? Did you get the zombie core?" The two level 5 arcanists looked gloomy. Shen Chengming said angrily, "He's dead." With that, Shen Chengming jumped down from the roof of the car and got into the passenger seat. His words stunned the others at the same time. What happened? How did he die? Weren't the three of you together? That's right. And that kid was already seriously injured. It's impossible for him to kill Zhao Lide, right? But that person's body is a bit strange, and he seems to have been in the special forces. He knows a lot of special forces skills. How did he die? Everyone asked at the same time. LV Doyao, who had jumped down from the back, replied, "Gone. Zhao Lide is dead now. Our strength has dropped by 20%. We need to be more careful from now on." He didn't say how Zhao Lide died, but just reminded everyone that the strength of the team had dropped again. The danger from now on would also increase. When everyone was back in the car, the driver drove forward again. Shen Chengming said in the car, "That kid is not dead." Suddenly, an expert appeared and killed Zhao Lide the moment he appeared. His head was chopped off. We didn't even see how she did it. Although the person was wearing a hat and a turban. But from the sharp chin, white skin, and the chest that the loose camouflage clothes couldn't cover, Shen Chengming and LV Doyao could see that it was a woman. And from the chin, mouth, and nose, they could also see that this woman was not bad-looking. It was a pity that they couldn't see her eyes, and they didn't know what kind of eyes were behind the sunglasses. Several people in Shen Chengming's car looked at him in shock and asked, "What? You didn't see how she killed Zhao Lide? Is she that powerful? Even you level 5 paranormals couldn't detect it." "That's right. Who are they? If there is such a powerful person, she must be famous in the base. Who is she?" Yes. And we didn't hear any movement from above. How did one of you suddenly die? Then why are you all fine? Did she come to save that person?" Shen Chengming nodded and said, "We didn't notice when she appeared. By the time we noticed, she was standing less than 2 meters behind us. Fortunately, my LV Doyao dodged quickly, otherwise our heads would have flown away." "So awesome. She can appear behind you without a sound. But since you can detect it, there's no reason why Zhao Lide couldn't." The strength of the three of them was about the same. Even if Zhao Lide's reaction was slightly slower, he shouldn't have been beheaded, right? Shen Chengming said, "He was caught." At that time, he was proudly stepping on that kid's body. He had been bitten on his foot by that brat and hadn't let go. So he didn't have time to dodge. This was the rhythm of his own death. If he hadn't stepped on Xiedong wouldn't have bitten his foot. If Xiedong didn't bite his foot, he could have dodged quickly. Moreover, Zhao Lide was a wind element, so he would have dodged faster than them. But this guy stretched out his foot to step on Xiedong's chest, and even after being bitten, he didn't let go. Just because of this action, he was sentenced to death. So, he was bitten by that person and didn't let go. Then he didn't have time to dodge, so he was killed. The others said with a look of disbelief. Although Zhao Lide, one of the 3 masters in the team, was dead. But the people in Shen Chengming's car didn't seem to have much emotional reaction to his death. Some felt that it was a pity to lose a very strong combat force. Shen Chengming nodded and didn't say much. Then, how did you escape from him? Since he could quietly appear behind you, he must be very strong." "That's right. Who is he?" Shen Chengming replied, "A woman. I don't think I've seen such a person in the base. We were able to escape because she didn't intend to attack us again. She let us go. As for her strength, I think she should be a level 6 ability user. But I don't know if her ability is spatial." They all saw Lin Qiao disappear in front of them. Usually, only space-type metahumans could do this. Generally, only spatial ability users would have such a situation. Chapter 164. Unlike the situation in Shen Chengming's car, the mood in the latter car was a little sad. LV Doyao explained the situation above and frowned with a repressed expression. Zhao Lide was the vice-captain of their team. Their cooperation with Shen Chengming's team was only temporary. Although they often saw each other in the base, they didn't know each other well. But they weren't very familiar with each other. He could only blame his bad luck for dying here. However, the strength of his team would decrease, and their movements outside the base would be restricted. Who is that? If he's that powerful, we'll definitely know about him in the base, right? Someone asked. LV Doyao shook his head and said, A woman wearing a hat and sunglasses. She looks very unfamiliar. I've never seen her on the base. Woman. Among the level 6 to 7 adepts in our base, there seems to be only one female deputy leader, Deputy Leader Yang. Is she here? When the others heard that it was a woman, they all asked in surprise. LV Doyao still shook his head and said, "It's not Deputy Leader Yang. We all know Deputy Leader Yang. I don't know that woman just now." Everyone looked at each other. They were all curious as to where this person came from. On the other side, Qiu Lily took Junjun to the hotel and soon arrived at the entrance of the hotel. Qiu Lily sniffed at the hotel before leading Junjun inside. But after taking 2 steps, she stopped again. She turned around to look at Junjun, who had stopped behind her. "Ah, go." Junjun held Tong Tong in her arms and looked at the broken door of the hotel with some hesitation. He then looked at Tong Tong, who was in his arms. There were people here, but she suddenly didn't want to get close to them. Now that she thought about how she was being watched by those people, she felt very uncomfortable. Seeing that Qiu Lily had turned around to call her, she lifted her feet and walked inside. The two of them walked into the lobby of the hotel. Qiu Lily actually didn't like to walk on this kind of dusty floor. She likes to jump on top of buildings or trees. But this time, she had to protect Junjun and Tong Tong, so she could only walk with them on the ground. When they walked in, they found that there were no zombies in the building. She was clearly a few hundred meters away just now. Perhaps it had sensed her aura. Now they were all looking for a place to hide. In fact, before Qiu Lily got close, the zombies in the building were almost cleared. Because Lin Feng, Lin Hao, and the others were all upstairs, no one cared about the people downstairs. Following the scent, it moved closer. But before they could find the location of the human food in the building, they sensed the presence of Qiu Lily, the king, approaching them. Therefore, these zombies didn't care about looking for food, and fled as fast as they could. On the other hand, Lin Feng and the others stayed on the 2nd floor. When the zombies ran up the stairs in panic, they were immediately killed. But not long after, more zombies came up from downstairs. Just as he turned the corner of the stairs, Wei Jingchen, who had been watching him from the corridor, fired a shot at him. He was the sentry at the door. As long as zombies appeared on this floor, he would be the one to deal with them. The others were either in their rooms or upstairs and downstairs to collect things. However, the bullet was immediately caught by a slender hand. Only then did Wei Jingchen see that it was Qiu Lily, the female zombie wearing a clean white dress. "Ah!" Qiu Lily shouted angrily in Wei Jingchen's direction and threw the bullet back at him. No matter who it was, they would be given a bullet as soon as they came up. She even had a little temper. Wei Jingchen might be big, but his personality was simple and honest. When he saw that it was Qiu Lily, he felt that he had fought the wrong zombie. Hearing Qiu Lily yelling at him, he quickly put down the gun. He rubbed the back of his head and looked at Qiu Lily helplessly. Of course he knew this zombie girl. Everyone saw her chase Yang Jianhua away. Wei Jingchen subconsciously wanted to apologize, but he remembered that the other party was a zombie. He couldn't bring himself to say that to a zombie. At this time, Junjun also came up with Tong Tong in her arms and appeared from the corner. The moment she appeared, Wei Jingchen immediately turned to look at her. He saw that she was carrying a child in her arms. Because the child's head was resting on Junjun's other shoulder, it blocked Wei Jingchen's view. He looked suspiciously at Junjun, who had just appeared, then looked at Tong Tong. From Junjun's appearance, he was sure that she was also a zombie. But this was the first time he had seen a zombie carrying a child. Moreover, that child should also be a small zombie. Ah! Qiu Lily saw that he was staring at Tong Tong, so she screamed at him. Then she turned around and brought Junjun to the other side of the corridor. They randomly picked a room that looked a bit cleaner and went in. At this time, the door that Wei Jingchen was guarding opened from the inside. Lin Wen poked his head out to take a look. Then he asked Wei Jingchen, "I heard a strange cry just now. Did zombies come up?" Wei Jingchen put down the hand that was rubbing the back of his head and replied, "Oh, there were zombies coming. But it was the female zombie that was chasing Yang Jianhua. There was also another female zombie that I haven't seen before. She was carrying a child." Lin Wenwen's eyes lit up and he asked, That female zombie came back. What about that zombie in sunglasses? How come there's another female zombie? Wei Jingchen shook his head and said, I didn't see that zombie in sunglasses. Lin Wenwen looked left and right and said, where did they go? Wei Jingchen pointed to the room that Qiu Lily had just entered and said, they went into that room. Lin Wenwen glanced in that direction and nodded. Then she went back into the room. Back in the room, everyone looked at her. Mother Lin asked, what's the situation? Lin Wenwen walked to the sofa and said, oh, Jingchen said that he saw the female zombie that fought young Jianhua yesterday. She also brought another female zombie. Cheng Wangxue looked at her curiously and asked, eh? Another one? Could it be that she can understand human language like that zombie in sunglasses? Lin Wenwen shook his head. I don't know, I didn't see her. I heard that she was carrying a child. I don't know if that child is a zombie or something. Whether it was Lin Wenwen in the room or Wei Jingchen outside, they wouldn't think that the child that the female zombie was carrying was a human. Because this kind of thing couldn't happen under normal circumstances. If it was a human, wouldn't it have been eaten long ago? So they all subconsciously chose to think in a normal scientific direction. But they didn't know that some things would also happen in an unscientific direction. Long Qingying didn't say anything. Of course she knew that the child was a human. And a child that had been raised by a few zombies. She really wanted to know how these people would react when they found out that the child was a living person. Chapter 165. Yuan Tianxing, who hadn't woken up all night, moved his eyelids. He woke up. He opened his eyes and saw an unfamiliar ceiling. He looked around reflexively to make sure it was safe. Then he looked in the direction where they were talking. Long Qingying, who was quietly listening to the commotion by the window, noticed that Yuan Tianxing had woken up. She looked in Yuan Tianxing's direction and said, the deputy leader is awake. Hearing that, the others immediately turned to look at Yuan Tianxing. Lin Feng, Lin Wenwen, and the others immediately stood up and walked to Yuan Tianxing's bedside. Lin Feng looked at him with concern and asked, Tianxing, you're awake. How do you feel? Lin Wenwen also asked, yes, brother Tianxing. You're injured. How do you feel? Lin Feng relaxed when he saw the familiar faces. He sat up with his arm and leaned against the headboard to look at them. I'm fine. Are you all okay? He turned to look around and asked, where are we? Lin Feng dragged a chair over and sat by his bedside. We're in a hotel room. It's not far from where we were yesterday. We saw that you're badly injured and didn't dare to take you far. Let's find a place to stay for the night. Yuan Tianxing nodded. He felt that his body was much lighter today. He didn't know if it was because he had rested too well, but his body felt much better. He asked, thank you. I'm fine. We can leave today if we want. Let's go to the Sea City base and see what's going on. What's your next plan? Lin Feng and the others looked at each other and sighed. Don't be anxious. Our plan is to let your injuries heal first. As for the future plans, we only have so many people that escaped. If we want to build a base, we can't do that. We don't have enough manpower, but it's not impossible. We don't plan to join the Sea City base, but we still have to find Li Zhang and the others. We don't know how many people they have left. Building a base as a shelter was the first plan. The main thing was to build a wall. Then there was food and supplies. They didn't have many people now, so they didn't need much food and supplies. But they had to build a wall that was more than 10 meters high. That was a little difficult. Although Yuan Tianxing's earth element could be of great help, his current situation was not good enough. Of course, he had to recuperate first before making a move. Lin Feng was right. Yuan Tianxing thought about it. Nodding his head, he said, but there are too many zombies outside, it's too dangerous for us. Also, there are a few injured people who need treatment. How long do you plan to stay here? Lin Wenwen suddenly smiled and said, Brother Tianxing, don't worry about the zombies. The zombies in this building have basically been cleared by Du Yuanxing and Lin Hao. Moreover, there was solar energy here and a lot of food. We can stay here for a month. 2 months is no problem. Besides, my brother's injuries aren't as serious as yours. He was much better now. In a few more days, he would be completely fine. I don't know what kind of water the sunglasses zombie gave me, but the healing effect is very strong. In fact, what they meant was that they did not intend to join Sea City Base. Since they were going to build a base somewhere else, it didn't matter where it was. Therefore, it was better to directly choose this place. After their discussion last night, they had decided to stay here for the time being. Anyway, the environment here was suitable for people to live in, and there was solar energy and some food. As long as the wall was built, they wouldn't be afraid of the zombie tide. If it's zombies, if Lu Tianyu and his companions are here, the other zombies won't dare to come. Long Qingying suddenly said. After a few days of contact, she was most aware of the impact Lin Xiao and the others had on ordinary zombies. Since the zombie called Lu Tianyu wanted to help Lin Feng and the others, then this request for them to stay and intimidate those ordinary zombies, they shouldn't refuse. With Long Qingying's reminder, everyone's eyes lit up. They had all seen that zombie before. When he was here, the zombies next to him all avoided him. If they could find him to stay with them, then they really wouldn't have to be afraid of other ordinary zombies. But there was a problem, and that was that they didn't understand these strange zombies. Even if they suddenly came here to help them, they still didn't know what the purpose of these zombies was. Looking at the IQ of these zombies, they were just like normal people. If they had any bad thoughts in their hearts, then they would let these zombies stay near them. That would be too dangerous. In that case, why did he run all the way to the south and then chase after her all the way here? And just when they were in the worst situation, he came to their rescue? What was his purpose? What was his purpose? Lin Feng and the others didn't let down their guard against Lin Xiao and the other zombies. This was all normal. No one would suspect that a stranger suddenly came to help you for no reason. In this apocalypse, good people didn't live long. Everyone became selfish. This was all for survival. This was normal. Therefore, if they wanted to use these zombies as a deterrent, of course, they had to first figure out their background and purpose. They didn't want to meet a second young Jianhua now, they couldn't afford such a deception. Everyone could think of this, but how could they find out the background of those zombies? Lin Wenwen suddenly looked at Long Qingying and asked, "Do you know where they came from?" Long Qingying thought for a moment and said with an uncertain expression, "It seems that they also went in the direction of Haicheng. Judging from the way they were running around, they had probably heard some news from Sea City. Then they ran to the south to make a detailed confirmation. They just happened to meet us, so they chose us to approach you. After all, they seemed to know that you don't know them." Lin Wenwen nodded and continued her words, "So, maybe they were afraid that we would reject them. So they saved you and then brought you with them. Then they came to find us, so that you too could be the middlemen. But this is the first time I've seen zombies that are as intelligent as humans. Moreover, there's such a terrifying level 6 zombie king among them. If that zombie girl wanted to attack us, she didn't have to spend so much effort to approach us. What do they want to do?" Long Qingying said, "From the beginning, he kept saying that he came to help you, and said that he was a former subordinate of the commander." Lin Feng said, "It does seem that he came to help us, and has already been helping us. But he said that he was my former subordinate. Why don't I have any impression of this person?" Long Qingying thought for a moment and said, "Is it because his face is disfigured now, so you can't recognize him?" The others looked at each other and thought that this was also possible. Lin Feng shook his head. "No, he said that his name is Lu Tianyu. I don't know this name either." Mother Lin said jokingly, "Maybe you're old and your memory is failing. Have you forgotten this person?" Chapter 166. Everyone in the room was guessing the purpose and intention of Lin Xiao's appearance. On the other side, Lin Xiao quickly came back with Xiedong. When she arrived at the door of the hotel, she looked around. She listened to all kinds of sounds in the building, then lifted her feet and walked in. She could sense that everyone was in several rooms on the 4th floor, and Qiu Lily was also up there. She also sensed that there were no other zombies in the building from the 1st floor to the 6th or 7th floor. It seemed that they either ran up or ran out from the bottom. With Cho Lily, the king, as long as she released some breath. Other zombies basically didn't dare to come close. When Lin Xiao walked to the door, she suddenly looked back in the direction she had just come from. Her eyes flashed under the sunglasses, then she turned and entered the hall. She walked up the stairs to the 3rd floor. She saw a person guarding the stairway to the 4th floor. Stop. Who is it? Su Liang, one of the 5 soldiers without abilities, felt someone coming up. He stared there and was alert. The other party obviously didn't hide himself and deliberately made a sound with his footsteps. It was to inform the people upstairs that someone was coming. But when Su Liang saw the person who appeared, a stranger wearing a hat and sunglasses and a camouflage uniform, he immediately shouted to stop. After all, this was their territory for the time being. According to the current practice of the apocalypse, if they didn't agree, the team coming from behind, they couldn't come up. Of course, this was to prevent the threat of any bad intentions from behind. Su Liang looked at Lin Xiao standing in the middle of the stairs. Why did he feel that the woman's sunglasses were familiar? Yes, this was a woman. Even if the hat and sunglasses covered most of her face, the loose camouflage uniform couldn't hide her bulging chest. Lin Xiao looked at him and suddenly raised her hand to take off the sunglasses. She raised her head and showed her eyes to him. You are. Seeing Lin Xiao's face and eyes, Su Liang's eyes widened. He stared at her blankly and wanted to ask questions, but words couldn't come out. They had just seen those eyes yesterday. No wonder he felt that the sunglasses were a bit familiar. Wasn't it the zombie who stole their boss and gave a few glasses of water to their deputy leader? But, wasn't that a man? Moreover, there was a large old scar on his face. Not only was the scar gone, but he had also become a woman. Su Liang stared at Lin Xiao's chest and confirmed that what he saw yesterday was indeed a man's flat chest. How did she suddenly become a woman with breasts after just one night? Moreover, it was a big-breasted woman. Lin Xiao saw that he was staring at her chest, so she casually glanced at her chest. He suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Have you seen enough?" Then, she saw Su Liang's eyes, which were already wide open, widened even more. She opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. But he didn't make a sound. This is just a zombie. Is it the zombie from yesterday? I don't know, but this is definitely a zombie. A zombie. A zombie. Su Liang suddenly screamed, turned around, and ran upstairs. How could zombies talk? What the hell? Su Liang screamed and rushed to the 4th floor, just bumping into Xingla and several others who heard the sound and rushed over. Fuck. What the hell are you screaming for? Xingla looked at Su Liang rushing up like he saw a ghost, and was also shocked. He raised his gun and aimed at the stairs below. And the squad leader Lu Junjie, who was guarding on the 5th floor, also rushed down, stretching his head from the escalator to look up. He thought that a powerful zombie had appeared, but when he looked, he saw a person wearing a baseball cap slowly walking up. He immediately jumped down from the corner of the escalator, holding his gun, and shouted to the people below, "Who's down there?" Then he quietly asked Su Liang next to him without moving his eyes, "What's the matter? Are you scared by him?" Seeing his comrade, Su Liang calmed down. He pointed to Lin Xiao, who had already turned the corner and appeared in front of everyone, and said, She is a zombie." Seeing Lin Xiao appear, she was still wearing the camouflage uniform from yesterday, and the sunglasses were also the same. But there was an extra hat on her head. Xingla heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Lin Xiao. He put away the gun and turned to Su Liang and said angrily, "Isn't this the zombie that let us come to this hotel yesterday? Isn't it just an extra hat? Is there a need to make such a fuss?" When Lin Xiao heard his words, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. She had already put on her sunglasses, so the people above couldn't see the whites of her eyes. On the other hand, Lu Junjie didn't let go of his gun. His expression became dangerous. He reminded, "Xingla, look carefully. This one was a woman with breasts. And there's no scar on his face." Huh! Xingla was stunned for a moment. Then, he turned to look at Lin Xiao. Sure enough, the zombie he saw yesterday had a large scar on its face. What's more, The massive bulge in the chest, yesterday in the picture, was a flat man. However, the two of them were about the same height. Xingla was careless and didn't notice these 2 points. He immediately reacted and quickly raised his gun to aim at Lin Qiao below. At this time, Su Liang also slightly calmed down. He waved his hand at the two of them. He said, "No, no. I want to say, she can talk. She really is a zombie, but she can talk." After he said that, the other two immediately turned their heads and looked at him as if he was crazy. "A zombie can talk? Are you kidding us? How could such an unscientific thing happen?" Lin Qiao looked at the 3 big men blocking the way. It seemed that if she didn't give them some evidence, they wouldn't let her go up. Just as she was about to enter the space to take out the cup that she gave to Lin Feng and Yuan Tianqing to throw at their dumbfounded faces, a dissatisfied shout came from behind the 3 of them. Don't block the way." Well, only Lin Qiao could understand the meaning of this shout. The other 3 just looked back at Qiu Lily with a blank face. Qiu Lily put her hands on her waist and pouted at the 3 of them. Her gaze and expression made it seem as if the 3 of them were blocking her way. Maybe it was because Qiu Lily's aura was too strong. After seeing her expression and gaze, they subconsciously took 2 steps back. At this time, Lin Qiao just walked up and happened to push Su Liang and Xingla, who were blocking the stairs. Then, she walked over. Leaving the 3 men with blank faces, they didn't know what was happening. Dumbfounded, she watched Qiu Lily pull Lin Qiao to the room they had been in before. Chapter 167. Lin Qiao took 2 steps and suddenly stopped again. She turned back and raised her hand to slightly push down her glasses, revealing 2 dark eyes. "Go back, report to them. I want to talk to them." After saying this word slowly, she turned around and walked into the room with Qiu Lily. Xingla and the other 2 stared blankly at their door for a few seconds and then suddenly came back to their senses. They looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. Lu Junjie asked uncertainly, "What did she just say?" Xingla said in a daze, "It seems, she said that she wants us to report to the higher-ups. Does she want to talk to the captain and the others?" The 2 looked at Su Liang at the same time, doubting whether this was true. Su Liang nodded to the 2 and said, "Captain, go and report." Lu Junjie thought for a moment and immediately put the gun on his back. He said to Xingla, "Xingla, you go upstairs." Then he immediately turned and went to the room where Lin Feng and the others were. "Okay." Xingla responded and ran upstairs with his gun, standing at his new post. Lu Junjie walked to the door of the room, and Wei Jingchen at the door asked him, "What's Su Liang screaming about?" Lu Junjie replied, "I saw a ghost." Then he knocked on the door, reporting, "Come in." A response came from inside. Lu Junjie immediately opened the door and went in, leaving behind a confused Wei Jingchen. After opening the door and going in, Lu Junjie walked to the side of Lin Feng and the others and said to Lin Feng, reporting, "The zombie wearing sunglasses is here. She said she wants to talk to you." Hearing that the zombie wearing sunglasses was back, the others immediately became excited. Lin Feng looked at him and said, "The one called Lu Tianyu? Where is she now?" Lu Junjie nodded and said, "Yes, it's her. She is now in the room of the 2 female zombies." But, seeing Lu Junjie suddenly stutter, Yuan Tianqing, who had already gotten out of bed and sat on the sofa to rest, couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Lu Junjie said hesitantly, She became a woman, and the scar on her face disappeared. Now, other than his eyes, everything else is no different from a normal person." Everyone else stared at him, doubting what they had heard. Even Long Qingying, who was usually cold and aloof, widened her eyes slightly. His expression was similar to the others, just not as outstanding. A woman? Impossible. Yesterday, everyone clearly saw that she was flat-chested, although she wasn't very tall. But her chest was indeed flat. "Tell me, I'm not the only one who saw it." Cheng Wangxue looked at the others strangely and said in surprise. Lin Feng, Yuan Tianqing, Mrs. Lin, Long Qingying, Lin Wenwen, and Lin Xiaolu, who had no idea what they were talking about, all nodded at her. To show that they had seen it. Lin Wen suddenly turned to look at Long Qingying and said, Qing, didn't you know them before we did? You didn't know it was a female zombie? Long Qingying quickly came back to her senses, and her expression became expressionless again. It was as if she wasn't the one who was shocked. She said lightly, I don't know either, at least from the appearance. She didn't look like a female zombie. Thinking about it, the previous zombie had short hair, almost shorter than a man's. She also had large scars on her face, and liked to wear Yuanxing sunglasses. Most importantly, her chest was flat. Everyone saw it, Mrs. Lin turned to look at Lu Junjie and said, Jie, are you sure? Lu Junjie shook his head, yes, I'm sure. And Da Liang and Ala saw it. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the woman's face that appeared when he fainted yesterday. No way. Everyone was shocked by the news and didn't know how to react. Only Yuan Tianxing quickly calmed down and said to Lu Junjie, Jie, go tell them. We can negotiate at any time. Lu Junjie immediately replied, yes. I'll go right now. He turned around and was about to walk out, but he had only taken 2 steps. Suddenly, he turned back and looked at everyone. Report, there's one more thing. Everyone looked at him strangely and asked, what's the matter? Just say it. What do you mean by stopping halfway? It was because he didn't remember it just now. Lu Junjie said awkwardly, that Lu Tianyu. She can talk. Everyone else, did they hear wrongly? Mrs. Lin reacted quickly and asked, but she also said with a dumbfounded expression, Isn't she a zombie? Lu Junjie, her eyes are still as black as a zombie's, but now, even he wasn't sure if she was a zombie or not. Had they ever seen a zombie with a clean and beautiful face like a human? No. No matter how well maintained a zombie's appearance was, there were still big dark circles under their eyes. Like that female zombie. Had they ever seen a zombie that could save people? No. All the zombies they knew only ate humans. Had they ever seen a zombie that could turn from male to female? No. Had this zombie already cultivated to become a demon? Finally, had they ever seen a zombie that could talk? Not to mention that they wanted to be alone. What was going on with this world now? Why could even zombies become spirits? Lin Wen said, did she pretend to be a zombie yesterday to fool us? She was originally a human. Long Qingying said calmly, I've seen her easily cut the skulls of other zombies with her nails. This isn't something a normal person can do. Moreover, her eyes were not fake, even if they were cosmetic lenses. Even if it's cosmetic contact lenses, they can't achieve such an effect. At this time, Lin Xiaolu asked Mrs. Lin in a low voice, Grandma, what are cosmetic contact lenses? Mrs. Lin answered her in a low voice, it's a type of contact lens that can change the eyes into different colors. Oh. Lin Xiaolu responded, not fully understanding. Yuan Tianxing's handsome face was still calm. He looked at Lu Junjie and said, okay, let's invite them over first. Now. He glanced at everyone. Instead of letting them guess here, it was better to let them come over and see for themselves. Lu Junjie quickly replied, yes. Saying that, he really turned around and walked out the door. He immediately went to Lin Qiao's room to call them over. Seeing that Yuan Tianxing was going to call them over, the others immediately quieted down. They were even waiting for Lin Qiao's arrival with anticipation. In fact, they couldn't help but pounce on their brains to see the zombie's appearance. Chapter 168. On the other side, Lin Qiao was pulled into a room by Qiu Lily. It was a double room. It wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. As soon as she entered, she saw Junjun playing with Tongtong on the bed. Everything in the room was simply cleaned up and the quilt was moved to the window to dry. The whole room looked clean and tidy, although it wasn't as good as it was before Doomsday. But after Doomsday, this kind of environment was already very good. Lin Qiao knew that Qiu Lily must have done this as soon as she came in. She was a neat freak and loved to be clean. She was a diligent and good girl. Seeing Lin Qiao come in, Junjun and Tongtong both looked at her. Lin Qiao took off her hat. She didn't know why. After this recovery, Her body was no longer unable to feel the temperature like before. It was noon and she was wearing a hat and a headscarf. She actually felt hot. So she didn't care about her bald appearance. Anyway, these two people had seen her bald appearance. However, after Lin Xiao's bald head appeared, Lin Xiao's eyes widened. The other people's gazes landed on him. Seeing that Junjun wanted to laugh but was too shy to do so, Qiu Lili and Tong Tong looked at her curiously. Lin Xiao suddenly felt that she needed to adapt. As Qiu Lili stared at him, she got closer and closer. Then she silently raised her hand and reached out to Lin Xiao's head. Lin Xiao shrank her neck. Qiu Lili didn't manage to touch it, so she pouted and said, tilde let me touch it. Lin Xiao. Qiu Lili continued to reach out her hand and rubbed Lin Xiao's head twice. After rubbing it, she happily said, tilde so smooth tilde Lin Xiao, Mom. I want that head. At this time, Tong Tong suddenly pulled Junjun's sleeve and said to Junjun while pointing at Lin Xiao's bald head. Junjun finally couldn't help but laugh. Lin Xiao, are these two little ones going to rebel? Lin Xiao silently put on her hat again. Seeing that Lin Xiao put on the hat and covered her bald head, Tong Tong was unhappy. He said to Junjun, "Oh, Mom, I want that head, that head." Junjun looked at him helplessly and shook her head silently. She really wanted to tell Tong Tong that she could not touch it. If Lin Xiao got angry, he would eat Tong Tong. But she couldn't speak now, so she could only shake her head at Tong Tong. Then, something big happened. Lin Xiao was dumbfounded by the horrifying cries. Qiu Lili was so scared that she immediately covered her ears with her hands and hid to the side with a sad face. The cry of a child, as long as it starts to cry. That was the effect of shaking the earth and mountains. Wah, I want it. I want it. Wah. The demonic sound directly pierced through the ears. Qiu Lili endured it for 2 seconds before she couldn't take it anymore and flashed towards the window. He leaped out and disappeared without a trace. Wah. I want that. Mom, I want. Wah. Tong Tong didn't care whether Qiu Lili disappeared or not. Anyway, he just wanted to touch that head that looked like an egg. So he continued to cry at the top of his voice. For Lin Xiao and Qiu Lili, who had extremely sensitive hearing, this was simply torture. No wonder Qiu Lili jumped out of the window. Listening to the demonic sound that was about to penetrate her entire head, Lin Xiao angrily took off his hat and threw it on the sofa next to him. Then she walked to his side, closed her eyes, and stretched her head in front of him. Touch it. Please don't cry, ancestor. On the other side, although the walls of this hotel were very soundproof, Tong Tong's voice was still heard by some of the stronger people. On the other side, although the walls of this hotel were very soundproof, Tong Tong's voice was still heard by some of the stronger people. After Lu Junjie went out, a few people in the room with superpowers of level 4 and above heard the loud cry of a child. At the same time, they heard the loud cry of a child. Did I hear a child crying? Lin Feng looked at the others in confusion and asked. Yuan Tianxing nodded in agreement. Yeah, I heard it too. But other than Xiao Lu, where did the child come from? Lin Wenwen looked around and said strangely, yeah, where did the child come from? Everyone looked at each other. Long Qingying knew who it was, but she just quietly looked at the strange expressions of the others without saying a word. But that child could cry like this. What was going on? Lu Junjie, who was almost at Qiu Lili's door, seemed to have heard something as well. He stopped and looked around in confusion. The sound seemed to be coming from the zombie's house. But because he couldn't hear it clearly, he wasn't sure. Tong Tong, who was in Lin Xiao's room, saw Lin Xiao stick her head in front of his eyes. She immediately stopped crying. She stopped just like that. Ah! He stared at Lin Xiao's head, then reached out his little hand to touch it. He touched it again, and then he didn't let go. Lin Xiao, who felt like her head was being touched, was speechless. Naughty children are so annoying. Tiny Tot is so cute. She missed Tiny Tot so much. Looking at Tong Tong touching Lin Xiao's head in satisfaction, Junjun smiled and waited for him to finish touching her head. She hurriedly carried him away. Because she felt someone outside the door. Lin Xiao felt it too, so she directly turned around and walked to the door. Before Lu Junjie had the chance to knock on the door, it was already opened. Lu Junjie raised his hand and was about to knock on the door. Seeing the door suddenly open, he subconsciously paused. Then he saw a bald head appear behind the door, wearing a pair of sunglasses and looking at him. Lu Junjie was speechless. Where did this bald head come from? Lin Xiao looked at the dumbfounded Lu Junjie and raised her hand to take off her sunglasses. Then she touched her head and asked uncomfortably, "What is it?" Okay, she had forgotten to put on her hat because of the little brat just now, so she opened the door. But anyway, she had seen it. She wouldn't lose a piece of flesh. At least this bald head was much better than the disfigured face. Hearing Lin Xiao's voice, Lu Junjie came back to his senses. He stared at Lin Xiao. Your hair." He originally wanted to ask her where her hair went. But he suddenly realized that it didn't seem right to ask her that. She was also a woman. Looking at Lin Xiao's beautiful face and a pair of dark eyes, her head was bald. However, his head was completely bald. This image was still acceptable on a man's body. But on a girl, it was a little. He tidied up his expression and coughed lightly. Well, our deputy leader would like to invite you over to discuss the next plan. I don't know if it's convenient for you. Lin Xiao nodded without even thinking about it. Chapter 169. Because Lin Xiao didn't open the door completely, she only left it half open. Lu Junjie didn't see Junjun and Tongtong behind the door. But at this time, Tongtong spoke, "Mom, I'm hungry." Lin Xiao casually looked back at Tongtong, then realized it was almost noon. It was time to feed the child. Lu Junjie looked at Lin Xiao with a face full of doubt, then stretched his head to look past her. He asked in disbelief, "There's someone else inside?" Actually, he wanted to ask if there was a child. But thinking of the childish voice calling Mom, Lu Junjie felt there should be two people. Lin Xiao generously opened the door. There was nothing she couldn't see. She still had to think of a way to stay by Lin Feng's side in the future, in order to not let them suspect that she had ulterior motives. Of course she wouldn't hide it from them. Everyone would see each other later anyway. As soon as the door opened, Lu Junjie saw a female zombie holding a child. The child was hugging the female zombie's neck. "Mom, I'm hungry." Junjun felt Lin Xiao open the door. There was a stranger, and immediately stared at the door alertly. Lu Junjie saw a living child being hugged by a female zombie, and subconsciously wanted to rush in. In his mind, he only knew it was too dangerous for the child to be with zombies. Lin Xiao raised her hand to stop him, her expression calm, and said slowly to him, "Don't worry." Lu Junjie stared at Tongtong and said, "You won't be able to resist eating here." Zombies liked to eat children's meat even more. It was tender and soft. Even high-level zombies that only ate hearts would eat children's meat. Lin Xiao continued to stop him, and said slowly, "Won't we don't eat people?" Lu Junjie was worried to death by the speed of her words, but there was nothing he could do. Seeing that she kept stopping him, he could only give up and retreat. He asked with an expression of disbelief, "You really won't hurt him? That's a child, it's too dangerous for him to follow you." They were all zombies. What if one day the instincts of zombies appeared? The child had been away from them for so long, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't be eaten. Lu Junjie suddenly remembered that he had heard Wei Jingchen say that he had seen a female zombie carrying a child. At that time, they had thought that the child was also a zombie. Lin Xiao waved his hand at him, indicating that it would not happen. Not to mention that Junjun's maternal instincts were still there, and she was still clear-headed. As long as she stayed by his side, with the help of the lake water, she would not go crazy. Lu Junjie looked at her suspiciously, then glanced at her bald head. He then took a step back and said, "When do you have time? Our deputy leader is waiting for you." Lin Xiao nodded at him and pointed in the direction of Lin Feng and the others, indicating that she could go over now. Then, she turned around and hooked her finger at Junjun, asking her to follow her. She didn't know where Qiu Lily had run off to. She didn't feel at ease leaving Junjun and Tongtong, two corpses and a child, here. Seeing her movements, Junjun slowly moved over with Tong Tong in her arms. In fact, she understood what Lin Qiao meant, but she had no choice. She didn't want to be close to humans. Just from the reactions of these few times when they saw Tong Tong by her side, she had a feeling that these people would take Tong Tong away from her in the name of the child's good. This made her feel very uneasy, although she believed that Lin Qiao wouldn't let her and Tong Tong get hurt. The two of them followed Lu Junjie to Lin Feng's room, which wasn't far. The two doors were only 7 or 8 meters apart, separated by a staircase. After arriving at the door, Lin Qiao faced Wei Jingchen's strange and curious gaze. Lu Junjie knocked on the door. Lu Junjie knocked on the door and reported inside, reporting, Lu Tianyu and the others have arrived. He suddenly didn't know how to address Lin Qiao and the others. Fortunately, he heard Lin Feng and the others mention Lin Qiao's name yesterday. Lin Feng's voice quickly came from inside, invite them in. Lu Junjie opened the door and stood to the side. He gestured to Lin Qiao and the two corpses to invite them in. Phut, who's that? Where's your hair? As soon as Lin Qiao entered, Mother Lin burst out laughing. She pointed at Lin Qiao's bald head and asked. The others also stared blankly at Lin Qiao's bald head. Even Lin Feng and Yuan Tianxing, the two leaders who usually held high positions, didn't react for a moment. Lin Qiao, when Junjun, who was standing behind her, saw the expressions of the others, she also covered her mouth with her hand and laughed in her heart. At this moment, because Junjun was standing close to Lin Qiao, Tong Tong had been staring at her bald head. Seeing that Lin Qiao was standing still, her childish nature rose. She couldn't help but raise her small hand to touch the back of her head. Lin Qiao, who was suddenly touched from behind, she silently turned back to look at Tong Tong, then walked in. At this moment, Yuan Tianxing was the first to react. He put away the somewhat cracked expression on his face and tidied himself up. After tidying himself up a bit, he raised a polite smile and stood up, pointing to the empty sofa next to him and said, "Please have a seat." Lin Qiao walked over and very naturally sat down on that seat. She didn't realize that her behavior at this moment had a sense of propriety. Junjun also walked over with Tong Tong in her arms, but she went around to stand behind the sofa. From the observation from yesterday to today, Lin Feng, Yuan Tianxing, and the others had already seen through Lin Qiao, Qiu Lily, and the new female zombie. Among them, Lin Qiao was the leader. Although she didn't seem to be as strong as the female zombie. But the female zombie in front of them who had suddenly changed had a very strong aura. That kind of aura of a superior, no matter who she faced, she seemed to be calm and composed, without a trace of fear. Sitting next to her, Yuan Tianxing's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. This aura, why did it give him a familiar feeling? It was as if he had touched it somewhere before, leaving an invisible impression in his heart. After seeing Lin Qiao sit down, the expressions on the others' faces disappeared. Only Lin Xiaolu was still staring at Lin Qiao's head with a fresh expression. But this room was full of adults, and the atmosphere suddenly became serious. She didn't open her mouth to ask her grandmother next to her, but her eyes were glued to Lin Qiao. After everyone sorted out their emotions, Lin Feng, Lin Wenwen, and Mother Lin also had the same feeling as Yuan Tianxing. Such a familiar aura. But, who is she? Lin Feng frowned slightly, and thought with some doubt, who the hell is this? Since she gave him a sense of familiarity, he must have come into contact with her before. Moreover, this familiar feeling made him feel as if his lost sister was here. It was like an illusion. Chapter 170. Lin Feng, who often worked beside the leader, was naturally very familiar with his sister's imposing manner and aura. As men, he and Yuan Tianxing's thoughts were clear and logical. Therefore, they quickly realized who this aura was. However, something like an aura couldn't be imitated. Could this be a coincidence? As for the ladies, Mrs. Lin and Lin Wenwen, they couldn't think of anyone with such an aura. Firstly, Lin Wenwen's perception wasn't strong, so he couldn't sense things as clearly as Lin Feng and Yuan Tianxing. Secondly, Mama Lin was just an ordinary person, so she couldn't feel it at all. It was only because the zombie gave her a strong feeling at this time that she had that kind of familiar feeling. The other person in the room was not a member of the Lin family, but Long Qingying. She didn't have much contact with her leader, so she didn't have any special feelings for him. At this time, Lin Xiao suddenly moved her hand, and a short white writing board that was 1/2 meter long appeared in her hand. She had found it from Qiu Lily's pile of things. When he went to look for a bra, he couldn't find it. Instead, he saw this. It was convenient for her to write, so she put it aside. So it was just the right time to use it. Even if she could speak now, she couldn't speak fast enough. Very quickly, it became at #yuan% and therefore, it was better to write by hand when discussing serious matters. Seeing that Lin Xiao was ready, Yuan Tianxing turned to look at Lin Feng. He signaled for Lin Feng to speak first. Lin Feng thought for a moment, then asked curiously, "Your name is Lu Tianyu, right? Why did you come to save us? Was he instructed by someone, or was it his own idea?" They could not simply trust people in this post-apocalyptic world. This kind of trust was very rare. He would even betray his comrades who had risked their lives for him. What's more, they weren't facing familiar teammates or friends, they weren't even humans, but zombies that they had to kill all day. But from the other side's point of view, as a zombie, it's better than nothing. There was no reason for him to save a group of people for no reason. Moreover, he seemed to have taken a detour from afar. In this way, people could not help but suspect her intentions. But when he thought about it, other than their lives, they had nothing else. What else was there to covet? So why did these strange zombies come here? Was he really here to help them? For a person who had only known her for less than 2 days, this was a reason. They couldn't possibly believe it. However, the truth proved that the other party had been helping them all along. From the moment he arrived, he attacked young Jianhua and even treated his injuries. Therefore, even if he wanted to suspect something, he could only keep it in his heart. Moreover, Yuan Tianxing was prepared to bring people to Haicheng base to get Li Zheng and the others back in a few days. Then, he could investigate the background of this Lu Tianyu. He wondered if there was any information about her in Hai City. Lin Feng didn't know what they were thinking. At this moment, Lin Xiao could probably sense it. Even Yuan Tianxing's Dharma manifestation was no longer restricted by his strength. She could also sense it because she was close to him. Knowing that they wouldn't believe him so easily, Lin Xiao pondered for a moment. Even if he came up with all sorts of excuses now, it would not be appropriate. "Why not?" she wrote on the slate with a carbon brush. "No reason, just want to save you." There was no reason for him to do so. Everyone else? What kind of answer is that? Such a willful answer made it hard for them to continue asking. "You're a zombie, you can do whatever you want." Lin Feng and Yuan Tianxing looked at each other. This time, it was Yuan Tianxing's turn to say, Miss Lu, although I don't know why you're helping us, I still have to thank you for your help this time. Besides, your water is very healing. It's better than any medicine we brought." When Yuan Tianxing called her, he couldn't help but look at her bald head. Then, his expression looked like it was about to crack. He quickly restrained his expression and spoke to her. But how could Lin Xiao not see his stiff and strange smile? This person was her vice captain before the apocalypse. She rolled her eyes at him out of habit and wrote, "You're welcome." At this time, Mother Lin, Lin Wenwen, and even Lin Feng. All of a sudden, they stared at the words she had written, their eyes solemn and thoughtful. The more they looked at it, the more they felt that it was written by a zombie. Why did it look familiar? And Lin Feng, who had noticed that Lin Xiao's aura was somewhat similar to his sister who had self-destructed, also recognized Lin Xiao's handwriting. Why was this person, other than her aura? Even her handwriting was so similar. After Mother Lin and Lin Wenwen saw Lin Xiao's handwriting, their expressions suddenly became a bit gloomy. But the doubt in their eyes became more and more intense. Not only did the Lin family recognize Lin Xiao's handwriting, Yuan Tianxing also recognized it. But he didn't show it. And Lin Xiao silently felt their thoughts and looked at her handwriting. Yes, she had thought that they would recognize her handwriting. Although she didn't know what kind of impact it would cause, She didn't care. Should they continue to doubt her intentions, or slowly accept her, or something else? She could only watch silently. Maybe there was a better way to protect them, but she wanted to. He wasn't just protecting them in the dark, and they didn't even know he was there. That was why she chose this somewhat risky method, but it allowed her to directly contact them. Even if she had turned into a zombie, she still wanted to talk to her loved ones. She wanted to be with them openly. Yuan Tianxing's eyes flashed, then he continued to speak to her. We've already decided to stay here for a long time. Not long after, they would start building a new base here, and when the time was right, they would start building a new one. When the time is right, we'll go back to Yang Jianhua and Long Yubai for revenge. When mentioning Yang Jianhua and Long Yubai's names, Yuan Tianxing still had a faint smile on his face. Even his tone didn't change. But the murderous intent in his eyes couldn't be hidden no matter what. And the other people's expressions were almost the same, but their expressions were much more ferocious. But whether it was Lin Feng, Lin Wenwen, or Mother Lin, they all held back and didn't make a sound. Lin Qiao sensed their emotional fluctuations, but she didn't feel anything for the two people. But when she thought of the words lifesaver, she always felt a dull pain in her head. She suddenly felt that she should go to the south again and find out what was going on with the dead Lin Qiao and her now. Could it be that she had lost her memory? Or was there someone else pretending to be her? The former was possible, but the latter was basically impossible. So no matter what, she must find out what was going on. The main thing was to start with the dead Lin Qiao. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.